The first time he entered the bloody teleportation array, I fought alone against the mutated level 80 disaster treeman. Not only did he kill without any damage with Fuma Chris, even the whole field is full of equipment, and the experience is skyrocketing. Shocked all the teams that claim to be high-end players. However, before these people had time to flatter, he was rejected with just one sentence, not interested. All this is just because he was humiliated and mocked by the school beauty he had been pursuing for a long time. The result was a joke to the whole school. However, when the real world and the game are synchronized, humans around the world awaken their abilities. And he directly inherited the only strongest talent in the game, his words come true. In order to become stronger, he set a trap to lure 50 extraordinary people into the mountain to kill him. Not only does he awaken the strongest killer move at the beginning, but he also kills all enemies in the end. When the Blood Moon disaster comes at the final level of the game, while others were still running for their lives, he had already slaughtered monsters and leveled up alone. However, the school beauty who had just humiliated you now calls you crying and begging you for help. The caller ID, Xia1. This woman who just insulted him as a house-licking dog. Now he actually called me. Chen Yan answered the call calmly, and an anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Chen Yan, where are you? There are monsters everywhere. I know you played that game, you must have awakened, right? As long as you come to save me, I will promise you to be my boyfriend. Just now, Xia Wen came out of the bar, and the man hugging her was the rich second-generation man she just met. Just as the two took a few steps, the rich second generation was snatched away by a monster, letting out a shrill scream. She was completely drunk and frightened, and she ran away in a panic. She finally believed that games merged with reality. He quickly hid in the trash can and took out his cell phone tremblingly. The only person who could save him was Chen Yan. After the call was connected, she immediately said, "Save me, I can let you be my boyfriend." Okay. Chen Yan responded calmly and hung up the phone. Xia Wen thought he would come immediately. There was a hint of smile on his face, thinking that the other party was still the same bootlicker. But Chen Yan didn't even ask about her location, so how could he save her? She hurriedly called again, but a cold voice came from the phone, "You've been blocked." She was dumbfounded. A bootlicker whom she had trampled on at will now blocked her. At this time, Chen Yan was interacting with his friends in the group. Many female classmates vied with each other to show their courtesy, which was undoubtedly a double blow to Xia Wen. At the same time, the city fell into chaos, and the authorities quickly issued an emergency notice. Drones and police cars broadcast throughout the city, warning people to evacuate. Teleportation arrays appeared all over the city, and monsters were pouring into the human world through them. The law enforcement team has organized a defense and called on extraordinary people to join. After a calm analysis, Chen Yan decided not to be a bystander. He must take the initiative to become stronger and face the impending Blood Moon disaster. He locked onto the nearest teleportation array, ready to head to the outer area to kill monsters and level up. In the villa area has been blocked by the law enforcement team. The gunfire at the scene is fierce and monsters continue to pour out. As soon as he approached, he was stopped by female law enforcement member Zhouya, who tried to evacuate him away. Chen Yan expressed his desire to enter the teleportation array, but was misunderstood as seeking death and was regarded as a brainless rich second generation. However, the next second, a first-order, level 50 black-scaled tiger rushed out from the teleportation array. Ordinary weapons have no effect on it. Even howitzer bombardment. The black-scaled tiger was still unharmed, and it began to slaughter the law enforcement team, and the battlefield fell into despair. Zhouya tried her best to protect Chen Yan's retreat. But unexpectedly, the young man rushed to the center of the battlefield. She screamed and ran after him, but she couldn't catch up. Chen Yan took advantage of the force and leaped, standing firmly on the black-scaled tiger's head, chanting spiritual words in his mouth, judging the golden sword. Golden light burst out, and the monster shattered instantly, turned into black smoke, and disappeared completely. The whole place was silent. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe what they were seeing. The boy defeated the monster that even heavy firepower could not defeat. Then he walked into the teleportation array alone and disappeared from everyone's sight. The law enforcement team was shocked at the scene, and some people were even pinned down by shields. I didn't even react to what just happened. The captain looked serious. This person is not an ordinary player. His strength is beyond imagination. Zhouye recalled how she had just stopped Chen Yan and felt both ashamed and impressed. The captain explained, he didn't come to save people, but to become stronger. We should not restrict such people, they will be the guardians of this era. On the other side, Chen Yan successfully entered the area outside the main city. He had just killed the black-scaled tiger and gained a large amount of genetic energy. The level instantly broke through level 10, and a new spirit word, lightning, was awakened. This skill can summon thunder to attack the enemy. It is the most basic but extremely practical long-range ability. All of his attributes were improved simultaneously, with his physique, agility, and extraordinary attributes all reaching 10 points. The level advantage brings a huge sense of crushing. He looked around and found that the outer area was densely populated with monsters. Familiar enemies such as goblins, ghost wolves, silver-toothed snakes, etc. keep appearing. He began to pull monsters rhythmically, attracting a large number of monsters to gather. Then solve it all at once and upgrade to maximize efficiency. In order to avoid exposing his identity, Chen Yan no longer used the golden sword of judgment, but instead used thunder to clear monsters. A bolt of lightning struck, and more than a dozen monsters were reduced to ashes, and the ground was charred. Killing monsters not only gives you genetic energy, but also drops equipment. Obtained equipment, fine iron wrist guard, common. Obtain equipment, diamond leggings, excellent. There are so many surprises in the past, and the equipment can also be exploded in reality, which completely restores the game mechanism. He quickly changed his equipment, which greatly increased its attributes, and his combat power rating reached 8 stars. The attribute panel is updated as follows: name, Chen Yan, talent, word spirit sage, unique. Level 14, constitution, 19, agility, 14, extraordinary, 14, defense edition, 40. Once the high-level words are added, his true combat power has already exceeded the norm. He took a short break and checked his classmate's status on his phone. Many people shared their joy of awakening their talents, while others complained that they couldn't keep up with the pace. Someone said that he had just killed a monster and obtained a magician talent card. Someone posted a photo showing that he had reached level 7, which aroused the envy of his classmates. At this time, Chen Yan had already reached level 14. These people have already understood the future trends, and only by becoming stronger as soon as possible can they control their destiny. As the number 1 player in the game, Chen Yan remained silent and naturally chose to continue upgrading in stealth. He didn't speak or leave any traces, and didn't want to reveal his identity. He roamed around the wild area for 2 consecutive days, killing countless monsters, and his level soared to level 35. His word spirit skills have been expanded again, with the addition of Hawkeye, Pyroblast, and Wind Demon Cutting, greatly improving his combat efficiency. Today, his attack and defense attributes are off the charts, with a defense of 260 points, making it difficult for ordinary monsters to hurt him at all. Just then, 3 teams of players approached and asked to form a team. Chen Yan refused without hesitation, as he knew he could eat fastest by himself. The man had not given up yet, so the woman used the halo of level 21 magic swordsman to intimidate him. But Chen Yan's attitude remained cold, not interested. The woman was so angry that she gritted her teeth on the spot. It turns out that the 3 of them had originally planned to use Chen Yan as cannon fodder to fight the boss. Now that he has failed, he has begun to plot secretly. The 3 of them moved forward quietly, their target being a level 70 wild boss, the disaster treeman. This monster is 5 meters tall, its branches and leaves can be transformed into sharp swords, and its attacks are extremely fierce. It is a top-level boss of the 1st tier. The 3 of them started the fight with full confidence, but they didn't expect that the operations in reality were completely different from those in the game. Their physical strength and reactions couldn't keep up, and their combat effectiveness quickly declined. The woman's leg was pierced and another was knocked to the ground. Su Meng also fell into a tough battle and was on the verge of death. At this moment, a young figure jumped down from the tree and stood in front of them. It was Chen Yan. "If you don't have the strength, don't come and die," he said calmly. The 3 were shocked. He was facing a level 70 boss alone. It was like sending himself to death. However, Chen Yan had only one thing in mind: the boss drop. He calmly activated the word spirit, flame explosion. The flame exploded, the tree man's whole body burned, and he entered a mutated state, and was about to be upgraded to a level 80 flame disaster tree man. Su Meng roared to stop him, reminding him that fire skills would trigger mutations, but Chen Yan remained indifferent. Boom! 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 Several explosions of fire blasted out in succession. The flames quickly surrounded the tree man, and the mutation was irreversible. The three men were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they tried their best to run away, but it was too late. The raging flames blocked the entire area, and a fire barrier completely blocked the retreat route, trapping all four of them. It's over now, the woman knelt on the ground in despair, and the others also began to regret provoking Chen Yan. They poured out their anger and fear on Chen Yan. But at this moment, Chen Yan was walking towards the burning monster. The flaming branches attacked madly, covering all directions in an instant. Chen Yan was not afraid at all, and chanted the words in a low voice, Fuma Kiri. Invisible wind blades accurately cut off all attacks, and the flames and sharp branches were all disintegrated in an instant. He was like a king in war, walking among the flames, unafraid of the storm. He is not a fire mage. They were shocked to realize that he was the legendary elemental mage. After approaching the boss, he was hit by scorching heat, and Chen Yan activated his spirit again, the golden sword of judgment. With the power of words, and the high temperature around his body was instantly cleared, and he controlled the battle environment. Finally, the boss entered the judgment field, and his huge body exploded. Defeat the fire treeman. Obtain epic equipment, firework tree clothes. Obtain skill scroll, high level. Obtained talent card demon hunter. Gene energy plus 1025, level increased to level 43. What excites Chen Yan more than the equipment and talent cards is this high-level skill scroll. In Calamity, rare word spirits must be unlocked through high-threshold events. Now this scroll can greatly simplify the learning path. You know, he once tried to unlock the Death God spirit. Killed thousands of players with your own hands, sank into the volcano for 3 days and 3 nights for Zhulong. If you can obtain high-level words directly through the scroll, he will completely widen the gap between himself and the rest of the world. All the gains he will gain will be far more abundant than he imagined. The 3 players were already stunned at this moment. The 3 of them could not believe that Chen Yan actually killed the mutated level 80 disaster tree man alone. They were shocked, frightened, suffocated, and even began to doubt their lives. Su Meng, a veteran and high-level player in the game, did not dare to face this unreasonable gap. But soon, they realized that he had planned this battle in advance. He deliberately used fire attribute attacks in order to induce the boss to mutate so as to double the reward. It's all a setup. He's not an ordinary player at all. He is the boss standing at the top of the game. Su Meng said with a gloomy face. Several people quickly put on smiling faces, complimented him and came forward, hoping to take the opportunity to build a relationship with him. Brother, you are awesome. We will remember your life-saving grace. Can you take us flying when you have time? Brother, what's your name in the game? Maybe we've heard it before. Chen Yan ignored them and just turned around and left calmly. They are not on the same level as me and are not worthy of friendship. A cold light flashed in Su Meng's eyes. He must have a lot of top-notch items on him. The equipment dropped by the boss alone would be worth at least over 100 million if sold. If we can't handle him, just call more people. He immediately contacted his acquaintances and called on his brothers to hunt Chen Yan together. At this time, Chen Yan had just put on the newly acquired epic equipment, firework tree clothes. This piece of equipment has extremely strong attributes, providing high defense and attack, as well as fire resistance, which makes his combat power surge again. Current panel, level 1, level 43, Constitution, 60, Agility, 55, Super, 50. Attack plus 130, Defense plus 350, Combat power rating 32 stars. At the current stage, such attributes are almost invincible and can easily crush all low-level transcendents. At the same time, the system pops up a prompt. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the world to wear epic equipment. Trading space is now open. Chen Yan casually opened the trading channel, and the first thing he paid attention to was the money exchange, 100 yuan equals 1 gold. The channel then exploded with all the players discussing who this mysterious boss was. At this time, the fire goddess Red Spirit in the skyscraper. In real life, it was Yi Hongling, the general's daughter, who also noticed the news. She smiled slightly. Bu Yu, you can escape for a while, but can you hide from me forever in reality? Chen Yan, who was sneezing, received a WeChat message from Qi Ling. I guess you are the recipient of the epic equipment, right? Chen Yan played dumb. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. But Qi Ling's tracking skills were amazing. He could even use the changes in the city's firelight as clues to locate the location. Just a few words made Chen Yan break out in a cold sweat. She even joked, if you guess correctly, I'll send you a photo of your legs. Chen Yan, don't send these. I only send them to you, baby. Chen Yan decided to sell the Demon Hunter talent card while the market was hot. Although this card will become popular in the future, now is the window to make money. He offered 10,000 gold, which is equivalent to 1 million in reality. Sure enough, a player named Huang Long placed the order without hesitation, and the transaction was completed instantly. This is the bonus of being one step ahead. Others are still worrying about a few ordinary equipment. He has made millions with one card. Then, he used the high-level skill scroll. Unlocked a powerful word spirit that even shocked himself, sequence 127, death. This skill not only deprives the enemy of vision, but also greatly increases attack power. Killing the enemy can also permanently strengthen it. This was his trump card skill that he was supposed to unlock in the later stages, but now that he had obtained it ahead of time, it was a huge profit. However, he also sensed the murderous intent in the dark. He found that there were at least 5 people following him secretly, obviously helpers called by the 3 men. Chen Yan cannot take action at his current location, otherwise he will likely be tracked and located by Qi Ling. So, he began to shift the battlefield, luring the enemy into remote mountains and forests for concentrated encirclement and killing. He found us. It's okay, we have more people, let's see where he runs. Su Meng kept mobilizing manpower, claiming that 50 extraordinary people had arrived one after another. They all want to share that epic wealth on Chen Yan. Get him, and we'll all turn the tables. Chen Yan ran for nearly 20 kilometers and arrived at the barren mountains outside the city. He finally found a natural cave and prepared to set up a counterattack. As soon as I entered the cave, I was startled by a female voice, "Who's there?" In the firelight, a girl with an innocent face was squatting injured with an alert look on her face. After Chen Yan saw her clearly, he said in surprise, "You are, Qin Yu." The other party was stunned and immediately lowered his head to cover up. "You recognized the wrong person." But Chen Yan opened his phone and showed a photo. The charming female singer Qin Yu, right? The girl was so angry that she was shaking. Her identity was exposed and she could no longer pretend. Chen Yan didn't expect to meet this popular idol, his little fangirl, in this place. Qin Yu was injured, and Chen Yan just asked her a question lightly and told her to leave quickly. The girl didn't expect him to be so cold and indifferent that he couldn't even show sympathy to women. "I won't leave." Qin Yu stood there angrily. Chen Yan reminded him seriously, "There are 50 people outside who are trying to kill me. If you don't leave, you might die." Qin Yu still didn't believe it, so he walked out of the cave to check, and sure enough, he saw a large group of people outside surrounding the entire mountain. She was stunned. It was actually true. She hurriedly asked for passage, but was teased and humiliated by the crowd. "This girl is good. Is she the singer Qin Yu? She should taste good." Her face turned pale, and realizing that she could not escape her fate, she hurried back to the cave. "I'm finished." She cried and threw herself into Chen Yan's arms, blaming him for the consequences. Chen Yan had no choice but to comfort her and tell her not to panic. "Why are you here?" Qin Yu cried and said that she originally wanted to play a dungeon. As a result, he accidentally hid in a cave to recuperate, but he didn't expect to encounter this incident. At this moment, everyone outside the mountain was ready to take action. Brother Dao is the leader, and Su Meng proposes to use the Flame Dragon Scroll to kill Chen Yan to prevent future troubles. 10 people chanted the spell together, the scroll was activated, and the flames gathered into a giant dragon in the air, roaring into the sky and rushing into the cave in an instant. The entire mountain shook violently, flames burned the air, and the entrance to the cave exploded. "You're dead now." Qin Yu was shaking with fear. Chen Yen said nothing but, "Come here if you want to live." But before she could move, a huge rock fell down and knocked her unconscious. Chen Yen could only pick her up. A flaming tornado struck, engulfing the entire cave in flames. The 50 people outside looked at the flames in the sky and applauded. Solved. Brother Dao was proud, and Su Meng also smiled happily. This wave of rewards belongs to us. However, the next moment, a figure slowly walked out from the ruins. Chen Yen was unharmed and was holding the unconscious Qin Yu in his arms. The whole place was silent and everyone's faces changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. How come he is okay? Even if it was a scroll bombing, this kind of attack could instantly kill players below level 70, but he didn't even have his clothes damaged. Fear spread like a tide, and everyone retreated. Kill him. Su Meng finally shouted to break the silence, but no one dared to take action. Chen Yen said coldly, "If you don't move, I will move." The black shadow under his feet spread rapidly, and the word spirit, death, was activated. In an instant, the entire area was plunged into pitch-black darkness. "I can't see." What happened? There were screams of terror, but no one could escape. In the darkness, the shadow of the Grim Reaper slowly emerged, holding a sickle. Chen Yen entered the state of being possessed by the god of death, and his attack power increased 3 times. He transformed into a hunting machine, reaping lives in the darkness, 1 life at a time. Every kill also permanently enhances the death possession. In just 30 seconds, the wailing continued and the air was filled with the smell of burnt blood. And the 3 friends of Qin Yu who were hiding in the distance. I could only listen to the screams in the cave and didn't even dare to look. When the darkness receded, the ground was covered with blood. None of the 50 people survived, the ground was littered with debris, and only Chen Yen was still standing steadily in the middle of the sea of corpses. His expression was calm, as if he had just swept up fallen leaves. Death is not just a skill, it will also deprive him of emotions for a short period of time, turning him into a cold-blooded hunter. In 30 seconds, he was the definition of killing. At this moment, the system keeps popping up rewards. Obtain common equipment, bronze helmet. Obtain the excellent equipment, Lingxi earrings. Obtain the skill scroll, fireball. Obtain the skill scroll, half moon slash. Obtain material, sun wolf skin. The harvest was explosive as the crops were harvested and sorted out during the years. At this time, Qin Yu's 3 friends were also looking at him in astonishment from a distance. One of them suddenly remembered something and his face changed drastically. "I've seen this ability." He is speechless. The other 2 were shocked. The world's #1 player is silent. Yes. Only he can use this word spirit. He was able to kill 1,000 enemies in that national war by himself, thanks to this. They were shaking with excitement. If they could hold on to this thigh, they wouldn't have to worry about the rest of their lives. Chen Yen glanced around and said calmly, "Enough of peeking, you can come out now." The 3 men appeared, crawling and tumbling, as if they were facing a great enemy, with faces full of fear. "Brother, we didn't mean it. We are Yu's friends, we won't leak the secret." Chen Yen just smiled faintly and didn't embarrass them, but his tone still contained a warning. "Keep your mouth shut, understand?" "Understood. We must keep it a secret." The 3 of them nodded vigorously. Chen Yen had them pile the bodies into a pile, then released a fire explosion to burn all traces. Just as he finished, Qin Yu was awakened by the smoke and coughed twice. Chen Yen followed the team silently, as low-key as air. Just now, he successfully synthesized a rare skill, Escape from the Sky Spirit Snake. This is an invisible snake that can strike enemies with great precision, comparable to a flexible assassination-type summoned beast. Qin Yu just woke up and was surprised that he was unharmed. She glanced around to make sure everyone was there, then asked in confusion. "What about those who attacked us?" The fat man quickly evaded the question. "We chased them all away. We were just bluffing." But in reality, Chen Yan had cleaned up the entire place silently, and was now burning the bodies as if nothing had happened. Okay, then I won't ask any more questions. Qin Yu's eyes fell on Chen Yan. In a dissatisfied tone, he said, "Hey, you haven't thanked us for saving you yet." Chen Yan smiled, "Thank you." His serious expression was unexpectedly handsome, causing Qin Yu to blush. "Since you understand, then tell me, how are you going to repay us?" The three people nearby changed their expressions instantly and tried to smooth things over. "Sister Yu, we are close friends, stop joking. Are you speaking for outsiders?" Qin Yu said excitedly. "I found a copy, it's just ahead, follow me." She brought the four of them to the edge of a ruin, where there was indeed a chaotic vortex. "Copies are usually refreshed randomly, this is incredible luck," everyone exclaimed. "Hey, why did you bring him along?" Qin Yu frowned and pointed at Chen Yan. "There's strength in numbers," the teammate explained with a smile. Qin Yu rolled his eyes, but finally nodded. "Okay, but you must follow my instructions in the dungeon." Chen Yan responded gently, "I'll listen to you." Afterwards, the group touched the vortex at the same time and were sucked into the copy space, Fire Abyss. As soon as you enter the dungeon, there is hot magma and fire monsters everywhere, and the environment is extremely harsh. But with the cooperation of several people, the monsters were quickly cleared out. Chen Yan kept a low profile throughout, secretly studying the skill scrolls. After 9 scrolls were synthesized in 3 rounds, the rare skill, Escape from the Sky Spirit Snake, was finally activated. He silently memorized the usage of this new word spirit, and on the surface remained calm as usual. "You've been slacking off all the time." Qin Yu finally couldn't help but complain. The 3 teammates suddenly felt their scalps tingling. "Sister Yu, you are so brave. Do you know who you are talking about?" "That's the silent boss." "Don't mind, Sister Yu. We can handle this kind of monster." Everyone smiled awkwardly and explained for Chen Yan. "Have you been bribed?" Qin Yu muttered, obviously still in a bad mood. They pushed forward to the deepest part of the dungeon, and before them was a pool of roiling lava. "Is this the end?" Qin Yu frowned. Before he could finish his words, the magma suddenly exploded, and a volcanic giant stepped out of the fire, with overwhelming pressure. "This guy must be of a very high level, right? Can we beat him?" Qin Yu hesitated and took a half step back. "Don't be afraid, leave it to us." The 3 of them looked relaxed and comforted her. The battle broke out instantly, the lava giant attacked violently, and magma splashed all around. Qin Yu reacted extremely quickly, shooting several arrows in succession, and a green arrow hit the enemy. At the same time, Chen Yan quietly released the Escape Spirit Snake, which accurately hit the giant's head and directly cut off a piece of it. Qin Yu mistakenly thought it was his own achievement and was very excited. "My arrow is so powerful." The teammates looked at each other in bewilderment, thinking, "Do you really think you are the main output?" Chen Yan coordinated with her attacks, the spirit snake continued to attack, and the body of the fire giant collapsed piece by piece. Finally, it fell down with a loud bang and sank completely into the magma. "Congratulations on killing boss, Fire Rock Giant. Gene Energy plus 900, level increased to 45. Obtain epic equipment, Firework Bow. Skill Scroll, Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. Talent Card, Elemental Shooter." Chen Yan looked at the reward panel. This was simply a complete set tailor-made for archers. "What did you get?" Qin Yu asked excitedly. "Rare armor. Advanced scrolls." Teammates showed off their spoils one after another. "Hey, you didn't take anything, did you?" Qin Yu looked at Chen Yan. Chen Yan responded calmly, "Yes." The next second, a bow burning with flames appeared in his hand, and the whole body was shining like fire feathers. The whole place fell silent instantly, even Qin Yu's eyes widened. Chen Yan took out the firework bow from his backpack. The epic equipment shines brightly like burning flames, which is quite eye-catching. The moment Qin Yu saw this new equipment, his eyes became brighter than the stars. This is not ordinary equipment, but a legendary epic level. The world's first piece has just come out, and he has actually got the second piece. Several teammates secretly speculated, could it be that he was the one who revealed the first one? Facing everyone's surprised looks, Chen Yan just smiled calmly, "Maybe I'm just lucky." Qin Yu couldn't help it. She was obviously the main force in killing the boss, but she didn't get the bow. I was the one who killed him, how did you get it? Chen Yan continued to respond calmly, you want it? Qin Yu was stunned, nodded quickly, and stammered out what he wanted. I am an archer, of course I want. Then buy it. Chen Yan responded calmly. 3 million. Not for sale. 5 million. Not enough. 10 million, this is all my savings. Qin Yu's eyes turned red with anxiety. She was not playing tricks, she was the one who found the copy. She was the one fighting the boss, Chen Yan just joined in the middle. Chen Yan seemed unmoved, with a smile on his face, I have a condition. What? Be my girlfriend in name only. This sentence made Qin Yu explode, and even her friends were shocked. Chen Yan didn't care about other people's reactions and continued to explain calmly. Having a nominal girlfriend can help him reduce trouble, especially avoid those rich and beautiful girls who are desperately trying to pay for him. More importantly, he could avoid Yi Hongling, the woman who was looking for him all over the world. Although Qin Yu is beautiful, she is just a shield in Chen Yan's eyes. Don't get me wrong, I have no interest in you, it's just in name only. This sentence made Qin Yu completely lose his defense. What do you mean by not interested? Do you look down on me? Okay, I promise you, she replied angrily. Chen Yan nodded, it's a pleasure working with you. Then he handed over the firework bow. Qin Yu checked the attributes of the equipment. It had high attack, strong bonus, and an additional fire enchantment effect. It was simply amazing. This equipment was like giving her a seaside villa. She suddenly felt that Chen Yan wasn't so annoying after all. I just kept on thinking, I will make him regret saying, I'm not interested in me, in the future. After handing in the equipment, Chen Yan left alone and sorted out the loot that had dropped from the dungeon. He knew that he had used his spiritual power too much and the extraordinary strength in his body was a little tight, so he had to find time to rest. Returning to the city, Chen Yan found that the city's order had been initially restored. Players of the game, Disaster, became powerful people in reality, and a large number of people awakened their talents and established a new order. Ordinary people can also purchase talent cards to start practicing. The era of extraordinary people has officially arrived. Returning to the villa area, Chen Yan happened to meet his neighbor Lu Si. Where have you been? I was so worried. Lu Si trotted over, eyes full of concern. Chen Yan smiled and responded, I went out for a walk. Then come to my house for dinner. I just cooked beef noodles. Chen Yan did not refuse and followed Lu Si to her house, where they ate and chatted. Lu Si comes from a single-parent family and has lived independently since childhood. After hearing this, Chen Yan nodded silently. He is in the same situation. His parents divorced and he was kicked out of home. He has to be self-reliant and support himself by playing games. After listening to his experience, Lu Si's eyes were gentle, come to my house to eat when you are hungry in the future, you are welcome. Thank you, Sister Si. Chen Yan received a strange phone call just after returning home from dinner. The other party claimed to be Lu Xingqian, the son of his stepmother. He is also the current CEO of the family company Annual Ring Real Estate. Call me brother. I'm Dad's new favorite. Chen Yan frowned. This guy actually asked him to join the company to help out. A monthly salary of 100,000 is a chance for you to mend your ways. The other party's tone was playful, as if he was giving alms. Chen Yan sneered, the equipment he sold was usually more than this price, and he was disdainful to respond. I wish you good luck in signing the contract. He hung up the phone calmly. Looking at his phone, he suddenly opened a game group. Group name, Shanhe Yangan. This is the top guild he established in Disaster. Although there are few members in the group, each of them is extraordinary. Rich people, entrepreneurs, live broadcasting bosses, executives of Fortune 100 companies, none of them is an ordinary person. As the world's #1 player, Chen Yan rarely speaks, but when he does, the whole audience explodes. Fuck. Brother Buyu is online. The boss has spoken, brothers are excited. Brother Yu, are you the one who got the epic bow? Brother, I'll charter a plane to treat you to a meal, do you want to come? With just a few words, the group was in an uproar. At this time, the administrator, Xiao Qi, came online and muted everyone with one click. Xiao Qi, also known as Su Jinyu in real life, is the daughter of a top 100 group and the strongest female swordsman in Dragon Country. She only spoke for one person in the group, without saying anything, and that was Chen Yan. Xiao Qi, Brother Buyu, please speak. Chen Yan distributed the looted equipment to his brothers. Although the quality is average, it is enough to improve people's morale and consolidate relationships. He handled the matter in a low-key manner, and everyone was grateful, adding to UGE's reputation. After sending out the equipment, he asked in the group if anyone had any real estate connections. As soon as the news came out, it became a hot topic and everyone rushed to recommend themselves. It's a great fortune to be able to help Chen Yan, it's full of opportunities. Chen Yan finally named Big Goose. This person was so excited. He immediately promised to spend a lot of money to disrupt the billion-dollar project that Chen Yan wanted to destroy. Even the shares were willing to be given up. The other party ordered to interfere with Annual Ring Real Estate and directly intercepted the transaction. On that day, in the conference room of Nianluan Real Estate, Lu Xingchen was proudly waiting for customers. He felt that if he got this business, he would not only be able to gain a firm foothold in the board of directors, but also gain his father's attention. The secretary served tea and smiled, and Lu Xingchen looked very proud. He imagined that the person who came tonight to celebrate his success was not a client, but a secretary. He announced the cancellation of the cooperation on the spot, and the reason was like a bolt from the blue. The other party said that a company had acquired the same project for 1.5 billion, so they had no choice but to turn to cooperation. This made Lu Xingchen dumbfounded. He questioned where the profit came from. But he was ruthlessly rejected, and he collapsed on the chair, as if he had been hit hard. He was so confident about this business that he signed a bet agreement with his father, stating that he would lose his position as CEO if he failed. The client turned against him at the last minute, pushing him to the brink of collapse, and he kept muttering, "How is this possible?" to himself. The cell phone rang and a message jumped into my eyes. Did you enjoy the contract negotiation? The sender was Chen Yan. This simple sentence hit him hard in the heart like a club. Lu Xingchen suddenly realized, it was him. He couldn't believe that Chen Yan had such power, but the facts were before him. With the last bit of luck, he called his new partner. But the other party hung up ruthlessly with a single word, "I'm busy," without even saying his name, and his phone was dropped. He finally understood that the waste he once despised was no longer someone he could control. When the goose learned that the mission was completed, it immediately reported. He is a business owner, but now he is willing to be a licker. I wish I could just let Chen Yan handle everything, just asking for a favor and future opportunities. Chen Yan simply replied, "I owe you a favor," and the big goose suddenly felt that it was worth 1,000 gold. He excitedly showed off in the group and immediately won the worship of countless people. Chen Yan was too lazy to respond. He no longer took Lu Xingchen seriously. What he is really concerned about is the future development of the path of the extraordinary. The school group announced that classes will resume and a military department will be established. This is a symbol of the country's efforts to rebuild order, and everyone will be guided into a new era. Chen Yan received a call from Qin Yu, who wanted him to accompany him to Linhai University to attend the opening ceremony of the military department. Chen Yan was stunned. That was also the school he attended. Obviously, this was the result of matchmaking by several of the other party's friends. Qin Yu made her request hesitantly and complained that her agent asked her boyfriend to escort her throughout the trip. Chen Yan calmly agreed to the agreed time, which made Qin Yu feel relieved. A little tsundere with a hint of girlish emotions. The next day, Chen Yan changed into a clean t-shirt and jeans, looking refreshed and handsome. He took a taxi to school, but got stuck in a traffic jam due to the sudden increase in traffic. It turned out that a large number of extraordinary people came to take the military science examination. The taxi driver struck up a conversation and said that being a superhuman was dangerous and it would be better to live a down-to-earth life. He also mentioned that his relatives had died in battle. Chen Yan simply responded indifferently, "Someone has to carry the burden and move forward." Suddenly, the manhole cover exploded, and a group of black tentacles suddenly stretched out, sucking the little girl who was crossing the road into the well. The street was suddenly in chaos, with screams coming one after another and the child's mother crying heartbreakingly. The people around were so scared that they ran away, and no one dared to approach. The driver was so scared that he was stunned. Chen Yan said nothing, put on a mask, opened the car door, and jumped into the sewer. Driver is confused. The boy moved too fast. So fast that before he could even react, he had already jumped into the sewer. What just happened? A boy jumped in, I saw it. Is he trying to kill himself? There's a monster in there. People were talking about it and taking out their mobile phones to shoot videos of the sewer. Only the mother who lost her daughter was crying nearby. As soon as Chen Yan entered the dark and damp sewer, he heard a girl's scream coming from deep inside. The monster was moving very fast, and it seemed that it wanted to drag the girl into the depths and eat her. There was no time to waste. Word spirit, escape spirit snake. Obscure syllables burst out from Chen Yan's mouth. Chen Yan stepped on the invisible spirit snake and used it to chase quickly. After going about 200 meters deep, he finally saw the figure of the monster. A giant black octopus. Go. The flying snake shot out into the air, and after 2 moves, it broke the octopus's tentacles. The entangled girl also fell down. The octopus felt pain and wanted to escape, but Chen Yan would never allow it to get away and ordered the void snake to attack again. After a while, the giant octopus had dozens of bloody holes on its body and died on the spot. Solved. Only then did Chen Yan quickly hurry to the girl's side. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. The girl was still crying loudly. Not only was she greatly frightened, but she was also hurt from the fall. Her pretty skirt was covered in dirty water, and her fair little face was covered in stinky water and dirt. Which child can bear it? It's okay, dear, I'll take you back to find mom. Woo woo. To comfort the little girl, Chen Yan wouldn't spend a penny. So he had to hold the girl in his arms, comfort her with words, and slowly walk her back. Listen to my brother, everything is fine now, we will go out right away. Chen Yan looked at the time and was afraid that he would not be able to pick up Qin Yu in time, which made him feel a little sorry for her. But she didn't dare to let the girl be frightened again, and after comforting her along the way, the girl finally stopped crying. Thank you, brother. She sniffed and looked aggrieved. So good. Soon, we approached the sewer entrance. Chen Yan knew without thinking that the place was already surrounded by people. Not only ordinary people, but perhaps also law enforcement officers and a group of reporters. Once he shows up, he will definitely be reported. Absolutely not. Appearing on TV will inevitably increase the risk of exposure. After Chen Yan's identity is exposed, he will surely become the focus of the whole world. Not only will countless girls pursue him madly, but for all countries he will be a greater threat than nuclear weapons. Brother will take you here, go ahead, run wherever you want. The girl ran towards the exit. Chen Yan was preparing to go out the other way, as long as he didn't attract anyone's attention. Get out of the way, everyone. Uniformed law enforcement officers rushed to the scene, set up a cordon and isolated the crowd. Many reporters who heard the news had gathered around. According to the people, a little girl was captured by a monster and dragged into the sewer not long ago. A boy who was suspected to be a supernatural being went down to rescue her, but the result is unknown. Our reporter will continue to report on the follow-up, please continue to pay attention. Suddenly, a law enforcement officer shouted loudly. Look, the kid is back. What? Quick, rescue her. Soon, the little girl was rescued to the ground by law enforcement officers. Although he was covered in dirt, he didn't seem to be injured. Xiao Ku. Mother. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried, and many people at the scene couldn't help but feel a sore nose. Reporters also took pictures of this scene. It is now 9:20. The little girl has been rescued safely and is not injured. I just don't know where that kind person has gone. The people around were also confused. Yeah, where is that young man? Why can't I see him? Why hasn't he come out after so long? The young man should be praised for doing a good deed. If it weren't for him, maybe this mother and daughter would never see each other again. Faced with everyone's inquiries, the little girl told the truth and said that the brother had passed away. My dear daughter, please go to the hospital with the doctor for a checkup first, okay? No, I also want to thank my brother. My mother said that we must have a grateful heart, the little girl said stubbornly. So everyone was in a dilemma. They couldn't find the guy at all. How could they thank him? At this time, the driver rushed out. I know. The guy just now was in my car. He was going to Linhai University to register. When the reporters heard the news, their eyes lit up. If we can go directly to Linhai University to find that young man and report the first-hand information, it will definitely be on tomorrow's hot search and become a hit. Mother, can we go with you to Linhai University? You can thank him, and we also want to interview him. Well. Surrounded by reporters, the mother and son were put into a car and rushed to Linhai University. Qin Yu didn't wait for Chen Yen. At first, she was standing alone at the side of the Lin University gate carrying a heavy suitcase and did not attract much attention. Because she was wearing a mask too. But her temperament and figure are really outstanding. A jasmine white halter dress highlights her graceful figure and slender calves, her snow-white skin is flawless, and her beautiful wavy long hair is scattered freely behind her. How could such a beauty not be approached when she walks on the street? The reason why Qin Yu wanted Chen Yen to pick her up was that she didn't want to be approached and cause some trouble. Unexpectedly, Chen Yen did not arrive on time at all. Beauty, are you here to report as well? How about I help you with your suitcase? You're welcome. Qin Yu could only deal with waves of approaching people by herself until she was finally recognized. She is Qin Yu. Is it the newly debuted female singer Qin Yu? Damn. No wonder she has such a good temperament. I didn't expect she would come to our Linda too, ha 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 ha. Hurry, go take a picture. TSK, this beauty is enough to stun a crowd even with a mask on. As the crowd gathered, Qin Yu felt like a monkey under the spotlight, and could only stand there and let people take pictures of him. She turned on her cell phone, found Chen Yen's number, and called him angrily. The number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment, please wait. Humph, a scumbag who doesn't keep his word. Qin Yu had always felt a little guilty after receiving the epic equipment from Chen Yen last time, so when she came to see Chen Yen this time, she specially prepared a gift. The gift was a valuable watch, a custom-made one with her own signature, which her fans couldn't even get. Just put it in the suitcase. Unexpectedly, Chen Yen didn't even come. Well, after all, we are a couple in name only. In the end, it was the school security who dispersed the crowd and sent Qin Yu back into the school. Chapter 18. The whole school commends Chen Yen. In the Wuka Class 1 classroom, hundreds of talented people gathered, ready to take the test. Breaking news. Qin Yu has come to our school. Zundu, fake do, is this the Qin Yu I was thinking of? The female singer who debuted with her looks? Yes, that's her. She used to play Disaster, but now she's become a transcendent and is coming to our school, Wuda, for further studies. Fuck, I didn't expect to be able to get close to the white moonlight in a man's heart, it's so cool. Hearing the news, Xia Wen frowned subconsciously. As the campus belle of Lin University, she has always been the center of attention. The boys who have pursued her can line up from the cafeteria to the canteen, but she has always used her purity and singleness as her selling point and does not accept anyone's pursuit. The feeling of raising many fish at the same time makes her feel superior as the center of the world, which is very cool. But Qin Yu came. Then the so-called school belle title will probably change hands. 2 days ago, Xia Wen took the initiative to let the rich second-generation Sun Jing sleep with her, and only then did she get the talent card, Wind Magician, and successfully became a transcendent. I originally wanted to rely on Sun Jing to climb up, but I can't let him get out of control. A girl in a white halter dress walked into the classroom. It was Qin Yu. As soon as she came in, the classroom became quiet. The boys wanted to dig their eyeballs out and were reluctant to take their eyes off her, as if they were attracted by a magnet. Fuck, she's even prettier than on TV. This figure and skin are so well maintained, is she really an extraordinary person? She is worthy of being the white moonlight of thousands of men, so beautiful. The brilliance of Xia Wen, the so-called school belle, immediately dimmed, just like candlelight encountering moonlight, it was completely unable to compete with it. She couldn't help but grit her teeth, because even Sun Jing, who had just slept with her, was almost drooling at this moment. Before today, Sun Jinka was also his suitor. Damn it. She gritted her teeth secretly. But she never expected that Sun Jing had actually walked towards Qin Yu in front of her. Hello, my name is Sun Jing, and my talent is Beast Tamer. Sun Jing had a confident smile on his face. He believed that as long as he reported his talent, he would be able to attract Qin Yu's attention. Beastmaster is one of the rare talents. This talent was acquired by his family at a great cost, which allowed him to be one step ahead of others and stay at the forefront of the times. His family was rich, and he had outstanding talents and profession, so he was a superior person wherever he went. Since Chinyu has come to Linda, it would be a good thing to pick her up. Who doesn't want to sleep with the white moonlight in countless men's hearts? Oh. Unexpectedly, Chinyu's reaction was quite cold. She felt endless resentment towards Chen Yan in her heart and was in no mood to care about others. Sun Jing was poured with a basin of cold water. His expression became a little tense and he forced a smile. By the way, Xiaoyu, the instructor for today's test is my dad's friend. If you have any questions, you can come to me and I'll help you with it. Oh no, thank you. Qin Yu's answer remained calm. Sun Jing then walked back with a gloomy face. It was the first time he experienced the failure of trying to strike up a conversation with someone. Do you really think you can get away with being a female celebrity? You're so arrogant. I don't believe that I can't do anything to a girl like you. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in military boots walked into the classroom. Trample. 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 His heavy footsteps seemed to be filled with lead, his camouflage short-sleeved shirt was bulging with muscles, and there were 2 scars on his face. He looked like someone who was not someone to be trifled with. This is a strong man who has fought monsters many times. Shut up. These 2 words silenced the hundreds of people in the classroom. My name is Jiang Lai. I'm a gifted Qigong master, level 35 of the first stage. I'm your executive instructor for this test. Level 35. Hearing this word, the whole class couldn't help but gasp. This level is definitely among the best in the world. I wonder how many monsters the instructor has hunted to reach such a high level. He is definitely a ruthless person. No matter who you are, since you have decided to sign up for the military department, then you should obey me. Roll call. In a serious atmosphere, the roll call began. Everyone shouted, "Here," cautiously, and didn't even dare to meet the instructor's gaze, for fear of being eaten. Chen Yan. The classroom is quiet. Chen Yan. The classroom was eerily quiet. Everyone realized one thing, the time had not come yet. Xia Wen's lips curled up slightly in a smile. This bootlicker actually dared to be late. That would be terrible. This instructor had a bad temper at first glance. Bang! The instructor slapped the table, creating a noticeable dent in the hard surface. If you know Chen Yan, you can tell him that he doesn't need to come, and he'll go to the next one. When Sun Jing's name was called, the instructor's face softened. He was specifically instructed to take good care of Sun Jing. Just as the roll call was over, there was a crisp knock on the door. If it's not Chen Yan, then who could it be? Qin Yu's gaze moved over immediately, with surprise in his eyes. Sorry, I'm late because of something on the way. Chen Yan didn't say this to the instructor, but to Qin Yu, apologizing for standing him up before. As for the instructor, he didn't take him seriously at all. But what greeted him was a loud shout. Who allowed you in? Get out. The deafening sound, like the roar of a wild beast, made everyone tremble violently. This Chen Yan is in trouble. It's what he deserves. The military department has just been established and the instructors must establish their authority. It seems that the instructor wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Chen Yan will definitely be the first chicken, the unlucky guy. Most of the students were gloating. He was showing off to me before, but now he's like this. Xia Wen couldn't help laughing out loud, thinking that this man was destined to be a servile person. He thought that after the game merged with the world, this dead otaku like him would be able to make some progress, but he didn't expect that he would still be a useless piece of mud. I overestimate him. Just then, the radio sounded. Announcement: Chen Yan, a student from the Wuka Class 1, bravely rescued a girl who was captured by a monster on the road today. His bravery and selflessness are worthy of learning for everyone. We hereby commend him. Announcement: Chen Yan, a student from the Wuka Class 1, bravely rescued a girl who was captured by a monster on the road today. His bravery and selflessness are worthy of learning for everyone. We hereby commend him. The broadcast resounded throughout the school. The classroom suddenly became abuzz with discussion. What? Chen Yan saved someone on the road? Fuck it, it's true, check out the trending news. Someone immediately opened their phone to check the trending searches and saw a piece of news that was gaining popularity. A girl was caught by a monster and dragged into the sewer. A brave boy rescued her without leaving his name. Below are a bunch of pictures taken at the scene, including one of a teenager wearing a mask. His figure is exactly the same as Chen Yen. Qin Yu's frown gradually relaxed. He wasn't able to pick me up on time because he was saving someone on the road. The instructor had a gloomy face and looked a little ugly. Just then, footsteps were suddenly heard in the corridor. Come, in front is the newly established military science class 1. The person you are looking for should be there. That kid is always willing to help others. You media should report and praise him this time. The principal's voice. Chapter 19. Qin Yu is Chen Yan's girlfriend. That's right, the president of Lin University is here. At the same time, he also brought a group of reporters, the mother and daughter of the person involved, and even the driver. Because only the driver remembered Chen Yan's appearance. Chen Yan's real name was also found out from the driver's taxi record. I will call Chen Yan out later. Please wait for a moment. This guy did good things without leaving his name. He has good moral character. If students from my school do good deeds that are brave and righteous and it is reported by the media, it will be extremely beneficial to the school's publicity. Of course the principal would be more than happy to do so. What's more, among these people there are reporters from the official news TV station, which means they are truly distinguished guests. Come on everyone, we're here. As soon as the principal led everyone out of the classroom, he saw Chen Yan still standing outside and immediately frowned. Why are you standing outside instead of going in? Principal, I was late and the instructor wouldn't let me in. Chen Yan answered truthfully. When the instructor inside heard this, his face couldn't help but twitch twice. The principal didn't know that he was Chen Yan, so his face immediately darkened. Being punished for being late. This is a bad phenomenon, and it brought shame to the school in front of so many reporters. Suddenly, there was a scream from behind, and it was the taxi driver who spoke. That's him. He's the brave little brother. At the same time, the little girl who was being led by the hand also recognized the older brother and called out timidly. Brother, thank you. The mother walked over even faster, kept thanking Chen Yan, and even had tears in her eyes. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The reporters couldn't bear it any longer and immediately took out their cameras and started filming. Various flashes of light flashed across Chen Yan's face. Oh, it's over. Now it seems like this has to be on TV, oh well. Since it is unavoidable, I have to at least find some other cover-ups so as not to expose my identity as silent. You are Chen Yan. Good boy. The principal was even more outrageous. He directly performed a Sichuan opera face-changing and patted Chen Yan's shoulder with a smile on his face. Student Chen Yan, your brave and anonymous behavior is worthy of learning from by all students. This is also the purpose of establishing the Military Science Department of Linhai University. Let those who are able help the weak and maintain peace in our homeland. Today, on behalf of the school, I will award Chen Yan a bonus of 50,000 yuan. The principal announced loudly. There was immediate applause from all around. The students in the classroom were already stunned. Previously, many people gloated over Chen Yan's misfortune and laughed at him for being late on the first day and being used as a chicken to scare the monkeys. But who knew that there would be such an unexpected turn of events? It turned out that he was delayed because of rescuing someone and missed the roll call. When Xia Wen saw Chen Yan being praised so highly, she felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't even utter a word, as if ants were crawling on her body. Aged. That person was his loyal pursuer not long ago. But not now. Seeing how successful he is now, Xia Wen certainly feels uncomfortable, because she cannot benefit from it, and she also feels a sense of regret for having misjudged. Yes, she never thought that Chen Yan was so capable. At this moment, all the sadness and grievances in Qin Yu's heart have disappeared completely. It turns out that Chen Yan was not late on his own initiative, but was late to save someone. This is a good thing, a serious matter. Of course Qin Yu fully understood and supported it, so he suddenly felt extremely happy and even had a faint sense of pride. After all, this is her nominal boyfriend. Reporters gathered around and started asking questions. Excuse me, why did you leave in a hurry after saving the person? The reporter from the official TV station handed over the microphone. Chen Yan thought about it and suddenly an idea came to him. Doing good deeds is not done for the sake of getting rewards. This is the inspiration I got from my girlfriend, who also donated money anonymously to the disaster area. When the reporters heard this, they were overjoyed. According to common experience, these young boys are usually shy in front of the camera, and their answers are hesitant and perfunctory. Therefore, the effect of the interview was average and failed to arouse much discussion. But this boy named Chen Yan is obviously different. His answer was very thoughtful and extensible. For example, now it has been extended to girlfriend, which is definitely a good thing. After hearing this, Xia Wen's mind went blank and she was dumbfounded. Girlfriend? Impossible. Chen Yan was pursuing me a few days ago, how could he have a girlfriend? So, Mr. Chen, your girlfriend is a classmate of yours. Can we meet her? In the classroom, Qin Yu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Chen Yan smiled and said, of course, she is in the classroom. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes followed Chen Yan's gaze. All eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. People's eyes were filled with disbelief. Qin Yu is Chen Yan's girlfriend? This is too far-fetched. One is a otaku who had no sense of existence before today, and the other is the white moon in the hearts of countless men. Even novels don't dare to be written like this. The rich second-generation Sun Jing subconsciously clenched his fists. The thing he hated most in his life was that the woman he liked was taken away by someone else. However, when he saw Qin Yu stand up and walk out, his eyes suddenly widened and he was furious. Xia Wen subconsciously tensed up all over, watching this girl, who was better than her in every aspect, walk towards Chen Yan. With every step, her pride was shattered to pieces. Impossible, how is this possible, why would he, otaku, do this? Her eyes widened with bloodshot. Qin Yu lowered his head and stared at his toes. She was no longer afraid of the camera, she was just shy. She didn't expect Chen Yan to do this suddenly. Qin Yu. It's really Qin Yu, oh my god. The reporters were immediately overjoyed. They didn't expect that interviewing Chen Yan would bring them such an unexpected gain. Female singer Qin Yu. This is someone you can't usually interview. I didn't expect that she already has a boyfriend, and it's not just a rumor, but a fact. It's so explosive. Excuse me, Miss Qin, when did you start dating? Miss Qin, aren't you afraid that the scandal will affect your career? Does your agency know about this, Miss Qin? A series of questions came like a barrage of questions, and finally the school security took the reporters away, and the matter finally came to an end. The purpose of aging has been achieved. It was revealed that he had a girlfriend, and it had nothing to do with his emotionless silence. But if it is discovered, whether it is Yi Hongling or his housekeeper, Xiao Qi, they will all face a tragic Shura scene. As soon as the outsiders were sent away, the principal walked into the classroom with his hands behind his back and scolded the instructor. I told you to come here to take up this important position, but I didn't tell you to mess around. You almost ruined today's good thing, you bastard. After a long scolding, the principal looked at Chen Yan in a gentle voice, Xiao Chen, don't take today's incident to heart. Prepare well for the next test. Okay, principal. Chapter 20 Ability Test. Team formation begins. Let's go to the playground. Including Chen Yan, about 100 people were summoned to the football field. About 100 people were called to the playground to prepare for the first military science test. The purpose of the test is to understand students' talents and strengths. The outstanding ones can be recruited by the official law enforcement team and have a stable job from then on. Ordinary people can receive guidance from professionals, including growth advice, equipment selection, combat training, etc., in order to cultivate outstanding talents. As for the inferior ones, let them develop naturally. Before today, Chen Yan's plan was to just hang out and be a person with low talent, so that he could develop freely, which was also in line with the style of Buyu. But just now, he has been photographed by reporters and it will probably be reported in the news soon. I can't keep a low profile anymore. Then, Chen Yan can only choose to do the opposite and be high profile. In Disaster, Buyu is an extremely low-key person. He protects all his information strictly and doesn't even open his voice to speak. He only communicates through text. Chen Yan is creating a contrast this time, which will make it easier for him to conceal his identity. He was ready to take the test a little more seriously. On the other hand, some people are also doing sneaky things. The rich second-generation Sun Jing has a relationship with instructor Jiang Lai. While going to the toilet, Sun Jing called Jiang Lai on his cell phone. Coach Jiang, I hope you can be more serious with Chen Nian and don't hold back. It just so happens that I don't like this guy either. If possible, it would be best to break an arm or a leg. Sun Jing smiled sinisterly. When he walked out of the bathroom, he saw Qin Yu and Chen Nian walking together again, and the disgust on his face became even stronger. Jiang Lai was scolded by the principal and lost face and dignity on the spot, also because of Chen Nian. He hung up the phone, a smile on his face. The school attaches great importance to this test. In addition to the principal and leaders, there were also several bosses who had invested in Wuka. This is a talent training project and the bosses are all very forward-looking. The bosses, dressed in suits and shiny leather shoes, took their seats in the stands. One of the bosses, who was wearing sunglasses and a gray-white suit, was an old acquaintance of Chen Nian. Lu Xingchen. Before, he was the CEO of Nianluan Real Estate Company, but because he lost a billion-dollar project, he was severely criticized by Chen Nian's father Chen Huirong. Chen Huirong wanted to remove him from his position, but he could not bear his wife's frantic pleading with Lu Xingchen, so he gave his son another chance. This time, I must take back everything I lost. Lu Xingchen's vision is indeed good. He has put his next project on talent cultivation and has taken the initiative to invest in Linda, hoping to cultivate a group of talented people. Old years. When Lu Xingchen saw the figure in the crowd, he almost slammed the table and stood up on the spot. Under the sunglasses, his pupils were filled with anger. He never expected that Chen Nian also participated in this batch of military training. Oh well, what a coincidence, my dear brother. His clenched teeth slowly loosened, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again. Last time, it was probably just a coincidence. This time you have fallen into the hands of capital, so let me show you the power of capital. I hope that my father will not blame me for crippling you. Boss Lu, are you feeling unwell? The principal asked hurriedly. Fine. Lu Xingchen sat back in his seat, called the secretary beside him over, and whispered, 1 million, bribe the instructor and let him guide my lovely brother well. The test begins. You will now split into groups of 3 and take turns fighting me. You will be rated based on your performance in the battle. The highest is S level, and the lowest is E level. The higher the rating, the easier it is to get preferential treatment and key training from the government. After Jiang Lai finished explaining the rules, he suddenly took off his coat, revealing his muscular body wearing only a white vest. There were still scars on the dark and knotted muscles that had not yet healed completely. All the fellow disciples were shocked. Are you kidding me? We have to fight the instructor right from the start. Even if it's 3 against 1, it won't work. I heard that this instructor is level 35 and has a lot of combat experience. He's much stronger than us. Don't worry, the goal is definitely not for us to win, but for us to show our abilities. Just do your best. What are you waiting for? Let's form a team. When forming a team of 3, teammates are also crucial. If your teammates are strong enough, you will have more room to perform and may even be more favored. Not everyone dares to upgrade in the wild alone. Humans are social animals. They hope to seek organization, stable jobs, and more professional training. This way they will be more stable and won't be slaughtered by monsters at any time. Brother Chen, can you form a team? My talent is boxing, and I'm already level 15. Brother Anian, we have such a good relationship. I want to follow you, brother. Brother Chen, can you take me with you? For a time, Chen Nian became the focus of attention. Because he had just saved someone from a monster, everyone knew that he must be powerful, and he was immediately surrounded by the crowd. Of course, there were also many men who were horny and couldn't wait to rush to Qin Yu, wanting to team up with her. Who doesn't want to show off in front of a beautiful woman? Sorry, I have a boyfriend, I want to team up with my boyfriend. Qin Yu refused directly. I have to say, using boyfriend as a shield is really useful. As expected, when the men heard this, they immediately left with little interest, except for 2 perverts who were still saying things like, it's better to have a boyfriend. Xia Wen, the former school belle, is now ignored by everyone. In terms of appearance and figure, she was completely crushed by Qin Yu. In terms of strength, she had just recently obtained a talent career card from Sun Jing through an improper relationship, and she had no chance to practice it in actual combat. Who would look for her? What was once the focus of everyone's attention has now become a piece of unwanted dogtail grass, standing alone in the corner. She looked at Chen Yen, and all she saw was her former self. An unknown otaku with no advantages has now become the most popular person. But I will be disliked. She couldn't accept it. Why is this happening? Why? He is obviously just my dog. Suddenly, I felt a little regretful. If only I hadn't humiliated Chen Yen so much in the beginning, but instead kept him hanging and gave him some sweetness to taste. However, Xia Wen immediately dismissed this idea, twisted her hips and walked toward Sun Jing, habitually pretending to be pitiful and innocent. Brother Jing, are you still short of people here? Can you take me with you? Sun Jing frowned, are you worthy? For a rich second generation like him, the best woman is the one he can't get, such as Qin Yu. Those who have already obtained it have lost most of their interest, such as Xia Wen. You. Xia Wen's eyes were full of disbelief. She grabbed Sun Jing's clothes and said, you said you would protect me forever. Huh, I say this to all women in bed. The people around laughed. It's bad for a scumbag man and a scumbag woman to meet each other. Stay away from them and don't bring bad luck to them. Chapter 21 Chen Yen, two people are enough. Xia Wen felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Only then did she remember how good Chen Yen had been to her. He would give her mineral water after physical education class and would run to give her an umbrella when it rained. The second generation of rich people may give you temporary satisfaction, but an honest otaku will give you a sincere heart. She stood there, watching as most of the people had formed their teams. But Chen Yen's team still only had 2 people. A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Xia Wen's heart. Could this last position be the one Chen Yen specially reserved for himself? He used to be my loyal bootlicker. Even if he has a new girlfriend, he shouldn't be so heartless, right? As she was thinking about it, Xia Wen actually saw Chen Yen walking towards her. Very good. He still has me in his heart. She had even prepared some expression to accept Chen Yen's invitation, but she only felt a gust of wind passing by her ears. Chen Yen passed her, came to the instructor, and said, Instructor, there are only 2 people in my group, that's enough. Xia Wen was almost angry to death on the spot. He would rather have one less person than invite me. This man is so despicable. There are such vengeful people in the world. He is such a petty and narrow-minded person. She cursed Chen Yen in her heart using almost every word she could think of, but this still could not change the fact that she was abandoned. Okay. Jiang Lai nodded with a smile. He was originally targeting Chen Yen, and since Chen Yen took the initiative to challenge the 2 of them, he naturally would not refuse. The other students were all shocked. Chen Yen is too crazy, we have to participate in the challenge without all the members. You are disrespectful to the instructor. You will learn your lesson after you are severely punished. Yeah, he's an instructor after all, we should show him some basic respect, this is clearly a provocation. Even Qin Yu felt that it was too hasty. I feel a little uncertain. Chen Yen, are you sure it's just the 2 of us? What else? Well, you better do your best later, or you'll end up being led by me. Qin Yu wrinkled his nose and complained angrily. To other boys, it was just flirting and they were envious to the point of going crazy. How lucky was Chen Yen to have such a lovely girlfriend. When everyone finished forming teams, suddenly a neatly dressed troop walked into the playground. It turned out to be an official law enforcement officer wearing camouflage uniform. Leading the group was a female law enforcement officer, wearing black leather boots, with a neat single ponytail, her sleeves casually rolled up, and she exuded a feminine air. She went straight to the spectator seats, pulled out a chair and sat on it, casually crossing her legs. The rest of the law enforcement officers lined up behind her. Oh my God, it's Li Yunwei. When the students saw this female law enforcement officer, they were as shocked as when they saw Qin Yu. Isn't this the strong woman who often appears on TV? It is said that she is almost level 40, stronger than the instructor. I know. She is probably the strongest law enforcer in Linhai City. She led the team to eliminate many monsters in the city. Oh my God, so handsome. This kind of strong and cool woman is popular with both men and women. Since she's here, she must be here to select talents. I must perform well this time. Let's go for it. If I could work under Sisterly, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Regardless of gender, everyone is 200% motivated at this moment. The test officially begins. We go first. A 3-person team took the lead. I heard that the guy is level 20 and is quite powerful. It seems he wants to be in the spotlight, someone whispered. But the result of the battle left everyone stunned. In the first 30 seconds, Jiang Lai only defended and did not attack, relying solely on his body movements to dodge attacks without getting hurt. If you don't do anything, you will be a surprise when you do. He punched through the air, and the terrifying gust of air blasted the 3 of them several meters away. Qigong Master's sky-breaking fist. Chen Yan recognized this skill immediately. Wow, that's too strong. The students exclaimed in amazement. Jiang Lai twisted his neck. Next group. That's all he has done, the highlight is yet to come. The second group comes on stage. I'll give you 30 seconds to show your skills. Come on. Jiang Lai hooked his finger. 30 seconds later, the second group was also blown away by the strong airflow and fell in a miserable state. Oh my god, the instructor is so ruthless. This is the real strong man. He at least gave us 30 seconds to show off. Everyone is somewhat afraid of the instructor. Especially girls. Girls love beauty and they care more about their reputation. It would be so embarrassing if everyone fell like this. There were about 20 groups, and everyone's ratings were mixed. There were only 3 people who could fight with the instructor for more than 10 moves, and they were rated A level, while most of them were below B level, and there was no S level. Xia Wen also showed up. The instructor's men did not give women any face and beat her up. There is only one exception, Sun Jing. He actually fought back and forth with the instructor for dozens of moves before finally being defeated in a less ugly way. Sun Jing, A level. Wow, Brother Sun is really good. He's the first one who can fight the instructor back and forth. Brother Sun is awesome. Well-deserved A rank. Amid the praises, Sun Jing also felt elated and couldn't help but look at the female law enforcement officer, hoping to get her affirmation. But unexpectedly, Li Yunwei was just sitting there drinking tea, unmoved. The principal couldn't help but ask, Team Leaderly, Sun Jing has great talent. Do you think you are interested in bringing him in for training? Not interested. Li Yunwei put down the teacup calmly. With her strength, how could she not see that the instructor was deliberately letting her win? She doesn't even look at this kind of low-class people. Where is the boy who bravely stood up for justice today? Team Leader Li is talking about Chen Yan. Look, now it's his turn to play. Yes, Chen Yan and Qin Yu have already arrived at the center of the playground. They are the only 2-person team. It's finally here. Jiang Lai twisted his wrist, making a crisp crackling sound. He has been waiting for a long time. The above are just warm-ups. Although Qigong may seem like a big deal, it will not hurt the foundation. As long as he really wants to use it, Qigong can directly break the internal organs of the human body. It is not as simple as a fall. And you can't tell from the outside. After a period of time, the air currents that vibrate into the body will begin to damage the body, and then it will not be his fault. Okay, it's finally your turn. Sun Jing waited with bated breath. I want to see if you have the ability to pretend to be a big shot. Xia Wen was even more resentful. In the investor seat, Lu Xingchen finally came to his senses, took off his sunglasses, and stared straight ahead. Brother, you must behave well and don't let me, your brother, down. For a time, Chen Yan became the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 22 One Punch. The test between Chen Yan and Qin Yu officially begins. As a rule, the instructors would let them attack for 30 seconds to demonstrate their abilities. Qin Yu was quite nervous. Her level is not low. On the contrary, she is the best among this group of students, but she is worried that Chen Yan is not up to it. This instructor seems to have a lot of hostility towards Chen Yan. Let's start. Jiang Lai hooked his finger. I'll give you 30 seconds to attack first, and then I'll use my powerful Qigong to defeat that guy, he thought to himself. Qin Yu took the lead in launching the attack. Her talent is archery, and with the epic equipment, firework bow, she obtained before, her overall strength is absolutely unique. The arrow flew through the air. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lai easily dodged sideways. I didn't expect that he still had some strength. Jiang Lai was slightly surprised, he could feel the power contained in the arrow. Continue. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and continued to attack. One after another, streamer arrows flew out, and she moved nimbly across the playground like an agile female leopard. Fortunately, she changed into special sportswear before the battle, otherwise she would not be able to do such large movements. Damn, Qin Yu is so fierce. This strength is stronger than most of us. Her level must be quite high. When everyone was shocked by Qin Yu's strength, they discovered another strange thing. Chen Yan didn't move. The precious 30 seconds kept passing by, and he was standing there motionless. What is Chen Yan thinking? Maybe he's just pretending to be unique. I hope I don't become a clown later and get eliminated without doing anything. He is the first person in our Linda University who has done something brave and righteous. Sun Jing smiled and shook his head. Chen Yan's calm and composed look made Lu Xingchen feel uncomfortable all over. It's like there are countless ants crawling behind you. He was like that too. Last time, Lu Xingchen called Chen Yan and tried to provoke him, but Chen Yan also spoke in a calm and composed tone. That afternoon, a 1 billion yuan project was snatched away. Impossible. It's impossible that he really did it. How could he have such ability? Lu Xing subconsciously clenched his fists. This boy is interesting. Li Yunwei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Chen Yan with interest, looking forward to how he would respond later. I hope I can hold on a little longer, otherwise this selection will be too boring. The most speechless person in the audience was Qin Yu. Chen Yan Yu. She was anxious and angry. She had thought that Chen Yan could cooperate with her in the attack, but she didn't expect him to just give up. Why is he so confident that he wants to team up with me? Is it just to look cool? Or did he feel that he could face the instructor's confrontation head-on and did not need the 30 seconds of free attack time? That's too arrogant. Time's up. Jiang Lai grabbed the arrow that was flying towards him. Click. Crush it with a loud bang. He grinned, now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already positioned his fist, with terrifying qigong condensed between his 5 fingers. The sand and dust rolled under my feet and a strong wind blew up. First of all, he himself couldn't stand Chen Yan. Secondly, Sun Jing also disliked Chen Yan and hoped that he could teach him a lesson. Furthermore, during the intermission just now, an investment shareholder found him, paid a large sum of money to bribe him, and specifically wanted to get rid of Chen Yan. With the triple buff added together, he was ready to use all his strength and try to complete the goal with one punch. This punch. Li Yunwei in the distance narrowed her eyes slightly. She could sense that the energy contained in this punch was far greater than before. The Qigong master's moves are invisible and cannot be seen by others, but Li Yunwei is a professional after all. Does this instructor want to be ruthless? But as a bystander, she had no reason to stop it. Careful. Qin Yu's face changed drastically, and he quickly put his arms in front of him, ready to meet the impact. 90% of the students were blown away by this Qigong punch. Don't be careless. In addition to Li Yunwei, Chen Yan could naturally feel that Jiang Lai's punching power was extraordinary and not on the same level as before. He wants to take revenge on me. Is it because of the previous incident, or was someone bribed him? Chen Yan looked back and saw Lu Xingchen sitting in the VIP seat. He saw a faint smile on his face. Oh, it's you, that's great. Bang! The terrifying Qigong fist finally exploded in midair. Thousands of violent energy forces, accompanied by a deafening gale, indiscriminately rushed towards Chen Yan and Qin Yu. Word spirit, escape spirit snake. Chen Yan opened his lips slightly, and an invisible spirit snake shot out instantly, surrounding Qin Yu. Yes, it can also be used for defense. But he himself doesn't need it. With his extremely high level and the defense of his entire body full of sophisticated equipment, he could simply ignore this kind of attack. After the strong wind and smoke, the students all opened their eyes wide. Chen Yan and Qin Yu were both standing there, not moving even a step. What's going on? Sun Jing and Lu Xingchen were also stunned. Logically, the instructor should have been ruthless, so why did Chen Yan look like nothing happened? Good. On the field, Li Yunwei, the only one who could understand the situation, subconsciously shouted, good. She could see that Chen Yan relied on his own body to withstand this terrifying Qigong punch, and admiration was already revealed in her eyes. The most shocked person was Jiang Lai himself. He knew very well that he had used all his strength in that punch just now. Not only can it knock two people away, but it can also leave a dark energy in their bodies, which can directly damage their internal organs later. Why should they stop it? It looks like the instructor is done. Now it's my turn. Chen Yan, you. Before Qin Yu could finish his words, he saw Chen Yan shooting out like the wind. A simple and unpretentious punch hit the instructor in the face. Jiang Lai hurriedly raised his arm to block, but the moment it touched Chen Yan's fist, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Crack, the bones broke. The fist hit him hard in the face again, knocking him over on the spot. With one punch, Jiang Lai fell to the ground. Pure physical strength, this is the high-level attribute and attack power. Jiang Lai was already bleeding from his mouth and nose and had fainted. There were waves of people gasping for air all around them, and everyone was stunned. See, this is Chen Yan. Fuck. Only the crudest language could express the intense shock in their hearts. Chen Yan knocked the instructor down with one punch. Who would dare to think of such a thing? It's just fucking outrageous. Just now everyone thought that Chen Yan was pretending to be cool, but who would have thought that Chen Yan was just simply disdainful? If something can be solved with one punch, what's the point of taking up 30 seconds? Qin Yu stood there with his mouth open, unable to utter a word for a long time. Chapter 23 Xia 1, How did he become so outstanding? Chen Yan knocked the instructor down with one punch, and the whole audience was speechless. No one had ever imagined this situation. Even if this group of students were lucky enough to inherit the talents in the game or obtain talent cards, they still did not have true combat awareness. But the instructor is different. He is a veteran and a true elite who has fought monsters all the way. And such an instructor was actually knocked unconscious by Chen Yan's punch. The principal stood there like a stone statue, smacking his lips and muttering to himself. We have a genius in Linda University, a genius. Well done. Li Yunwei even stood up and applauded on the spot. This student made her admire and shocked her, and she was as excited as if she had found gold in the sand. More importantly, it felt very satisfying to beat up this instructor who didn't follow the rules. Chen Yan, S level. S rank. Several reviewers said the same thing almost in unison. Well-deserved S grade, no objection. Chen Yan, you are so amazing. Qin Yu trotted to Chen Yan's side excitedly, her beautiful eyes revealing excitement and happiness. She was also proud of the fact that her boyfriend was so capable. But aren't you being too harsh? Won't. Chen Yan knew that this guy was trying to destroy him, so killing him would not be an exaggeration. Chen Yan is awesome. Brother, you are so awesome. Even my uncle doesn't obey me, but you do. Brother Nian is so awesome. Brother Nian, I will be your little brother from now on. Take care of me. Deafening cheers finally rang out at this moment. The students surrounded Chen Yan crazily, and the instructor could only be carried away by medical staff. The strong will always be respected and admired. Xia Wen covered her mouth, as if there was a thorn stuck in her throat, and her pupils trembled constantly with extremely complicated emotions. When she thought of this boy in front of her who was the center of everyone's attention and had been pursuing her before, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Why? Why did he, a dead otaku, suddenly rise to fame? It would be nice if he still liked me, but... The girl standing next to Chen Yan now is Qin Yu, who crushes her in all aspects. Xia Wen pulled out a few strands of her hair in annoyance, venting her frustration. Sun Jing felt worse than her. Lu Xingchen looked as if he had eaten shit, his face turned ashen and he couldn't utter a word. He never imagined that Chen Yan was a truly capable person, and was already strong enough to be able to join the frontline troops. Even this instructor was no match for him. This incident today has actually brought him into the limelight, damn it. Walk. Lu Xingchen stood up and was about to leave. The principal asked hurriedly, Boss Lu, the investment hasn't been finalized yet, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I'm sorry, I suddenly lost interest in this project. No, Boss Lu, you see, we have a talented student here with great potential. At this moment, Chen Yan suddenly shouted loudly. Boss Lu, are you walking too fast? This shout attracted everyone's attention, and they were wondering what Chen Yan was going to do. Lu Xingchen looked at Chen Yan coldly, what's wrong? Of course there is something. Why don't we talk about why this instructor suddenly acted so ruthlessly just now? Li Yunwei came over with big strides, nodded with a smile, it is true. That man just now suddenly acted ruthlessly. If it weren't for my younger brother Chen Yan's outstanding strength, he might have been useless in the future. What? The principal's face was full of disbelief. The others also cast their glances over and whispered to each other. Is there some hidden secret behind this? Lu Xingchen naturally couldn't stand the investigation. Once the instructor opened his mouth, his people would be exposed. Since nothing serious has happened, Mr. Lu can donate 10 million yuan to our school and there is no need to pursue the matter, Chen Yan suggested. You. Lu Xingchen's eyes suddenly widened. He asks for a free donation of 10 million yuan at any time. It's really an exorbitant demand. If this matter gets back to the company, wouldn't it be like leaving another scar on myself and making outsiders laugh at me? He was extremely unwilling in his heart. But Chen Yan's next words completely broke his defenses. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? 10 million shouldn't be much compared to 1 billion, right? These words were like a steel needle, piercing Lu Xingchen's chest. He almost couldn't catch his breath. We can't let them make this matter clear, otherwise it will damage the company's image. Okay, I'll donate 10 million. Boss Lu is generous. The principal was very happy. This is 10 million picked up for free. Today, not only has Chen Yan established a good example for the school's image, but he also got 10 million yuan in investment for free. What's the difference between this and pie in the sky? Chen Yan is truly Linda's treasure. Lu Xingchen, who was furious, didn't want to stay for a second and left quickly. Li Yunwei went to find Chen Yan. Brother Chen, I wonder if you are willing to work with me. The government guarantees all kinds of benefits, and we can also do our best to train you. Right from the start, she offered the most sincere conditions. The rest of the law enforcement team colleagues were all shocked. This was the first time that Captain Li personally recruited talent. This shows how talented this younger brother is. Others are already drooling with envy, wishing they could be chosen as well. What is Chen Yan still hesitating about? Why don't you agree? Yes. This is a smooth road. Follow the official, you won't have to worry about the future, and you may even have priority in choosing various skill equipment. But Chen Yan's answer made everyone drop their jaws. You can put your name on the list and report in when you are free. To be a nominal person means that you can come if you want to, and not come if you don't want to. Neither rejection nor complete acceptance. Chen Yan can still make use of this network of relationships in the future. Good boy, you are quite smart. Li Yunwei laughed, okay, I'll open a back door for you and put your name on it. Let's go, today's trip is worth it. Li Yunwei had no intention of selecting other students, and left with his troops in a leisurely manner. The purpose of aging has been achieved. Since you can't avoid being famous, make yourself more famous. A brave boy, a genius from Linhai University, and the boyfriend of the female star Qin Yu. Either way, it is incompatible with silence. In this way, even if those old friends met him, they would not suspect that he was silent. His strength had almost recovered, and Chen Yan had sorted out his next plan. Continue to upgrade in the wild. As for school training, he doesn't need it. No one can teach him, he is the strongest. Chapter 24 Kiss Me. Chen Yan's goal has been achieved, but he is too lazy to waste any more time here. I am just a figurehead in the academy. I won't be training with everyone else. Ah. When everyone heard this, they all looked disappointed. What a pity, I can't hold high rank. But it makes sense. Why should such a genius hang out with us losers? Wouldn't that be a waste of his time? The principal had no objection to this. Chen Yan has already brought enough benefits to Linda, and it is an honor for the school to be listed on the list. Xiao Chen, if you have any needs, feel free to ask. The academy will do its best to meet your requirements. The test ended here, and when the crowd dispersed, Chen Yan found Qin Yu. I'm sorry I couldn't come pick you up on time today. No, it's okay. You're trying to save people, so that's what I should do. By the way, I've prepared a gift for you. Qin Yu hurriedly took out the exquisite watch from his backpack. This is for you. Even though we are just a couple in name only, we still have to go through the formalities, she added proudly. Thank you. Chen Yan felt a little embarrassed. He didn't like accepting things for free, so he took out the Elemental Archer talent card from his backpack. I don't have anything good to give in return, so I'll give this to you. This, what is this? Qin Yu took the thing that Chen Yen handed over, and her beautiful eyes were immediately filled with strong surprise. Elemental Archer's Talent Card. This means that you can change your job from an ordinary archer to an elemental archer. The differences between talents are quite large. Rare talents are one level stronger than ordinary talents, so they are extremely precious. In the market, this thing is absolutely out of stock. I didn't expect Chen Yen to give it to me like this. Qin Yu was a little flattered. She thought that this was the treatment a legal girlfriend received. Chen Yen was really generous. She was a little incoherent for a moment and didn't know what to say to express her gratitude. Want to thank me? Come on, give me a kiss. Chen Yen raised his face. Kiss you, but... Qin Yu suddenly panicked, and her face turned visibly red. Didn't you say that we should just be a couple in name only? Then I'll kiss you next time. Why next time? Because, kissing you now is like being bribed by you, which is not good. So you still want to kiss me sincerely? You wish. Chen Yen did not tease Qin Yu again, because at this moment, he received a message from his silent identity on social media. Sent from Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, Brother Buyu. We have already decided to hold an offline meeting in Shanghai in 2 days to discuss how to resist the Blood Moon disaster. Blood Moon disaster, countdown, 24 days. That was the first disaster in the game that killed all the players over and over again. If we don't agree on specific countermeasures, it will probably be an unprecedented disaster for all mankind. As the most powerful player guild in Dragon Country, Shanhe Yong'an must make arrangements in advance. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chen Yen, okay, I got it. Xiaoqi, Brother Buyu, will you come? Chen Yen, you know, I never show up in public. Xiaoqi, but, you are our backbone. If you don't come, I'm afraid some people will be dissatisfied. Xiaoqi, and, is it not possible for Xiaoqi to see you? Xiaoqi, it's my birthday in 2 days. After a moment's silence, Chen Yen replied. Then I wish you a happy birthday in advance. Xiaoqi, I hate you. Chen Yen thought about it and bought a plane ticket to Luqing the day after tomorrow. He can go, but he can't let Xiaoqi know, so he can only go secretly. Most of the people in Shanhe Yong'an are powerful, prominent, and wealthy. Once they meet offline, they will definitely be arrogant and unwilling to admit defeat. If Chen Yen doesn't go, Xiaoqi won't be able to control the situation, even though she is the daughter of a top 100 group in the world and the strongest female swordsman in disaster. Here comes the problem. A rich girl like Xiaoqi has everything she needs. What birthday gift should I give her in 2 days? The old plan has been drawn up. First go to the wild to upgrade, then take a plane to Luqing to attend an offline gathering. Inside Qin Yu's agency. A group of senior executives are worried about how to handle Qin Yu's personal relationship. There is no doubt that Qin Yu is definitely a rising star and a huge cash cow. But if she has a boyfriend, and he is still an amateur, she will definitely lose a lot of her husband fans, her ability to attract money will be greatly reduced, and her fans will also be lost in large numbers. Xiao Yu doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. How could she have a boyfriend? Hey, if it was a celebrity, it would be fine, we could hype up the couple, but it just happened to be an unknown amateur. I don't know what her agent was thinking. Why didn't he stop her from dating? Qin Yu's agent is the fat man, one of the 3 people who know Chen Yen's true identity. He is also the one who tries his best to bring Qin Yu and Chen Yen together and fan the flames. If we don't make an official announcement and wait for fans to dig it out and ferment it, that would be another matter. These young actresses just don't know how to behave. Wait, look at the news. Just as several people were discussing heatedly, someone suddenly shouted excitedly. Watch the news. What news? Qin Yu's boyfriend has been exposed. He is the boy who bravely saved the girl earlier. Not only that. He is also a talented young man from Linhai University. Holy shit, he knocked down the instructor with 1 punch. Everyone, That sounds really ridiculous. Everyone hurriedly opened their phones to check the news, only to find that everything that had just been said was true. Qin Yu's boyfriend is named Chen Yen. He bravely rescued the girl from the monster and was commended in the notice. He also excelled in the test of Linhai University. He is definitely a genius boy. More importantly, his appearance is also quite good. As long as he dresses up carefully, he is definitely not inferior to those popular young idols. Fuck, good, that's great. Hurry up and make an official announcement. Make it official. It would be best if you could also include a photo of the two of you together. Ha 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 ha. God help us. Today, Chen Yan has many halos and still has a positive image in society. If his relationship with Qin Yu is exposed at this time, most of the fans will buy it and even support them as a couple. I didn't expect Xiao Yu's boyfriend to be so outstanding. I'm lucky to have found a treasure. Quick, buy a trending search right after posting it, rush to the top. So, Qin Yu's relationship was officially announced. As expected, fans sent congratulations and blessings crazily. It's great that Xiao Yu found such a good boyfriend. Yes, he is a good man who bravely does what is right without leaving his name. I wish you 99. I am in tears. Xiao Yu has met a good man. She must be happy. When will the concert start? I will buy all the tickets. The story between Qin Yu and Chen Yan has become a beautiful story. When she saw the countless blessings from fans, she felt inexplicably happy and proud in her heart. Qin Yu opened a small account and left a message under the official Weibo post. Xiao Yu is a good woman, Chen Yan, you must cherish her. After posting it, I couldn't help but give it a like. Chapter 25 The World Boss appears, limited to 1 day. Chen Yan is upgrading in the wild. A day passed in a flash, and he finally reached level 50. His leveling speed is not the fastest. Many mages who kill a large number of monsters are even faster. However, Chen Yan doesn't care. He can kill monsters above his level. I went home and had a good sleep to restore my body to its best condition. The next morning. It's time to go. Tonight will be the guild's first offline meeting. Chen Yan changed into conservative clothes, put on a mask, and boarded a plane to Lucheng. The plane had just taken off from the airport when a prompt suddenly appeared in front of me. Notice, the highest level player in this area has exceeded level 70, the world boss has been refreshed, and defeating the world boss can activate the disaster summon function. Duration, 1 day. The world boss appears. Chen Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in the Linhai City area, the fastest leveling person had already broken through level 70. It seems that I have been slacking off for too long. If the world boss is not killed within the specified time, the disaster summoning function will not be activated, which will be a huge weakening for the players in Linhai City, and there will be fewer channels for improvement. More importantly, if the world boss cannot be killed on time, the Blood Moon disaster will come early. This is the most deadly enough to destroy Linhai City and kill millions of people. Chen Yan looked out the plane window, looking at the city below which was getting farther and farther away, and murmured. You're upgrading so quickly. I hope you can successfully defeat the world boss before I come back. If they can't solve it, Chen Yan will have to come back and handle it himself, which is quite troublesome. The world boss has appeared. Shit, it's really the world boss. I didn't expect it to be triggered like this. Are all the top players already level 70? Damn fast. I'm only level 10. Stop talking. I haven't even got the talent card yet. Everyone in Linhai City received this news at the same time and was shocked. Especially official law enforcement forces. Quick, send out all the drones you can use to find the location of the world boss. Issue a recruitment order, gather high-level players, and prepare to attack the world boss. Make sure to kill it within 1 day. Gamers who have actually played Cataclysm are all panicked. For example, Li Yunwei. What's wrong with Captain Li? Why do you look so worried? They asked at the same time. If the world boss is not killed within 1 day, the Blood Moon disaster will come early. What? Li Yunwei's face was extremely solemn. If the Blood Moon disaster arrives ahead of time, players with the current level of equipment will not be able to resist it. The final outcome may very well be our destruction. How so? After hearing this, my colleague staggered back 2 steps, his face pale. He never imagined that the consequences would be so serious. We can only hope that the players with higher levels can help. The safety of the entire city depends on them. In less than half an hour, the trace of the world boss had been captured. In the wilderness south of Linhai City, a huge black sphere appeared in the space there, and nothing can be seen. Screen. When the picture was projected, everyone was shocked. That's right, there is a huge black ball in the wilderness. That is the barrier of the world boss. Only by entering the barrier can you be qualified to defeat the world boss. Li Yunwei said in a deep voice. Quick, send the volunteers to the target location and start the crusade immediately. Everyone move. Linhai City's emergency mobilization began, and Chen Yan could no longer see it. He arrived in Lucheng that afternoon. However, the phone was flooded with calls from all kinds of people, including Li Yunwei. Chen Yan called back. Where are you, Chen Yan? The world boss has appeared and we are urgently recruiting volunteers to fight him. Li Yunwei said in an urgent tone. In her opinion, Chen Yan was also a strong player. Sorry Sister Li, I just happened to be out of town and can't come back. Beep, beep, beep. Li Yunwei hung up the phone directly without wasting any more time. Chen Yan shrugged and said to himself, it's just a world boss. I don't need to take action, unless those people are good-for-nothings who only know how to level up. Soon, night fell in Lucheng. The streets are bustling with lights and music. Chen Yan, wearing a black sweatshirt, jeans and a mask, boarded a giant cruise ship. This 3-story luxury cruise ship has been booked for tonight. The one who booked it was Xiaoqi. The reception hall in the cruise ship is the base for offline meetups. Hello, please show me your exclusive QR code. When walking onto the deck, the waiter asked Chen Yan to show the QR code to verify his identity. This code is only available to members of the group, and no one else can come in. Verification successful, please come in. Chen Yan put on his hat and walked into the cruise ship. It was my first offline meeting and I was quite nervous. Even though these people were my subordinates, they were all big shots. The central hall is magnificent and golden, with crystal chandeliers lighting up the lobby and golden carpets on the floor highlighting its luxury. One by one, people walked into the hall. Among them are businessmen in suits, young men in fashionable and luxurious clothes, young students, and elderly uncles. Chen Yan knew very well that the people gathered here could make the whole world shake just by stomping their feet. They are distinguished and prominent, billionaires, business tycoons, sons and daughters of aristocratic families. What's even more terrifying is that each of them is extremely powerful. However, after entering the cruise ship, these people seemed like different people, without any airs at all. Fuck, you are the goose. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to really look like a goose. You said you are cute. Damn it, isn't Kiki a cute girl? My daughter's name is Meng Meng. And you, Nan Mo, didn't you say you were 18? Your fucking belly is as big as a ball. A man is a boy until he dies, do you understand? Jasmine, I see in your photos that you look like a high school girl. Big sis, have you been growing rapidly for 20 years? You believed it. I was dating Yunar online, but who knew it was a lie by a man who used a voice changer? Brother Zhan Yun, you can not only be my brother, you can probably be my father. A 50-year-old berserker, damn it. Cheating, men pretending to be women, women pretending to be men. Voice changer, dead in the light. Various situations of meeting online friends emerge one after another here. Just when everyone was having fun, the speakers suddenly started and a soft, cute voice was heard. Welcome everyone to Lucheng. Quiet, 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 so quiet. Everyone suddenly fell silent, all looking towards the center stage. A young girl came out. Chapter 26, the word spirit, death, suppresses the whole audience. A young girl walked into the center of the stage. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. The black dress shows her noble and elegant temperament. Her soft and shiny long hair is gently draped over her shoulders. Her bright and lively eyes are as beautiful as stars. The delicate and perfect facial features outline an exquisite face, which caused waves of exclamations from those below. She is Xiaoqi. Oh my god, Xiaoqi is so pretty. Xiaoqi's looks are so stunning that they make all the female stars look so pretty, wow. Who would have thought that such a young and beautiful girl is the most powerful female swordsman in the game? Chen Yan quietly looked at the beautiful girl who was the center of everyone's attention in the corner, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Although Xiaoqi posts selfies of herself every day, the real person she meets offline is even more stunning than in the photos. She is indeed a little beauty who is a disaster to the country and the people. Did you guys call him Xiaoqi? This is Brother Buyu's exclusive name. Formally introducing myself, my game ID is Qin, my real name is Su Jinyu, and I am the organizer of this offline meeting. The purpose of gathering everyone here from afar is to discuss countermeasures for the Blood Moon disaster in 20 days. Chen Yan nodded slightly. I didn't expect this girl to be so capable. She got to the point in just a few words. The Blood Moon disaster is coming, we should all speed up our upgrades and become stronger. Why waste time holding a rally? Someone below expressed dissatisfaction. Everyone present here is an arrogant elite. It is impossible for them to completely submit to one person, especially such a young girl. I think so. Just flying back and forth would waste a lot of time. Our level would have fallen behind by that amount of time. A burst of whispers ensued. Su Jinyu immediately realized that the situation was somewhat out of control, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone be quiet. The world is facing a huge crisis right now. As the strongest guild, we should naturally strengthen our cohesion so that we can fight together in the future. You can't deal with disasters alone. Not everyone is Brother Buyu." Her original intention was to use her reputation of being silent to suppress everyone, but she didn't expect it to have a greater counter-effect. A fashionably dressed man with earrings and a tattoo on his neck spoke. His name is Gu Xiu, the son of an oil tycoon, and his family really does own a mine. Little girl, please stop talking about your silent brother all the time, okay? Haha, he doesn't even dare to attend such an important offline gathering. What's the point of mentioning him? Gu Xiu's two sentences were like a fuse, igniting the dissatisfaction in many people's hearts. Of course, several of them were bribed by Gu Xiu. He wanted to improve his status in the guild by stepping on Buyu, and even become a leader. Buyu has been protecting his personal information very strictly. Doesn't that mean he doesn't treat us as brothers? Yes, otherwise why would he not dare to show up? Stop talking about it. Maybe he's still secretly upgrading right now, and he's throwing all the troubles at us. Of course, there were also many people who spoke up for Buyu, including Xiaoqi. But there were hundreds of people on the scene, it was really too many. The human voices were like a wave, impossible to suppress, and it looked like they were about to get out of control. Su Jinyu was extremely anxious, and had no choice but to use his own ability, sword wielding. Her talent is called Sword Immortal. The strongest sword talent. Shut up. What? Are you going to use force to suppress us? I call you seventh sister to give you face. Now everyone's level is about the same. Do you really think you are invincible? Gu Xiu sneered and said, Su Jinyu, I heard that it's your birthday today. You've liked Buyu for so long, but he didn't even want to come see you on your birthday. You help him deal with all kinds of chores every day. Do you feel comfortable with this? Hearing this, Su Jinyu's eyes trembled slightly. The sword shadows that were suspended above his head also slowly disappeared. His pupils were filled with desolation and his head drooped. She recalled the scene where she invited him but was rejected without saying anything, and her heart felt empty, as if something was missing. Just at this moment, a darkness spread out from the corner of the hall and covered the entire place at an extremely fast speed. The magnificent hall became pitch dark in an instant. All the light was swallowed up by the endless darkness. Everyone stopped making noise. Because they felt endless oppression. It feels like there is a sickle hanging around your neck and your life may be taken away at any time. Yes, it's him. He's coming. Someone sat down on the ground, his voice almost shaking. Word Spirit, God of Death. Trample. 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 The crisp footsteps moved forward. In the darkness, Su Jinyu's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and his heart was filled with intense surprise. A careless voice echoed through the hall. Why don't you quarrel, everyone? No one dared to answer. The hundreds of people present seemed to be muted. You can hear a pin drop. The pressure from the word spirit, death, is too terrifying. They could clearly feel that Buyu was in a very bad mood, and who would dare to offend him? Even Gu Xiu, who had made the loudest noise just now dared to keep his mouth tightly shut, not even daring to breathe. Next time, you can try to see if you can come out of the realm of death alive. A naked threat. A silent threat from the world's strongest player. Hundreds of people were frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweats. 30 seconds passed quickly, the darkness faded, and the hall returned to its splendor. Of course, Chen Yan has left quietly. To everyone, these 30 seconds seemed longer than an entire century. So scary. Many people even collapsed to the ground on the spot, almost unable to stand up. Bu Yu has obtained the god of death. Is he still human? I remember that was a super dangerous word spirit that he obtained in his late stage. I used to think that with the advent of a new era, Bu Yu might not be the strongest in the world. Now I think I was too naive. Gu Xiu's hair was completely soaked with sweat. Beside him, Big Goose patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother, if Bu Yu wanted to kill you, you would have been dead just now." Gu Xiu sat down on the ground on the spot. How could he still look like a noble young man? Hehe, brother Bu Yu really still cares about me. Su Jinyu was very happy. Her heart was already filled with happiness and satisfaction. Because this is the first time that people have seen Bu Yu in the real world. He came here just for me. When she thought of this, she was so happy that she couldn't speak and could only smile foolishly. Sister Xiaoqi, how about we continue discussing this? We will all follow your instructions, Sister Xiaoqi. Chapter 27 Xiaoqi's Birthday. Chen Yan did not leave the venue, but continued to stay in the corner inconspicuously. This time, everyone became extremely honest. They said whatever Su Jinyu said. How could they dare not listen? Then let's make this a deal. Before the Blood Moon disaster arrives, build a teleportation array between the major cities so that we can support each other. Let's work together to overcome difficulties and protect our homeland. The meeting is adjourned. A sumptuous dinner has been arranged at the venue, everyone can eat as much as they want. After arranging everything, Su Jinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't bother to pay attention to these people and ran outside to look for her brother Bu Yu, but she couldn't find him after searching the 3 floors and even the deck. Not long after, the cruise ship docked. The first offline gathering also ended successfully. Next, everyone will return to their own cities, continue to become stronger, and prepare for the coming of the Blood Moon disaster. The night view of Luqing is so beautiful. Su Jinyu did not travel with anyone and walked alone on the busy streets. Wearing an exquisite black dress, she looks like a little princess escaping from a nightclub. She is a beautiful sight wherever she goes. Today is her birthday, and it is also the most special birthday for her. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. There will always be a chance to really meet him one day, hehe. Suddenly, a stuffed animal wearing Rilakuma clothes blocked her way. The big furry bear is quite cute. She saw the big bear walking towards her, and it seemed to be holding something in its hand. Is it for me? Su Jinyu pointed at himself in confusion. I saw Rilakuma nodded and pointed behind him, as if to say, someone asked me to give it to you. This is a greeting card. Su Jinyu was excited and slowly opened the greeting card, only to see a line of small words written on it. Happy birthday, Xiaoqi. In an instant, countless roars of fireworks shooting into the sky were heard all around. Bang! 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 Colorful fireworks exploded in the night sky, lighting up the entire sky almost instantly. Su Jinyu held the greeting card, her eyes sparkling with tears welling up. Brother Bu Yu, I know you are the best to me. When she was moved, the Rilakuma bear turned around and prepared to leave. Yes, it was Chen Yan in disguise. Unexpectedly, just as Chen Yan was about to run away, the girl behind him rushed over and grabbed his arm. Bu Yu, you are brother Bu Yu, right? Why don't you speak? Speak. I heard your voice just now. It's imprinted in my mind. Speak if you can. How could Chen Yan dare to speak? Wouldn't it be exposed if you spoke? Oh, if I had known I would not have pretended to be so cool and exposed my voice. He thought that this girl would forcibly take off the puppet costume, but unexpectedly, Su Jinyu just hugged the arm of the bear and said happily. Don't worry, brother Bu Yu, I won't force you to come out, but you have to celebrate my birthday with me tonight. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent, hehe. A strange scene appeared. A beautiful girl in a black dress was walking around the night market on the street, holding a giant bear. Seeing how happy she was, Chen Yan sighed and had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. After walking around for most of the night, Su Jinyu finally got tired and pulled Chen Yan to sit on the street to chat. As they chatted, she leaned on him and fell asleep. At 2 o'clock in the morning on the street, a man and a bear were snuggling together. 2 o'clock in the morning. Chen Yan calculated the time and found out that the world boss of Linhai City would arrive tomorrow morning. Until now, there is no sign of successful subjugation. Forget it, I'll stay with this girl for a while longer and then go back in the morning. 5 o'clock in the morning. Chen Yan took off his easel bear doll coat and contacted a wealthy lady in Lucheng, asking her to drive over to pick up Xiaoqi. He left quietly again. At this time, it feels too late to take a flight. Wait, it seems that there is someone in the guild who runs an airline company and has a private jet, so let him take a ride. Chen Yan just left. Su Jinyu woke up immediately. To be precise, she never really fell asleep, but was pretending to sleep for a full 3 hours. The purpose is to make Chen Yan let down his guard. It's a rare opportunity to meet her lover, how could she waste time sleeping? A phone call was made. I want all the surveillance videos around here. Yes, I want them in all directions. With so many cameras around, there's always going to be one that captures it. Humph, don't think you'll be fine just because you're wearing a mask. This is a high-tech age, and they'll always catch you. Back in the early days, Linhai City was frantically recruiting folk masters to fight against the world boss together. Countless extraordinary people gathered on the plain. Knights, swordsmen, various elemental magicians, archers, rangers, and hundreds of strong men with special talents gathered here. Before my eyes was the huge black barrier of the world boss. There is one and only one entrance. There is a number on the light gate at the entrance, 1,000. As more and more people enter, the number becomes smaller, which means only 1,000 people can enter. This is the world boss. Looking at the giant beast crawling on the plain in front of them, and then seeing the information above its head, people just felt their scalps tingling. World boss, Camel Mountain Turtle, level 1, level 90. This turtle is about 100 meters long, and on its huge gray-black carapace is a mountain that towers into the clouds. People just think they are the smallest ants in the world and have no chance of defeating the enemy. Is this really a monster we can defeat? It's too big, this is too big. I feel like my attack isn't even enough to tickle it. More and more people entered the barrier, and as the large army was finally assembled, people officially began to attack the world boss. In the barrier, countless extraordinary beings attacked the Camel Mountain Demon Turtle. For a moment, the sky was filled with flowing lights, brilliant and extraordinary. But neither swords, spears, halberds, nor wind, rain, thunder and lightning caused any significant damage to the world boss. It didn't even stick its head out, it just stayed curled up inside, motionless, as if it was asleep. After 2 hours of frantic attack, people still saw no results. Fuck, how do I fight this monster? I've been fighting for so long but I don't feel anything. I can't break its defense at all. We have to fight even if we can't. If we fail to defeat the world boss within the stipulated time, the Blood Moon disaster in our area will come early. In Linhai City, the first world boss encounter was in a stalemate. Chapter 28, A Tough Battle with the World Boss, Chen Yan returns. Li Yunwei was on the scene, serving as the commander-in-chief of the campaign. She also understood that it was impossible to defeat the world boss with just the people they had now. Because the top-tier extraordinary people didn't come at all. First-line extraordinary people, level 60-70. Second-tier extraordinary people, level 40-60. Third-tier extraordinary people, level 20-40. Most of those present now are only second and third-tier ones. Their levels are too low and their attack power is not enough to cause significant damage to the world boss. Report. Captain Li, we have found out that the person who triggered the world boss is called Chu Long, the first level 70 player in Linhai City. Where is he? Why doesn't he come and join in the fight against the world boss? Captain Li. We have already contacted him, and he said that you should go and invite him in person. TSK, what a bad temper. It is said that Chu Long is the president of a guild. All the members of his guild are high-level elites, and none of them have participated in the battle yet. After listening to this, Li Yunwei put on his coat neatly and said, let's go meet them. Basement billiards room. About a dozen people were playing billiards leisurely. They were all young men and women, dressed fashionably, smoking and having tattoos. There were empty bottles of wine everywhere on the ground, and the TV was broadcasting the scene of the World Boss Crusade. They think they can defeat the World Boss, what kind of scumbags are they? A bunch of low-level trash with no self-awareness. The man in the leather jacket who was speaking was Chu Long, who had dyed red hair and looked like a will-o'-the-wisp boy. He is the highest-level person in Linhai City and a first-line player who can trigger the World Boss. Boss Chu, aren't we going to help? If the Blood Moon disaster comes, we will also be affected. What's the hurry? Chu Nian held a cigarette in his mouth and said, of course we are waiting for those officials to invite us. This way, it will be convenient for us to make conditions. We are not the ones who are anxious. Boss is wise. Suddenly, with a bang, the tightly closed door of the billiard room was pushed open. A dashingly dressed woman walked in, her military leather boots making crisp sounds on the floor. Behind her, uniformed law enforcement officers lined up in 2 rows, waiting quietly at the door. Li Yunwei picked up a golf cue at random and hit the last ball on the table into the pocket with a casual stroke. Who is Chu Long? I. Li Yunwei, the commander of the World Boss Subjugation Force, invites you to participate in the subjugation battle. Hey, but we have been upgrading intensively for the past few days and we are tired. Just tell me what your conditions are. Captain Li is also a straightforward person. With 100 million, our entire guild can go with you to fight. Make a deal. Li Yunwei didn't want to waste any more time, time is money. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. If the world boss cannot be successfully defeated, it will be a disaster for Linhai City. Brothers, let's get to work. Chu Long called the people in the guild, set off in a special car, and soon arrived at the world boss area. Currently, there are still more than 800 people in the barrier. After the high-intensity attack, everyone is exhausted, but the giant turtle still doesn't move at all. Get out of the way, rookies. Looking at the mountain-like turtle in front of him, Chu Long grinned, it's a world boss I haven't seen before, so let me break its shell. After he finished speaking, lightning flashed under his feet and slowly rose into the air. Purple lightning swirled around him, and the aura of destruction continued to permeate his body, causing the people around him to retreat quickly. He is the Thunder Mage. No wonder the upgrade is so fast, the Thunder Mage's group killing ability is absolutely top-notch. Get out of the way, don't let him get to you. Chu Long ignored the noise below, raised the staff in his hand and aimed at the giant turtle. According to my guess, its weakness should be the mountain on its back. As long as we smash that mountain, it will be able to get out of its shell. This is the sense of smell of high-level players. Boom! A thunder dragon technique roared and blasted through the air. I saw the sturdy bright purple thunder dragon crashing into the mountain, making a deafening sound and shaking the earth. The smile on Chu Long's face slowly froze at this moment. Impossible. His most powerful lightning magic was unable to shatter the mountain, and only blew down some rubble and debris. Its defensive power is so terrifying. As the highest level player present, even he couldn't completely break through the turtle's defense. No wonder the others were in vain. Li Yunwei's expression became more and more solemn. I didn't expect this guy to be no match for it. This is difficult. There are millions of people in Linhai City. Is there no one strong enough to deal with it? Qin Yu was also present. She had already gone in and attacked once, but even with her epic equipment she was unable to cause significant damage to the boss, so she had to retreat. Xiao Yu, haven't you contacted Chen Yan yet? Deng Rongrong urged. He is Qin Yu's gaming friend and one of the few people who knows Chen Yan's identity. No, I can't get in touch with him. Why do you keep asking me to contact him? Deng Rongrong thought, if I don't count on him, how can I count on you? Now the entire Linhai City can only rely on him, okay? He is the silent boss. With him around, maybe we can even deal with this world boss. The rest of the players are now just clowns wasting their efforts. I know Chen Yan is quite powerful, but the level 70 guy just now was useless. It may not be useful if he comes, right? Besides, he might already be fighting inside. Qin Yu said. Deng Rongrong immediately shook his head, impossible. If Buyu was fighting inside, how could the turtle be safe and sound like it is now? Are you kidding me? Mr. Deng, Chen Yan is my boyfriend, not your boyfriend, right? Why do I feel like you understand him better than I do? Just saying. Time just keeps passing by. The extraordinary people of Linhai City fought all night long. But it still failed to blast away the mountain on the camel turtle's back. As time passed and the sun gradually rose, people were almost in despair. Especially those real disaster players. It's over, it's really over. We have failed to defeat the world boss. The Blood Moon disaster is approaching soon. We will all die then. We will all die. No more fighting, I'm going to take a car out of town, no, take a plane. The most important thing now is to escape from Linhai City. Let's go. A large number of extraordinary people gave up on fighting the world boss and chose to escape. Even Chu Long made the same choice and called on his guild companions to start evacuating. There are so many people fighting here, do you want to escape? Li Yunwei stopped them. Are you looking for death if you don't run away? Not to mention 100 million, I don't even want 10 billion. Chu Long too didn't reply. At this moment, an airplane flew over Linhai City several thousand meters above our heads. Chen Yan is back. Chapter 29, Golden Sword of Judgment, kill the world boss instantly. Chen Yan returned on a private plane. In order to stay with Shao Qi for a while longer and get back to Linhai City on time, he had to use Buyu's network of connections again. But it's still late now. World boss defeat remaining, 00:60. The last hour should be enough. Open the hatch. Yes. In the cabin, another butler in black said. Opening the airplane door rashly is an extremely dangerous act, but the body of a transcendent is different from that of an ordinary person, so it is not a big deal. The hatch was opened urgently and a powerful suction force erupted, but Chen Yan's body was not blown away. Instead, he walked over step by step. With a calm expression, he jumped down. He didn't have a parachute, nor did he take any protective measures. He just jumped straight down from a height of thousands of meters. Word spirit, escape spirit snake. An invisible snake appeared, surrounded Chen Yan's body, and carried him straight down. With the protection of the spirit snake, Chen Yan can buffer freely without suffering any harm. He passed through one cloud after another, and the earth in his field of vision became clearer and clearer, but that was not enough. Word spirit, Hawkeye. Chen Yan used the second word spirit at the same time. His vision immediately became several times clearer, as if the whole world was in his eyes. Likewise, the huge black barrier below was clearly visible, that was the area where the world boss was located. Before this, he had already learned the information about the world boss. The barrier can only be entered from the entrance. Etc. There's someone in the air. Chen Yan's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart sank. It's over, it's her, Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling, whose ID in disaster is Qi Ling. The talent is the top rare talent of the Flame Mage, Red Lotus Warlock. Her current level, Stage 1, level 95, has even surpassed the level of the world boss. Her upgrade speed is unmatched by many people in the world. A true goddess-level female player. A gorgeous and charming lady. Her real identity is even more terrifying, she is the daughter of the Dragon Country's National Defense General. A terrifying woman who possesses strength, status, beauty and money. Although Shao Qi is also powerful, she is still a naive person who is easy to fool to Chen Yan. Yi Hongling is different. Her methods are much more terrifying. A big part of the reason why Chen Yan made a series of preparations was because he was afraid that she would know his true identity. At this moment, Yi Hongling was above the world boss area. She was wearing an eye-catching fiery red dress, sitting on a flaming broom, her bare feet swaying gently, and her hands playing with her burgundy hair. Buyu, are you in this city? Before this, she made a guess that Buyu defeated the wild boss in this city and obtained the first piece of epic equipment. But it's just a guess after all, and now we are just verifying it. If I can't even deal with this kind of monster, then I must have guessed wrong, right? That's meaningless. Hovering over her shoulder is a little flaming fox called Fire Spirit. The Fire Spirit was puzzled. Master, are all the players in this area so weak? If the master takes action, it should be solved with one spell. Unfortunately, I just helped another region defeat a world boss yesterday, and my strength hasn't recovered yet, so I can't help you. Yi Hongling has been to several regions and has defeated 3 world bosses in total. This is also the key to her rapid level increase. Time is running out. Let's wait and see. What if that guy happens to be hiding and shows up at the last minute? At this moment, Chen Yan was right above Yi Hongling's head, and he was sweating, which was rare for him. Only by using eagle eyes could he capture Yi Hongling in time. What now? If I take action to solve this world boss, she will definitely come to me, ahem. Wait, there is a solution. A very bold idea emerged in Chen Yan's mind. As long as it is implemented successfully, you can not only defeat the world boss, but also prevent yourself from being exposed. After killing the world boss, your level will definitely be raised to above level 55, and you will then learn a new word spirit, invisible, which can make you disappear directly. You must kill the world boss instantly with one strike. If I can't kill him instantly, I won't be able to upgrade, and it will be terrible if Yi Hongling catches up with me. Accelerate. Chen Yan suddenly accelerated his fall and activated the third word spirit at the same time. Word spirit, fire explosion. Flames burst out from his body, and his entire body turned into a huge fireball. It fell from the sky at high speed, like a flaming meteor, and passed by Yi Hongling's eyes. It's him, chasing. Flames erupted from the broom, and Yi Hongling also turned into a flaming meteor, chasing after her from behind. The people below were stunned when they saw this scene. Look, there are 2 meteorites. What the hell? A meteorite is falling. These people had no idea that the shooting star was actually 2 people chasing each other and thought it was a real meteorite. The 2 were getting closer and closer to the ground and would soon collide with the black spherical barrier. The corners of Yi Hongling's mouth curled up into a touching smile. You have appeared in front of me, how can you still escape? You want to kill the boss under my nose without exposing yourself, Wu Yu, are you thinking too well? Even if it's you, it's impossible. If you want to kill this world boss today, I will definitely catch you. Chen Yan activated the 4th word spirit at this time. Sequence 121, Golden Sword of Judgment. Ancient and obscure syllables burst out of his mouth. Chen Yan's pupils lit up with golden light, and a golden sword hovered above his head, like an emperor visiting the world. With one sword, he cut a gap in the black barrier. What? Yi Hongling was shocked. Even she was frightened. This guy even forcibly destroyed the barrier protecting the world boss. Is he still human? But the more surprised she was, the happier she was. At least now we can be sure that this person must be silent, and he is indeed hiding in this city. You can't run away. A hole was opened in the black barrier. The huge fireball fell down, shocking the people on the ground. What kind of perverted meteorite can even break the barrier protecting the world boss? This is outrageous. But then, they saw the most outrageous scene they had ever seen in their lives. The mountain on the giant turtle's back collapsed with a loud bang. The mountain that thousands of men attacked all day but could not break. The strong mountain that almost crushed the hopes of countless people collapsed like tofu. The rubble flew all over the sky like huge fireworks. At the bottom of the mountain is the giant turtle's heart, an ochre-colored energy crystal that is harder than the turtle shell. But as the golden sword of judgment fell, it shattered into pieces. The world boss was killed instantly. Chapter 30, Epic Suit, Chen Yan's New Goal. The Camel Mountain Demon Turtle, a level 90 world boss with abnormal defense, was killed instantly by the level 50 Chen Yan. The tortoise shell shattered, and the huge monster turned into black mist and slowly dissipated into the air. Congratulations on defeating the world boss, Camel Mountain Turtle. Gene Energy plus 5599. Level increase, 50 to 60. Congratulations on obtaining the epic equipment, Magic Turtle Helmet. Congratulations on obtaining the epic equipment, Magic Turtle Leg Armor. Congratulations on obtaining the rare forging material, Camel Mountain Magic Turtle Shell. Congratulations on obtaining the Disaster Summoning, Scroll X3. At the same time, everyone else got the hint. Successfully defeated the world boss within a limited time. Chen Yan had no time to care about what good things he had gotten. After reaching level 60, he learned another common word skill, invisible, and used it without any hesitation. Sequence 44, Invisible. The power of the spirit of words wraps around oneself, concealing one's figure and breath, making it difficult to be detected. Chen Yan disappeared the moment he landed on the ground. His plan worked out perfectly. At the same time, Yi Hongling from behind had caught up. She looked around anxiously, but couldn't find the figure that should have appeared. Well. It seems that I underestimated you, don't say anything. You can kill the world boss instantly and hide yourself at the same time. That's quite a feat. Yi Hongling thought she had won the game, but she was still tricked. The rest of the people were unaware of the entanglement between the two and were still in amazement at the instant death of the world boss. How, what's going on, what happened? The world boss died just like that. He was fine just now. Look, there's someone over there. People finally noticed Yi Hongling floating in the air, and began to marvel at her beauty and power. Oh my god, that sister in red is so beautiful. Is she a fire elemental mage? I have never seen such a powerful meteor spell. It's too scary. A meteorite spell instantly killed the world boss. Is this still a human? Damn it. Wait. There seems to be such a person in Disaster, the Red Spirit. Is she the Red Spirit? The top Red Lotus Warlock. Most people thought that Yi Hongling killed the world boss instantly. But she was so angry that she jumped up and down. She didn't expect that after she hurriedly chased after him, she was actually taken advantage of by Buyu. She knew very well that even at her peak of strength, she would not be able to shatter the black barrier. Only the pervert Buyu could do such a thing. Forget it. Since we have confirmed that you are in this city, we can look for you slowly later. Yi Hongling snorted coldly and turned into a streak of flame and flew away. She didn't want to stay here and be shot at. She's gone. Isn't she from Linhai City, but a strong person coming from somewhere else to provide support? It is very likely. Chu Long stood there in a daze, his pupils constantly trembling, and he even forgot to close his open mouth. A minute ago, he was ready to escape with his men. 1 minute later, the world boss was killed instantly. Boss, are you kidding me? You can't even beat a monster, how can others kill it instantly? That's nonsense. That's Qi Ling, one of the top female players in the world. It's no surprise that she can kill the world boss in seconds. You know nothing. As an old player of Disaster, how could Chu Long not see the inside story? Meteor and Thunder Dragon spells are of the same level. I can't even break the world boss's defense. Do you think she can blast open the barrier and kill the boss instantly? If it's not her, then who is it? Everyone was puzzled. No words. Chu Long's voice trembled when he called out this name. In his opinion, he is the only one who can do this. And that woman Yi Hongling might be pursuing Buyu. All players know that she is interested in Buyu, and there has always been an emotional entanglement between the two. Buyu? Everyone looked incredulous when they heard the legendary name. While avoiding Yi Hongling's pursuit, Buyu killed the world boss in seconds. Perhaps this is the whole story. What? Is this really a human? It was not only Chu Long who understood this battle, but also the commander Li Yunwei. I never expected that a world boss in Linhai City would attract two top masters. It's our honor. If I had known that Buyu was in Linhai City, why would I have been so panicked? In addition to the old players of Disaster, who can roughly guess the truth, there are also the three friends around Qin Yu. They were each more excited than the other. Buyu. It must have been Buyu who took action. He was even able to break the barrier that restricted 1,000 people. His strength is too terrifying. As expected of Brother Buyu, it is our honor to see him take action with our own eyes. Qin Yu was originally a silent little fangirl, but at this moment she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Really? 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 Is it really him? Why can't I see any trace of him? Where is he? Seeing Qin Yu looking around excitedly, the other three couldn't help but complain in their hearts, he is your boyfriend, you don't even know how lucky you are. But luckily brother Chen Yan came back in time, otherwise we would have no way to defeat this world boss. While people were shocked and exclaiming, Chen Yan, who used the invisible method, had quietly returned to the crowd without anyone noticing. Do you want to enable server-wide announcement? Server-wide announcement? No need, that's too conspicuous. Chen Yan refused. The player, Anonymous, has killed the world boss, and the disaster summon function has been enabled. While blending into the crowd and leaving the battlefield, Chen Yan checked his gains. The level has been greatly improved. 2 pieces of epic equipment. The rare material, Camel Mountain Demon Turtle Shell, and the Disaster Scroll. The harvest was quite rich. The attributes of the equipment also made Chen Yan's eyes light up. Magic Turtle Helmet, Epic. Defense, 100. Attack, 0. Attribute Edition, Constitution plus 15. Special Effects. Camel Mountain Turtle 3-piece set, full body defense plus 20%. Camel Mountain Demon Turtle 4-piece suit, full body defense plus 30%, and obtain the special skill, Countershock, automatically countershock all attacks. Magic Turtle Helmet, Epic. Defense, 100. Attack, 0. Attribute Edition, Constitution plus 15. Special effects, same as above. After reading it, Chen Yen understood. This is a set of epic equipment specialized in defense. Its defensive power is terrifying. The material you have in your hand, Camel Mountain Demon Turtle Shell, can be used to make clothes. The other epic equipment did not fall into his hands, but fell into the hands of a lucky player. If you want to collect the final 4-piece set, you have to find that player. Chen Yan's next goal is to complete this epic 4-piece set. Welcome the Blood Moon Disaster. Chapter 31 Qin Yu, I want to give this equipment to Chen Yan. Chen Yan put on 2 new pieces of epic equipment. The equipment transformed and merged into his body. Now that he was wearing 3 pieces of epic equipment, his attribute skyrocketed unprecedentedly. Chen Yan, Word Spirit Saint, only 1. Gene level, level 1, level 60. Constitution, 100. Agility, 72. Extraordinary, 67. Attack bonus, 130. Defense bonus, 500. Combat power rating, 43 stars. The defense power soared to 500, the combat power evaluation also increased a lot, and the physical fitness reached the 100 mark. A physical fitness of 100 means that Chen Yan can resist attacks from light thermal weapons relying solely on his physical body, not counting his defense. If you take into account the terrifying additional defense, he can withstand not only ordinary thermal weapons but also electromagnetic cannons. If the defense is improved to a certain extent, it is not impossible to ignore nuclear bombs. The other side. The world boss has just been defeated. Many people groaned and sighed. Alas, I worked so hard to beat the boss for so long, but I didn't get anything. I did get some good equipment, so it wasn't a waste of work. I'm lucky. I got a rare material, but I have no idea how to use it. If a single player defeats the boss, there is an 80% chance that all the items will fall into the killer's backpack, which is Chen Yan's. The 20% chance will be randomly assigned to the rest. In other words, these hundreds of people were randomly divided into that 20%. One of the lucky ones got an epic equipment. An expression of unbelievable surprise suddenly appeared on Qin Yu's face. I got good equipment. Just now, she received a prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the epic equipment, Magic Turtle Armor. Yes, she is the ultimate lucky person. Fatty Deng saw her surprised expression and probably understood something, so he quickly reminded her. Xiao Yu. Don't show off your wealth. Epic equipment will make people jealous. If other people knew about this, they might try to take advantage of her. Qin Yu also understood immediately, and hurriedly forced himself to calm down, and walked out without making a sound. But her abnormal behavior just now was still noticed by the 2 of them. That woman seems to have something good. Call 2 people to follow quietly. Walking on the road, Qin Yu saw that there was no one around, and the excitement on his little face could no longer be hidden, so he whispered. I got an epic piece of armor. What? Deng Rongrong and the other 2 were also extremely surprised. They didn't expect Qin Yu to be so lucky. To be able to share an epic equipment among so many people means you are truly lucky. Xiao Yu, what are you going to do with this equipment? Are you going to use it yourself or sell it? If you take it to the trading space during this period of time, you will definitely be able to sell it for a good price. I'm not going to sell. Then keep it for yourself. Xiao Yu, you are not short of money anyway. I'm not going to use it myself. Qin Yu thought about it and said seriously, I plan to give this equipment to Chen Yan. Ah. All 3 of them opened their mouths wide. What's going on? Could it be that this girl already knows Chen Yan's true identity? Otherwise, why would you be willing to give him such a valuable thing? Well, he also gave me an epic equipment and a rare class transfer card before. I couldn't repay him, but this is perfect. It would be a waste for me to have such a good thing, so I might as well give it to him. Qin Yu blushed and stammered. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that this girl was not that smart. Yes, I support it. I agree. It's a good gift for Chen Yan. After all, you two are a couple. Qin Yu bit her lip and said, have you contacted Chen Yan? We couldn't contact him before. That should be fine, huh? The three of them knew very well that Chen Yan had already taken action to deal with the world boss, so he must have come back. But at this moment, Deng Rongrong's face suddenly darkened. Be careful, someone is following us. Go. Just as they quickened their pace, two people suddenly came towards them from the front and blocked their way. There were 4 of them in total, attacking from the front and back. Qin Yu's face changed. Who are you? What do you want to do? Sister, if I'm not mistaken, you should have something good hidden on you, right? Hearing this, Qin Yu's heart was suddenly shaken. I'm not even a second-tier player, I don't know what you're talking about. Please make way. Okay, judging by your reaction, I guessed it right, hee. The leading young man smiled and said, how about this, we won't make it difficult for you. Hand over the things and we can spare your lives. Deng Rongrong and the other 2. Unexpectedly, I was still targeted by someone with bad intentions. But this group of people is too bold. They even want to steal the equipment of Chen Yan's girlfriend. If Chen Yan wants to retaliate against them, he will probably die without knowing how he died. This is not just kicking an iron plate, but kicking a titanium alloy steel plate. You are robbing in broad daylight, aren't you afraid that we will call the police? Qin Yu shouted. Huh, sister, don't be so naive. The rules of the world are different now. All fights between players are a competition for survival of the fittest. It's so funny. As long as we don't kill anyone, the law enforcement team has no reason to bother us. Do you understand, little girl? If you do, hand over the things quickly and don't force us to do it. Deng Rongrong also whispered, Xiao Yu, why don't we know what to do now? It doesn't matter if the equipment is lost, but life is more important. No. Qin Yu's eyes were firm. This is to be given to Chen Yan and cannot be given to others easily. You are so ignorant, take action. I'm so mad, I'm so mad. I just got some great equipment and it was snatched away before I could even warm up to it. It's all my fault. If I hadn't reacted so strongly just now, they wouldn't have known. Qin Yu was so angry that she almost cried. Obviously, the fight was not fought. The value of the equipment was secondary. What she couldn't bear the most was that the gift she had finally given to Chen Yan was gone. Xiao Yu, don't be angry. Let's go find Chen Yan. Why are you looking for him? I lost the equipment I was going to give him. I won't look for him anymore. Then you can ask him to help you get it back. Bring it back. He helps me get it back, and I give it to him. That's even more meaningless. 3 people, what you said makes sense. Ahem. I don't know what your expression will be after you know Chen Yan's identity. Chapter 32, Fight. The war is about to begin. Qin Yu said angrily, no, I'm going to report this to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I don't believe that this world doesn't even care about robbery. Soon, Qin Yu found Li Yunwei. This female law enforcement officer had a very good image and was straightforward, and she left a very good impression on Qin Yu at school. However, after she explained the whole story, Li Yunwei's answer was quite realistic. I'm sorry, but the law enforcement agency can't handle this matter. Why? There have been thousands of internal fights and robberies since the game merged into the world. If we have to take care of every one of them, how can we manage them all? Qin Yu was immediately discouraged. But there was nothing I could do, I could only swallow my anger. Wait, I remember, you are Chen Yan's girlfriend. Li Yunwei suddenly asked. Yes, what happened? Have you contacted him during this time? Li Yunwei continued to ask. No, maybe he has something wrong. After Qin Yu left the Law Enforcement Bureau, he became angrier and angrier. Xiao Yu, why are you so stubborn? Let's tell Chen Yan about this, he will find a way. Deng Rongrong was so anxious that she almost said something directly to Chen Yan, but he remained silent. But he couldn't tell it, it was an absolute secret. I want to shake someone. What are you shaking people for? Fight them and get their things back. What, Xiaoyu, are you crazy? Since the law enforcement agency said it doesn't care, then we'll take it back in our own way. What's the problem? Qin Yu had made up his mind and would not listen to any advice. Sister, where do we come from? I paid for it. Qin Yu immediately opened the regional trading channel and made a call. Recruit high-level mercenaries to help fight, and get generous rewards. Yes, she would spend money to hire someone to get the things back. The rest of the brothers were dumbfounded. A woman who is serious is really scary. The other side. Chen Yan finally returned home slowly. Looking back on this journey, it was a safe and thrilling one. I met Xiao Qi offline and was almost caught by Yi Hongling. I don't know why they are focusing on me instead of working hard to upgrade every day. As soon as he got home, Chen Yan paused. There was someone waiting for her at the door. A pretty lady in a neat camouflage uniform and a high ponytail. Captain Li, are you waiting for me here? Yeah, where have you been? I couldn't contact you before. I just came back from defeating the world boss. I'm so tired. That guy was so hard to beat. Fortunately, a strong man helped in the end. How come I didn't know that you went to defeat the world boss? Li Yunwei said in a deep voice, I know everyone who has entered the barrier. When did you enter? Chen Yan was shocked. Damn, you can remember 1,000 people in there. You're a pervert. I couldn't squeeze in because there were too many people, so I watched the game outside. Chen Yan smiled calmly. You didn't fight. Right. Then why are you covered in dust and dirt? As expected of the law enforcement department. Such insight and sharpness really surprised Chen Yan. Li Yunwei smiled meaningfully. I'm not kidding you anymore. I have something to tell you. Your girlfriend Qin Yu's equipment was stolen, and she just came to me. What equipment? Epic equipment dropped by the world boss. What? Chen Yan was shocked again. This girl is so lucky, I gave her the equipment I was short of. Then she was robbed again. You didn't know. It doesn't look like she's prepared to tell you that. Chen Yan nodded, indeed, he didn't tell me. Captain Li, can you please tell me who the other party is? I checked. He's a very troublesome person. He's from Chu Long's guild. He's level 70, which is almost the highest level in the whole city. Okay. I advise you not to provoke him easily. It will only make you uncomfortable. Forget about losing your equipment. Okay, I'm here to tell you about this. Thank you, Captain Li, sorry for bothering me. Li Yunwei had just walked a distance when he received a call from a colleague. Captain, I found out. This boy named Chen Yan just took a flight to Luqing yesterday, but we can't find the return flight information. Okay. Li Yunwei smiled. This is where things get interesting. How did he get back without any flight information? This Chen Yan may not be simple. Keep checking. What major events have happened in Luqing recently? Luqing seems to have gathered a lot of big shots at the same time, including billionaires, business tycoons, second-generation rich men, and rich daughters, etc., causing quite a stir. Okay, got it. There were so many important people gathered in Luqing, and Chen Yan also went there. Could it be that he was attending some kind of party? Why not use this incident to test Chen Yan's ability first? If Chen Yan could even beat Chu Long, then his identity becomes interesting. The next day, Qin Yu issued a formal challenge to the other party. That night, Linhai City Pier. Yang Yan and a group of people were waiting for the distinguished guests. I didn't expect that little sister to challenge us to a fight. She does have a bit of a temper. After all, an epic equipment was stolen, and no one would be able to swallow this. But she may not know her own weight. Brother Yang, what are we going to say later? That woman is a famous star. If we win the fight, won't we capture her and play with her? Yang Yan was the one who stole Qin Yu's equipment. He grinned, it's still not my turn. Our boss has to go first anyway. Where's the boss? He's just sitting there smoking. Does the boss really need to intervene in this kind of fight? That's true. Hey, here they come. There were a few cars parked on the road not far ahead, and a group of people walked down proudly. They were Qin Yu's men. She spent 3 million to hire thugs. These are all the private money she has saved. Her purpose today is very simple, even if she has to make money, she must fight for her reputation. Qin Yu's team of 4, plus 7 high-level fighters, has a total of 11 people. The average level of the team is around level 40, and the lineup is quite powerful. The two gangs officially met. At this time, Chen Yan was standing on the pier, turning on his eagle eyes and watching everything below. Li Yunwei also hid quietly in the dark, with only one purpose, to see if Chen Yan would take action today. Chapter 33 Chu Long takes action, the terrifying suppression power of the level 70 boss. Hey, little sister, you brought a lot of people today. Yang Yen stood up with a smile on his face, his hands in his pockets, looking like a street thug. But his strength is not bad at all. He is already level 43, which makes him a second-tier player. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yu said coldly, if you lose today, return your equipment. Can. Yang Yan's smile became more and more outrageous. But the question is, what if you lose, little sister? What do you want? Nothing, I just want you to play with my brothers, drink some wine and chat, maybe even touch their legs. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter came from the back. This group of people are used to being wild, and with the game blending with reality, they have extraordinary abilities and are even more unscrupulous. It is common for him to abuse his power, so why would he be afraid of a little girl like Qin Yu? Qin Yu was so angry at being humiliated so blatantly that she gritted her teeth and couldn't hold back on the spot. He raised his hand and summoned the epic equipment, firework bow. Whoosh! A rocket shot into the air. Unexpectedly, Yang Yan's reaction was also very fast. He punched out and smashed the arrow into pieces in midair. How could it be? Tisk, tsk, tsk, that hurts. Yang Yan looked at the burns on his fists, then looked at the bow in Qin Yu's hand, and his eyes suddenly became playful. The fire attribute attack is so strong, the weapon in your hand is not a good piece of equipment, right? Qin Yu subconsciously covered his weapon. This is the firework bow that Chen Yan gave her. It is extremely precious. Unexpectedly, the other party is also a connoisseur and recognized it at a glance. You are a woman with no real strength, but you are wearing one piece of good equipment after another. You are truly a living bodhisattva, saving all living beings. Brothers, let's work hard. Win this fight, snatch that thing from her, and the chance to make a fortune will come again. Ha ha ha, Brother Yang has a very sharp eye. That bow does look extraordinary, at least it's a rare level piece of equipment. I wasn't very motivated at first, but now it's much more interesting. A group of people were rubbing their hands, their eyes full of impatience. Qin Yu really started to worry. What if we can't win the battle? Not only will we lose our wife but also our soldiers, and we won't even be able to keep this weapon. Get started. A battle between two teams of extraordinary people began at the dock. The stakes are high, an epic piece of gear. After a chaotic battle, Qin Yu is finally at a disadvantage. After all, the other party is a real member of the gaming guild. In terms of organizational discipline and integrity, they are definitely much better than the scattered group here. They are too strong, Xiaoyu, we can't defeat them. Deng Rongrong had no words to express her grievances. If she had told Chen Yan about this, why would she have gone through so much trouble? Is it necessary to mobilize so many people for something that he can easily solve by himself? We can beat them, we have more people. What was shocking was that Qin Yu called another group of people, about 10 of them, all of them extraordinary people. Deng Rongrong was also shocked, if it's not Xiaoyu, where did you find so many people? Spend money. Qin Yu knew that he might not be able to win, so he prepared a human wave tactic. Just use manpower to kill them, or at worst spend money. She has money, so spend it lavishly. Even if Qin Yu spent all her private money today, she had to earn back this loss. So, this wave of people came up again and another big battle broke out. Still lost. A group of hired men were beaten and bleeding, and they retreated one after another. Fortunately, the other party didn't dare to kill. If someone is killed, the law enforcement agency will intervene, so no normal person would cross this line. Damn, this woman is quite good at shaking people up. It's useless to have too many rookies. After 2 consecutive battles, Yang Yan and his group suffered injuries and were quite exhausted. Just then, Qin Yu made a phone call. The third wave of people is coming in a hurry. Is this woman done yet? How many people did she call? fuck. Yang Yan and his gang finally got fed up, and they finally realized how scary a woman could be when she got excited. Chen Yan, who was standing 100 meters above the ground, also laughed. It looks like I don't need to take any action, which is good, so as to avoid being caught by Li Yunwei. After turning on the Giggle Eye, he was able to see the overall situation and of course saw Li Yunwei hiding in the dark. But at this moment, a man walked slowly outside the dock. He took a step forward. Lightning pierces the darkness. The next moment, he came to the crowd, with a faint electric glow still on his body. Thunder Mage, Chu Long. The president of the Guild Limited and currently the highest-ranking person in Linhai City. Seeing him coming, a group of people lowered their heads. Boss. Boss, you're here. Chu Long glanced at the group of people in front of him with contempt. With his right hand raised high, a ball of dazzling lightning bloomed in the palm of his hand, and the jumping electric light was like countless swimming snakes. Suddenly, those lightning snakes jumped out. What followed were waves of screams. Aya. Under the ravages of countless lightning snakes, the new wave of people all fell to the ground, with green smoke coming out of their bodies. How could they withstand the attack of a high-level thunder mage? They all fell to the ground on the spot. A bunch of idiots with no self-awareness. Chu Long lit a cigarette and no longer looked at this group of rabble. Crushing by absolute strength. Once he joined the battle, Qin Yu's side no longer had any chance of winning. How so? What are you waiting for? Hand over the things. Yang Yan shouted impatiently, don't force our boss to take ruthless action. Qin Yu looked at the people he had hired at great expense, who were lying on the ground and screaming, and felt very disappointed. I didn't expect that the other side has such a terrifying and powerful person. Do I really have to hand over my firework bow to them? No. This was given to me by Chen Yan. Why? Li Yunwei also sighed when he saw this. It seems that there will be no changes tonight. Chen Yan hasn't come yet, so I must have been overthinking it. Yes, although he performed well in the last instructor test, he was just an ordinary instructor after all, not even as good as the first-line players. There is a world of difference between him and someone like Chu Long. I had too high expectations for Chen Yan, but I was overthinking. But at this moment, a person crawled up from the ground. This is a skinny otaku with long hair. He looks very frail. The way he stood up was very strange, as if he stood up out of thin air. What's going on? The otaku's name was Xiao Cheng, and he himself was dumbfounded. It felt like something was forcibly lifting my back up, it was very weird. It seemed as if there was something invisible behind me, forcing my body to move. Court death. Chu Long's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand and blasted out another bolt of lightning. The thunder was like a sharp sword, violently tearing through the darkness, and it kept getting bigger in Xiao Cheng's pupils. He subconsciously put his hands in front of his eyes and screamed. Ah! But the next scene made everyone present gasp. That lightning was actually shattered by this otaku. Chapter 34, Big Reversal, the whole audience was shocked. The otaku Xiao Cheng easily took Chu Long's lightning attack. This scene truly shocked everyone present. How is that possible? Li Yunwei almost showed up because she was afraid that this person would be killed by the other party. But who would have thought that he could easily take on the opponent's attack? No, he doesn't look right. This was not his own behavior at all. It seemed like someone was controlling him from behind. Li Yunwei looked around hurriedly, but she could not see Chen Yan, who had already used the invisibility skill. Qin Yu and the large group of people she brought with her were also in great shock, their mouths opened wide and they forgot to close them. Xiao Qing is only level 30. Is he that strong? It's really a ghost. Only Deng Rongrong and the other two were extremely surprised after a brief moment of confusion. Of course they knew that it was not because this person was powerful, but because someone was secretly taking action. Who can do such a thing without anyone noticing? Of course only aged. Chen Yan used the escape spirit snake to control Xiao Cheng's body and slowly raised his right hand. Ah, my hand moved by itself. Word spirit, fire explosion. Boom. A ball of fire suddenly exploded in the direction where Xiao Cheng's finger pointed. One of the other men was blown away on the spot, his body burnt black, and it looked like he would not be able to stand up for a while. What the hell? Xiao Qing looked at his hands in disbelief, with 3 question marks popping up in his head. Oh my god, is this possessed by a ghost? Before he could react, his finger was pointed at another person again. Boom! Fierce flames exploded under the opponent's feet like a volcanic eruption. Another person fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Good fight. Qin Yu couldn't help but cheer, thinking that his money was well spent and he actually hired a master. Deng Rongrong and the other 2 were sighing, saying that silence is really too powerful. There is no need to show up in person. Just by relying on his miraculous abilities, he can control others to fight. It's scary to package a skinny otaku as one possessed by ghosts. Where on earth is it? Li Yunwei's eyes swept across almost every corner of the scene. But still no trace of the man behind the scenes was found. She couldn't confirm whether the person who took action was Chen Yan, but apart from Chen Yan, who else would take care of this mess? Boss. This guy is very weird. Yang Yan couldn't help swallowing, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. As a strong man, Chu Long naturally noticed that something was wrong. He was being manipulated. Could it be the ability of a puppet master? Or is it some kind of superpower like telekinesis? Well, I didn't expect that there is a real strong man hiding in here. Since you don't dare to show up, I will kill the people you control first. If you're playing tricks on me, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Long made a pistol gesture with his right hand. His left hand was holding his right arm, and he looked like he had a chinibu. But suddenly, electric currents from all over the body gathered on the index finger of his right hand, and a terrifying lightning energy was about to burst out. Fuck it, run. I'm dying. The people around Xiao Qing almost crawled to the side. Only Xiao Qing was left, all alone. Of course he wanted to escape, but he couldn't because his legs couldn't move. Oh my god, no way. As his legs continued to tremble, Chu Long's thunder gun had already shot towards him. Focus on one thing and reach the pinnacle. The lightning gun is an absolutely powerful single-target attack skill with unparalleled penetrating power. If an ordinary person is hit head-on, he will definitely die. Chu Long was certain that this blow would either kill or cripple his opponent. He is not afraid even if he kills someone. A powerful player like him is a valuable force for Linhai City to deal with the Blood Moon disaster, and he cannot be held accountable. But the next scene made his pupils shrink suddenly. The lightning spear, which was like a sword from the gods, was unexpectedly blocked by a transparent wall. The terrifying energy was completely offset and did not touch Xiao Qing at all. Impossible. Chu Long shouted subconsciously. He was the highest level player in Linhai City at the moment, and with such a powerful attack, no one in the entire Linhai City could easily take it. Why does he? Of course, it was Chen Yan who took the lightning gun. It's just that he used the invisibility technique, so others couldn't see his figure. As for how he took it, he just stood in front and didn't take any special measures. With an additional defense of up to 500 and a physical strength of 100, this thing was like a tickle when it hit him, without causing any superficial injuries. Xiao Qing was so scared that he cried. While crying, his hands were still moving uncontrollably. Fire explosion. Fire explosion. Fire explosion. Chu Long's men were blown over one after another by the erupting flames, and had no power to fight back. In the end, only Yang Yan and Chu Long were left. Xiao Qing raised his hand and aimed at Yang Yan first. It was this man who stole Qin Yu's equipment. Boss. This guy is so fucking weird, how can I fight him? Chu Long said coldly, what's there to be afraid of? His attack method is too simple. It's okay to deal with low-level rookies, but how can it be useful to you and me? His analysis was actually correct. Flame explosion is one of Chen Yan's lowest-level word spirits, and its use only highlights its convenience. Since Chen Yan's attack power is not high, its power will not be very great. But he doesn't just have one trick. Word spirit, fire explosion. Word spirit, lightning. Word spirit, fumakiri. Fire, thunder, wind. The 3 kinds of words intertwined and hit Yang Yan at the same time. Yang Yan fell to his knees with a scream, his body was already burnt black, and there were countless bloody marks cut by the wind. It was extremely tragic. Chu Long subconsciously took 2 steps back. Using 3 elemental attacks at the same time. Elemental mages are usually proficient in a single element, such as thunder. I have never seen them use multiple elements at the same time. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying the person behind the scenes was. It's not something that I can shake at all. I don't know how this woman got involved with such a strong man. Linhai City is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Level does not represent strength. If we continue to fight, we will only bring humiliation upon ourselves. I give up. Chu Long raised his hands helplessly in surrender. I will return the equipment to you. I apologize to you on behalf of the guild. His eyes looked forward, but they were not focused on anyone, but on nothing. Because this apology was made to Chen Yen. Chen Yen did not take any more action and cancelled the control of the void snake. Xiao Cheng's legs became weak as he lost his support and he could not stand on the spot. We won. Qin Yu was still confused. But when the epic equipment was back in her hands, she was so happy. Xiao Cheng also became a great hero, and other people had to call him Big Brother when they saw him, but those were people who were unaware of the situation. The real insiders are those who know Chen Yan's identity. Quick, let's go find Chen Yan. Qin Yu said happily that she couldn't wait to give the equipment to Chen Yan to avoid any further trouble. Brother Chen Yan is right here, where can you find him? Several people couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Chapter 35, Girlfriend is at home, and the school beauty comes to visit. Li Yunwei knew. The strength of this powerful person hiding behind is probably far greater than Chu Long. Such strong people are definitely the most valuable assets for Linhai City, especially when the Blood Moon disaster is about to come. We must quickly dig out strong people. Is it really impossible to find out the identity of the person behind the scenes? Is he Chen Yan? Li Yunwei suddenly thought of something. She could call Chen Yan. If he was really here, he would definitely not be able to answer the call. Immediately, Li Yunwei made a phone call. Hello, Captain Li. Chen Yan. Where are you now? I'm home, what's wrong? Take a selfie for me right now, it's urgent. Li Yunwei said in a hurried tone. Captain Li. This is inappropriate. I have a girlfriend. Li Yunwei almost vomited blood. After hanging up the phone, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that I think too much. The master just now was planning in secret, playing with people in the palm of his hand, and his attacks were accurate and ruthless. He also knew the 3 elemental spells of wind, thunder and fire, and he didn't reveal his whereabouts. How could it be Chen Yan? He must be an old fox with deep scheming. Etc. Li Yunwei immediately called the Law Enforcement Bureau for backup. Quick, locate the exact location of this phone number for me immediately. Okay, Captain Li, please wait. We found Captain Li. He's not far from the dock. What? Li Yunwei slowly put down his phone and couldn't help but take a breath. Chen Yan is nearby. Was that strong man just now really him? What's wrong, Captain? Are you going to arrest him? No, I'll take care of it. Call. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect this female law enforcement officer to be so smart. She already doubts my identity. This is not good news. It's not a big deal that she is the only one who knows my identity. I can just keep it secret like Qin Yu's friends did. But if the authorities find out, there will be a lot of trouble, and many places may have to take action themselves. Just as I was thinking about it, Qin Yu called again. Chen Yan, where are you now? I have something important to discuss with you. I'm home. Okay, then you wait, I'll come find you right away, please wait. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yan no longer hesitated. With the help of the escape spirit snake, he flew into the air and ran straight home. As for Chu Long's men, an ambulance had already arrived to pick them up. For mild cases, you need to rest for a week, while for severe cases, you need to recover for 10 days to half a month. This is absolutely a devastating blow to them who are currently in a hurry to level up. Boss, why don't you fight him with all your strength? One of the men asked with an unwilling look on his face, holding up his bruised and battered body. In their eyes, Chu Long has always been an extremely arrogant person, and he has never taken the initiative to admit that he is weak like he did today. Humble and without any arrogance. You know nothing. Chu Long said with lingering fear, it wasn't that person who was fighting with me just now, but someone else was secretly controlling him. What? Everyone was shocked. He can hide his body, control others, and use wind, thunder, and fire to attack. He can even easily block my thunder gun. When he said this, Chu Long felt a chill down his spine and his voice began to tremble. I can't believe there's such a strong man hiding in Linhai City. Do you want me to die by fighting him head-on? Everyone. It was the first time that everyone saw the boss being so afraid of someone. I still felt a lingering fear in my heart. According to the boss, if the other party hadn't held back, we would have been dead. Boss, who do you think that person is? No, it's hard to say. Chu Long almost said the word silent. On second thought, it seems absurd. The people that Buyu comes into contact with are all at the highest level in disaster, and have nothing to do with a small fry like himself. Why would he care about such trivial matters? There are countless beautiful women who have fallen in love with him, and their identities are more terrifying than each other. People like Qin Yu are not even on the list. How could a man who was so high and mighty as a god be in the mood to beat me up? Or maybe I think too highly of myself. Chu Long couldn't help but think. Not long after Chen Yan returned home, Qin Yu and others arrived. Xiaoyu, go up by yourself. We won't accompany you. Ah. Would it be bad for me to be alone? You're his girlfriend, what's wrong with that? It would be wrong for us to follow him. Go, go. Seeing the three men grinning, Qin Yu had no choice but to go up and knock on the door alone. The door opened. She stammered, Chen Yan, I have something. Xiaoyu, it's a rare visit for you, come in and talk. That's right, come in quickly, we'll be waiting for you outside. Don't be shy, go ahead. Qin Yu was pushed into the door, and it closed with a bang. Only then did Chen Yan look at the girl in front of him. She leaned against the door with her back, her delicate face was dirty and her makeup was smudged due to the fight just now. Her eyes seemed to be a little wandering, as if because of shyness. Come in and sit down. Wipe it off. Do you want to talk to me about something? Chen Yan asked as he handed her a wet towel. I'll give you something. What? A piece of equipment. Qin Yu took out the epic equipment, magic turtle armor. Chen Yan was surprised. She actually wanted to give such a good thing to herself. Take it, don't be embarrassed, you gave me good equipment before. Qin Yu explained, besides, you are stronger than me, so it will be more useful for you to take the good equipment. You make a lot of sense. I'll take it. You. How? You are really rude. Chen Yan smiled. Of course he wouldn't be polite. First, he killed the world boss. Second, he was the one who snatched the equipment back. But Qin Yu didn't know. Then I'll leave first. Take a shower before you go. You're like a little kitten. Aren't you ashamed to walk outside? Chen Yan teased. Humph, you still despise me. But I didn't bring any change of clothes. It's okay. I'll find you some men's clothes to wear. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded while biting her red lips. Then don't peek. Soon, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the shower. When Chen Yan came to the door, the three friends had already slipped away. They were hoping that Qin Yu and Chen Yan would sleep together tonight. Chen Yan had just replaced the door and hadn't sat down on the sofa yet. Suddenly the doorbell rang again. Who else would come over this late? Chen Yan glanced at the doorbell video. The guest outside was actually a girl he was very familiar with. The former school beauty, Xia Wen. Why did she come to my house? Chapter 36. How about you stay and sleep for a night? Xia Wen has always felt unhappy. Chen Yan's excellence has almost become her inner demon. A talented young man from Linhai University, who bravely does what is right without leaving a name, is the boyfriend of the female star Qin Yu, and is personally recruited by the handsome female captain of the law enforcement department. With all the halos intertwined together, Chen Yan has become a legendary figure in Linda. In the cafeteria, library, training ground, dormitory. Wherever there are people, there will be topics about him. Chen Yan is so handsome, why didn't I know he was so handsome before? Oh, who could have discovered such a treasure boy before? Even our school beauty Xia didn't discover him, right? Ha ha ha, I heard that Chen Yan did pursue her. I feel much more balanced now that you say that. Now, even if school belle Xia wants to get close to him, she'd be considered too high to marry. That's right, Xia Wen became a clown. If Chen Yan is still her suitor now, then she can show off wherever she goes, and Chen Yan's halo is just gilding her. But what about now? She is a blind clown who doesn't know how to appreciate. But Xia Wen understands men. Men are the kind of people who get bored easily and love looking for different kinds of excitement. Chen Yan has a more beautiful girlfriend, but it doesn't mean he won't have feelings for others. As long as he is proactive enough, there is no stingy person he can't get. So, Xia Wen found out where Chen Yan lived. Wow! When she first saw the old villa, she was shocked. What's going on? Isn't he just a nerd who only knows how to play games? How come he already lives in such a high-end villa? So, Chen Yan's label has added another word, rich. Xia Wen was even more excited, because she knew that men would become bad when they had money. Now that you are so rich, shouldn't you play with more women? As long as you are proactive enough, you will have no problem defeating him. Boom boom boom. See, Chen Yan opened the door. Xia Wen immediately started acting and put on a pitiful look. She put on heavy makeup today, changed into a charming purple dress, her lips were as red as blood, and her fragrance was pleasant. She was ready to bring out her feminine charm to the extreme. Chen Yan. I want to ask you for help with something, is that okay? What's up? Can you let me in and talk? Chen Yan found it interesting when he thought that Qin Yu was still taking a bath inside. Can. Thank you. Seeing that Chen Yan was willing to let her in, Xia Wen was immediately delighted. You little brat, the fact that you are willing to let me in proves that you are lustful and expect all kinds of things to happen. All men in the world are the same, how can I not win you over? After Chen Yan entered the living room, Xia Wen sat on the sofa and lifted her skirt a little higher, revealing a pair of well-proportioned white legs. She has many ways to seduce men. But she thought Chen Yan was pouring water for her, but she didn't expect that he poured a glass of water for himself. Tell me, what do you want from me? Chen Yan asked. Chen Yan. We may have had many misunderstandings before. I was too immature and have felt guilty for a long time. I wanted to come up and apologize to you today. Xia Wen stood up and bowed to Chen Yan, I'm sorry. Showing her cleavage when apologizing is still her little trick. Let me ask you, which man wouldn't be moved after seeing this? What man would have the heart to blame her after seeing this? Chen Yan smiled, it's okay, I'm not such a fussy person. Do you have anything else to say besides apologizing? I also want you to teach me some fighting skills. I'm not very good at fighting monsters, ah. Sure, but there is one condition. What are the conditions? Just tell me, hee. Xia Wen's eyes lit up. She already had a premonition of what Chen Yan would say, which was simply, if you sleep with me tonight, I will teach you. This would just fall into her trap and would be enough to trap the man. You have to ask my girlfriend if she agrees first. What did you say? Just then, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Chen Yan, who are you talking to? Your clothes are too big. They feel weird on me. That's right, Qin Yu had finished taking a shower and was about to go downstairs. She was wearing an old white t-shirt. The loose t-shirt gave her a lazy feeling, and the hem of the shirt even covered her shorts, giving people the feeling that she was not wearing pants. That pair of impeccable, almost glowing white thighs is a truly perfect work of art. Qin Yu, who had just finished taking a shower, walked down the stairs while fiddling with her wet hair. Her fair skin was crystal clear, giving people endless reverie. Xia Wen just stood there in a daze. When the two faced each other, it was like a little devil meeting a big devil. She was completely defeated by Qin Yu without makeup. Chen Yan, who is she? Qin Yu raised her eyebrows. A classmate from school said she wanted me to teach her fighting skills. What do you think? Teach you a big head ghost. After taking a look at Xia Wen, she knew that this woman had ill intentions. She wore such heavy makeup and was dressed so sexy. Huh, would I lose to you? Qin Yu sat down beside Chen Yan with a huff. A woman who is competitive is quite scary. The loose t-shirt outlines her exquisite body. She releases her feminine beauty without reservation. Her long white legs are crossed and her white jade-like feet are slightly raised in the air. Why don't you teach me if you have the time, Chen Yan? Chen Yan put his arm around Qin Yu's shoulders and said, "Don't be angry, Xiao Yu. I won't teach you if you're unhappy. We're classmates after all. If she insists on coming in, I can't refuse her." "Humph. You're smart." Xia Wen was devastated, completely devastated. She thought that tonight would be a successful hookup with Chen Yan's script. But he never expected that he was just a dog, and a dog that was tricked into being killed. Here, she was deeply humiliated and almost ashamed. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into on the spot. She finally realized that this was Chen Yan's revenge on her. Because she had said to Chen Yan, "How should I reject this dog liquor?" Xia Wen could no longer bear it, so she stood up and walked quickly towards the door. She almost fell down because she walked so fast. "Xia Wen, are you leaving now? I'll see you off." As soon as Chen Yan finished speaking, the sound of a door slamming was heard. He could only shrug helplessly. "Ah, my classmate is really something, he comes and goes quickly, and he doesn't even let me see him off." Qin Yu didn't know that Chen Yan was being sarcastic. She groaned, "Although we are just a couple in name only, how can you have the nerve to bring a girl home in front of me?" Well. Chen Yan thought about it and it seemed to be true. "I took advantage of Qin Yu and I feel really sorry for her. How about I let you sleep here for one night to make it up to you?" Chapter 37 The Terrifying Disaster Beast. "How about I let you sleep here for one night to make it up to you?" Chen Yan said seriously. "Ah. We've only known each other for a short time, no. Wait, where are you going?" Qin Yu was refusing with a blushing face, but when she saw Chen Yan getting ready to go out, she was immediately puzzled. "I asked you to stay here for one night because your friends have already left. It's not that I want to sleep with you. I'm going out to level up, you should have a good rest." Qin Yu is confused. "So he really just wants me to sleep here for a while, okay, he has no sexual interest in me at all." Qin Yu even felt quite frustrated, but Chen Yan had already left. Successfully equipped the epic equipment, Magic Turtle Armor. Chen Yan replaced his original excellent equipment with the newly acquired epic equipment. The attributes have increased significantly again. Camel Mountain Magic Turtle 3-piece set activated successfully. Defense plus 20%. This defense power is directly added to the percentage, and the effect is quite significant. Chen Yan immediately checked his attributes. Chen Yan, Word Spirit Saint, only 1. Gene level, level 1, level 60. Physical fitness, 112. Agility, 72. Extraordinary, 67. Attack bonus, 130. Defense bonus, 696. Combat power rating, 54 stars. The defensive power has directly leaped to a new level. The combat power assessment also soared by 10 stars again. The effect of this wave of sets has been greatly improved. Chen Yan's next goal is to complete the epic 4-piece set and obtain the set effect of the 4-piece set. He already had the most crucial special material, the Camel Mountain Demon Turtle Shell, and he only needed to go to the wild to collect other materials and hand over the gathered materials to the blacksmith for forging. Now, many players who have been working hard to upgrade have surpassed Chen Yan in level. But he doesn't care, rank is not everything. Oh, by the way, there are still 3 scrolls of disaster that have not been used. I can find a place to use them all. Disaster summoning is a new feature that is unlocked after defeating the world boss. All players have a very small chance of obtaining a disaster scroll after killing a monster. After using the scroll of disaster, an extremely powerful disaster monster will be summoned. After killing it, you can obtain a powerful disaster gem. Chen Yan defeated the world boss alone and directly obtained 3 scrolls of disaster, which he kept in his backpack. He came to the suburbs through the teleportation array in the city. Those ordinary monsters will refresh after a certain period of time and will only wander outside. Now you can see quite a few people fighting and leveling up. Want to team up, brothers? There are 3 of us on the team now, and there are some pretty girls. Brother, the team is in need of strong output, we have very reliable knights. As Chen Yan walked along the way, many people extended olive branches to him. But he was not interested and continued to walk outside. These low-level monsters were no longer of his interest. As he went deeper and deeper into the city, Chen Yan soon came to an area of high-level monsters. Monsters of level 40-50. The players who can come to this area are the elite among the elites, and they are very rare. It seems that the integration of the game and reality has caused the terrain to change. In front of Chen Yan's eyes was a cracked valley. A hideous crack extended almost hundreds of miles forward. Fog was spreading in the valley, and low roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. Without hesitation, Chen Yan jumped down. Word Spirit, Escape Spirit Snake. Under the protection of the Word Spirit, Chen Yan went about 200 meters deep and landed steadily. As soon as he landed, a pair of blood-red pupils lit up in the surrounding fog. Crash, crash. A figure slowly walked into Chen Yan's sight. It was a humanoid monster with strange dark blue skin, iron chains under his feet, and a broken sword in his hand. He was extremely creepy. The undead warrior is not of low level. If Chen Yan levels up by himself, the efficiency is actually not very high. Because his ability to cause large-scale destruction is far inferior to that of a mage like Yi Hongling. If you use the Golden Sword of Judgment, it would be like killing a fly with a sledgehammer, which is totally not cost-effective. An extremely interesting idea suddenly occurred to him. First gather a large number of monsters, then use the Disaster Scroll to summon powerful disaster beasts, and then use the Golden Sword of Judgment to kill them all in one wave. This way you can gain a lot of experience and kill the disaster beast at the same time. Isn't that great? The name of the plan is Ultimate Wave. Chen Yan had already started to act. He blasted a flame at the undead warrior and then continued to go deeper into the valley to look for more undead warriors. I hope there are more monsters in this area so that my ultimate skill won't be wasted. Roar. One after another, the monsters hidden in the fog were provoked out by Chen Yan. They were like a group of loyal soldiers, chasing behind like tails, and there was a series of clanging sounds of iron chains. After running about 2 kilometers in the valley, Chen Yan looked back and saw that the results gathered behind him were already quite scary. A bunch of hideous heads, a benefit for people with trypophobia. Almost. At this time, Chen Yan took out the 3 disaster scrolls, again. Bite your fingers and let the blood drip on them. The launch ceremony begins. Not far away on the other side, there was actually a group of people killing monsters. They are also true first-line players, the elite among the elites. There are 12 people in this group, all of them are very powerful, and they have no pressure in killing undead warriors in the valley. However, to be safe, they fought in groups of 2 or 3 and did not dare to provoke too many at once. After all, this is not a real game, but reality. If you make a mistake once and your whole team is wiped out, then you're really done for. We've leveled up again. It's so easy to have a good team. Huh, I'm level 58 too. Fuck, guys, I got a scroll of disaster. What, a scroll of disaster? Everyone gathered around immediately. After a careful discussion, they decided to open the scroll of disaster. Everyone be careful. The disaster monsters are very powerful. We must go all out and not let our guard down. Open it. As a drop of blood dripped onto the scroll, a beam of red light shot straight into the sky. In the strange red light column, the disaster beast descends. So, this team started a fierce battle. The elite team of 12 people was extremely careful and gave it their all during the battle, and finally succeeded in defeating the disaster beast. However, their team has almost fallen apart. 5 of them were seriously injured, and 2 of them had broken legs and feet. It was a horrific sight. 7 people were slightly injured and basically lost their ability to fight. Damn, this disaster beast is too powerful. We underestimated the enemy. We really can't use the disaster scroll randomly. Otherwise, if we can't defeat the monster, we will all die at its hands. Well, I've learned my lesson. Fortunately, everyone is still alive. What is that? Suddenly, a man pointed at the sky not far away, his face turned pale and his lips were trembling. Everyone followed his gaze and were equally frightened out of their wits. There, 3 red beams of light suddenly appeared. A madman summoned 3 disaster beasts at once. Chapter 38, Kill and Get the Disaster Gem. Crazy, crazy. There's a madman over there, run away, quickly. A disaster beast almost wiped out their elite team of 12 people. Summon 3 at once. Ha! Either you are crazy or you are looking for death. After the disaster beast arrives, it will indiscriminately attack all humans around it. Their only target is humans. If these three disaster beasts discovered them, they would surely die. Help me up, please don't leave me, please. The brother with a broken leg sat on the ground and screamed helplessly. His voice was trembling, and you could see how scared he was. Damn it, who on earth is so desperate? I don't want to be buried with him. No matter how seriously injured the people present were, they had to run for their lives at this moment. If you run too slowly, you might get caught up in the chaos. Reality is not a game. But what should we do with these three disaster beasts? What else can we do? Of course we have to report it to the law enforcement department. We must not let them enter the city. I don't know if large-scale thermal weapons are effective against calamity beasts. A level 1 calamity beast is not something most ordinary players can fight against. 3 blood-red beams of light shot up into the sky. This is a first-level, disaster beast summoned by Chen Nian with blood. Boom, boom, boom. The ground vibrated rhythmically, and 3 black beasts of different shapes slowly stepped out of the red light column. They don't look like any animal, but they have characteristics of various animals and humans, like an alien created by a mad scientist. Some have eyes on their wings, some have faces under their crotch, and some have 8 legs and 3 heads. The only thing they have in common is that they are all pure black, like monsters descending from the depths of hell. But now, Chen Nian discovered a horrifying fact. Disaster beasts are different from ordinary monsters that refresh and revive. They, or rather they, have consciousness and intelligence. I didn't expect that there are such bold people in the world. Only one person opened 3 disaster gates at once. It seems like he is looking for death. Since you have summoned us, then reward him with the most tragic death. It must be fun to chop up and eat humans alive, haha. The 3 demons have treated Chen Nian as a lamb to be slaughtered. At the same time, behind Chen Nian, hundreds of undead warriors had gathered, and their target was also Chen Nian. Hundreds of high-level monsters, plus 3 extremely powerful disaster beasts. Anyone who saw this scene would probably be so scared that their legs would go weak on the spot, including the elites among the group of players and the masters who were at the top of the level. But Chen Nian smiled contemptuously, and a golden light slowly lit up in his pupils. The bright and dazzling pupils were like flowing gold, causing the 3 disaster beasts to tremble all over. You seem to think too highly of yourselves. These simple words seem to carry the pressure of a king and the arrogance of looking down on the world. Human, I am just waiting for bait, die. A disaster beast stretched out its hand towards Chen Nian, with dozens of bloodshot eyes on that hand. The hand is broken. Before it got close to Chen Nian, it was broken into 2 in the air without any warning. Ugh! The disaster beast let out a throat-shattering roar. At this moment, the 3 disaster beasts looked at Chen Nian in disbelief, their pupils widened to their maximum. They discovered that a golden shadow was faintly visible on Chen Nian's back. It was as if a god was holding a huge sword, judging everything in the world. Anyone guilty will be beheaded. Sequence 121, Word Spirit, Golden Sword of Judgment. Chen Nian walked forward with a scornful smile on his lips, the golden light in his pupils as dazzling as the sun. I heard that you use humans as bait. Sorry, in my eyes you are the same. Kneel down. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden sword of judgment was swung, and the space in front of Chen Nian seemed to be cut open. The lower bodies of these 3 monsters, whether they had legs or not, were split apart. Chen Nian had never thought that disaster actually had its own consciousness. It seems that this world is not as simple as a fusion of games and reality. But it doesn't matter. At this moment, the undead warriors behind him pounced on him. But they were also the same. Before they even touched Chen Nian, their bodies broke into 2 pieces. This scene looked a bit weird. Why aren't you talking? You cripples. Chen Nian put his hands in his pockets, ignoring the undead warriors that were pouring in like a tide behind him, and looked at the 3 disaster beasts in front of him with a smile. No, it's impossible. Humans can actually be so powerful. The next moment, the neck of one of the disaster beasts was cut off. Its head lost support and slid down, then was chopped into countless pieces in mid-air and scattered on the ground. I didn't expect that killing the calamity beasts would be much more interesting than killing ordinary monsters. Next. Just 10 minutes. Except for Chen Nian, there was no one else alive in the valley. The 3 disaster beasts have been broken into countless pieces and have gone to nourish the earth. Chen Yen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the golden light in his pupils slowly went out, and the spirit of words was released. It takes a lot of energy to deal with so many miscellaneous items at once. But the harvest was also extremely rich. Every time Chen Yen kills one of these undead warriors, he can gain hundreds of genetic energies. Kill them all in one wave and gain tens of thousands of experience points. Moreover, killing the disaster beast would give more genetic energy, 3,000 for just one. After one wave, nearly 20,000 experience points were credited. Chen Yen's level was successfully upgraded to level 68. This efficiency is acceptable, but the consumption is too high and it can't last long. In addition to a large amount of genetic energy, the ordinary undead warriors also gave Chen Yen a bunch of ordinary materials, equipment, and skill scrolls. But that's not the point. The most important thing is what the disaster beast explodes. Calamity Gem. Killing a disaster beast has a chance to drop a disaster gem, which is the most exciting and rare reward that drives countless players crazy. Disaster Gem, attack and defense reversal, can convert the entire body's defense into attack power. This effect is really great for aging. His defense was originally abnormally high, but his attack power was slightly insufficient. With this Disaster Gem, he could abandon defense and let his attack power skyrocket at the critical moment. Quite practical. It's about time to leave here and find a place to rest for a while. After a long time, the lights of 2 helicopters illuminated the valley. The group of people who escaped just now are back, and with them come the elite troops brought by the Law Enforcement Department and the Air Force. Is this the place where you said the 3 disaster beasts appeared? Li Yunwei asked. Yes, that's right. We just saw it with our own eyes. A madman summoned 3 disaster beasts at once. He must be dead by now. Chapter 39, all the disaster beasts were killed. Chen Yen obtains a rare word spirit. Summon 3 calamity beasts at once. When Li Yunwei heard this, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble violently. This is a big trouble. When the disaster summoning function was officially opened, we clearly warned all players not to open the disaster scroll easily. How could someone still be so reckless? There are 3 disaster beasts. I don't know if the law enforcement forces of Linhai City can solve them. Luckily we have 2 armed helicopters on board to support us this time. Let's go down and take a look. Li Yunwei led the fully armed law enforcement team and began to go deep into the valley. We won't go. Those players were extremely unwilling to do so. You know there are 3 disaster beasts below, but you still go down there to seek death. Tipping off and calling in the law enforcement team is already the limit. The next step is to just watch the fire from the other side of the river to avoid getting killed. They have experienced the horror of the disaster beast firsthand. In the deep valley, Li Yunwei and his group were advancing cautiously, shining flashlights everywhere, not daring to be careless in the slightest. There's a strong smell of blood, be careful, someone suddenly said. This reminder immediately stimulated the brains of all the team members. Adrenaline was secreted wildly and sweat was already overflowing from their heads. After advancing for dozens of meters, they finally found a clue. Captain! Look at these things. One of the team members said in a trembling voice. Li Yunwei walked over quickly and saw a lot of black flesh and blood scattered on the ground. It was deformed and grotesque, and was slowly turning into black mist and dissipating. One arm is covered with pupils. There are heads with 8 mouths. There was actually a pair of wings growing on one of its legs. Completely irregular monsters, symbolizing their true identities, disaster beasts. Are these the corpses of the disaster beasts? There's more than one. Li Yunwei took a deep breath. Their information is correct, there are indeed 3 disaster beasts. What do you mean, 3 disaster beasts were killed here? Impossible. With the current levels and combat power of the players, how is it possible for a single person to kill 3 calamity beasts at once? Is it possible that the perpetrators were a super powerful team? Li Yunwei shook his head, it's unlikely. Look carefully, there are no signs of large-scale battles around, almost only the corpses of these monsters. Captain, what do you mean? Li Yunwei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the 3 disaster beasts were all killed without any chance of fighting back. Everyone is confused. This is too outrageous. What kind of strong person could slaughter 3 disaster beasts? Calling Captain Li, what's going on down there? A message came from the armed helicopter overhead. The Calamity Beast has been destroyed. There is no danger. I repeat, the Calamity Beast has been destroyed. There is no danger. After Li Yunwei finished his reply, he sent someone to call the group of witnesses. Moments later, several witnesses arrived at the scene. Looking at the body tissues of the disaster beasts all over the ground, he couldn't close his mouth. This? They knew clearly how terrifying the combat power of the disaster beast was. One is enough to compete with their elite leveling team. And here, there are 3 corpses. What does this mean? It means that not long after the 3 disaster beasts were summoned, the summoner killed them. Oh my god, who is this pervert? Wait, have you noticed something strange? We haven't encountered a single monster since we entered the valley. It's true. Everyone realized it later and felt a sudden chill on their backs. What do you mean? What this means is that the summoner not only slaughtered 3 calamity beasts, but also cleared out all the monsters in this area. What the hell? Everyone present was in deep shock. This valley is full of monsters that are nearly level 50. Captain, what should we do? Someone asked, should we search the surrounding area and find the summoner? No need. Blindly following will only anger the other party. Get back together. Li Yunwei stretched out his hand and stopped everyone from going any further. Because she already has a candidate in mind. No words. In the last world boss battle, Buyu and the Red Lotus Warlock Yi Hongling, 2 top masters, appeared in Linhai City at the same time. It is known that Yi Hongling is not from Linhai City, so he can be ruled out. What about Buyu? Could he be hiding in Linhai City? Apart from him, I can't think of any other candidate. If it was Silent Moving's hands, then everything would make sense, and with his strength, it wouldn't be difficult to do that. I hope that when the Blood Moon disaster really comes, this strong man will be able to come out and fight. Yes. Chen Yan had left a long time ago. While resting, he counted the harvest he had just reaped. After upgrading, he learned a new basic word spirit. Sequence 49, Wind Cannon. The effect is simple, gathering wind pressure between the fingers, a powerful single attack. Very similar to the Thunder Gun. Next time when using this word spirit, Chen Yan can disguise himself as a wind elemental mage. Next, he replaced the original junk with the newly acquired equipment, and then put all the unwanted equipment on the trading space to sell. As for the skill scrolls, keep them all for your own use. Because skill scrolls can be used for synthesis, even if you don't have what you need, you can combine 3 into 1. Synthesis begins. It is quite a waste of money to synthesize skill scrolls. If you get 3 in 1 and don't get what you want, then 2 of them will be wasted. Among the old words, those rare and high-risk words cannot be obtained through upgrades and must be synthesized. So actually Chen Yan has a very late-stage talent. The more rare word spirits he synthesizes, the stronger he will be. It's useless. It's no use. Unfortunately, Chen Yan used up all his skill scrolls but still failed to synthesize the equipment he wanted. However, he had accumulated a considerable amount of gold from the things he had sold before, so he went directly to the trading space and bought a batch of low-level skill scrolls, about 20 in total, and continued to synthesize them. Gambling dog. But with his talent as the Saint of Words, he has to be a gambler. Would those rare words appear for nothing? No. Not until he had used up all the skill scrolls he had bought did Chen Yan's eyes suddenly light up. Soul Flame Palm plus Flowing Light Technique plus Flying Air Technique equals Wind and Thunder Flash. Sequence 30, Rare Word Spirit, a flash of wind and thunder. Like the Escape Spirit Snake, although its sequence level is not high, it is definitely a practical word spirit. With this, Chen Yan can achieve ultra-high-speed movement with low consumption. As fast as thunder and lightning, it just makes up for his lack of mobility. Most importantly, it is also a great way to escape, especially when being chased by a woman. With 2 new words, Chen Yan's combat effectiveness has increased again. Next, he will find a copy to test its power. Chen Yan opened the chat channel. A message came into view. A level 60 dungeon has been found. Come and chat with the powerful mage privately. Get out of here if you want to fish in troubled waters. Am I not just a wind mage now? Chen Yan sent a private message. Chapter 40, Joining the Dungeon Team, a girl with the same suffering. Chen Yan sent a private message. I'm a high-level mage, looking for a team to join me in a dungeon. The other party replied immediately. What level? What's the attack power? Chen Yan thought about the average level of the current first-tier players and replied. Level 50, 100 attacks. Give you the location information, come quickly. Chen Yan received the invitation and immediately rushed to the location coordinates. A copy is something you can only come across by chance. They are usually hidden somewhere waiting for lucky people to find them. The rewards for completing a copy are quite generous, so everyone flocks to it. Chen Yan is no exception. It is so cool to upgrade by using other people's copies without consuming too much energy. In short, just mix it up. In a corner of the dark forest, there stood a team of 6 people. Ha, a wizard is coming. Awesome bro, you caught another big fish. Brother, you are such a genius. You can come up with such an idea. I would like to call you the player with the strongest brain. Ha 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 ha. A group of people laughed wildly and waited slowly for the fish to come over. Chuya was the first fish they tricked over. Her talent is Elf Master, and she can use healing abilities. She came here because she saw someone recruiting dungeon raiders. I didn't expect that. I underestimated the dangers of the world. There is indeed a copy here, but this group of people are not here to recruit teammates sincerely, but to use force to coerce them. Anyone who comes here will become their fish. Now, an explosive talisman has been installed behind Chuya, so she dares not act rashly. Bitch, don't talk nonsense later, otherwise you will be the first to die, the bald man threatened viciously. Chuya. This group of people were hooligans who had been hanging out in internet cafes all year round. Every day they spent their time smoking, drinking, and surfing the internet. Now that games have merged with the world, it has given them a chance to make a fortune. First exploit, then kill and rob. Is there any faster way to get rich than this? Taking the ready-made equipment and materials from others is really cool. People are coming, get ready. Seeing a figure walking towards the front, several people immediately got ready and went forward to greet him with smiles on their faces. That's right, it's aged. Brother, are you the magician? I finally got you. Come on, come on. Oh, this brother looks very reliable, he must be very strong. The copy is inside, brothers, get ready, we will attack together later, and we will definitely get something good. Chen Yan found that everyone was extremely enthusiastic towards him. There was only a girl winking at him wildly, her eyes blinking constantly as if they were twitching. Chuya didn't want to fall into their trap. She had no chance of resisting and could only place her hope on the newcomer, so she winked at him frantically. They have problems, they are not good people. Don't fall into their trap, or we'll be doomed. You must understand what I mean, ah. Her eyes were filled with these meanings. However, the reply was. Does this sister have eye problems? Chuya was stunned and almost died of anger on the spot. How come this man doesn't understand my hints at all? He even said that there is something wrong with my eyes and my whole family. I am so angry. Okay, now we are all finished together. Ahem. The bald man noticed what was going on and glared at Chuya fiercely. He laughed again and said, Brother, this is the dungeon. Look, the entrance. Chen Yan took a look and found that it was indeed the entrance to the copy, the chaotic space. Brother, the level of this dungeon should be quite high. Let's strengthen our abilities first. My ability is that of a spellcaster. A spellcaster? Chen Yan raised his eyebrows. This is a rare talent, quite powerful, and very versatile. It can not only assist teammates but also cause damage. Yeah, come on bro, just stand still. Okay. Chuya watched this scene helplessly and could only sigh. The bald man put his palm on Chen Yan's back, injected extraordinary strength into him, and wrote and made some marks. Okay, done. The bald man clapped his hands in satisfaction, and the others also smiled knowingly. Brother, I have engraved an explosive symbol on your back. From now on, you must obey all my orders. Otherwise, as long as I snap my fingers, you will be blown to pieces. I'm sorry, brother. We are also trying to become stronger and save the world, so we have to let you sacrifice a little. Chen Yan almost couldn't hold it in for a moment. Explosive charm. That thing would have to be 10 times more powerful to break my defense. Why? Chuya shook her head and sighed, knowing that everything was over. No matter how much we beg for mercy now, these people will not let us go. They are desperate criminals. But she didn't expect that the newcomer had a good attitude. He raised his hands and said helplessly. Okay, what do you want me to do? Follow us into the dungeon first, go. You go first. Chen Yan was pushed to the front. Also pushed to the front was the girl who had been winking at him frantically. It seems like we share the same suffering. Okay, let's enter the dungeon. You want us to go and open up new areas, right? Chen Yan didn't hesitate and stepped directly into the dungeon entrance. And you, go in. Chiyoya was also forced to enter the copy. After entering, she staggered and rolled her eyes at Chen Yan. Muttered, now we are finished. As soon as he came in, Chen Yan understood the purpose of why he was captured, because this was a mechanical copy and it would be easy to get into trouble if no one explored the way. And this girl and I became the little lambs pioneering the way. Okay, then just play with them and meet the boss first. The bald man held the dungeon map in his hand and ordered. There's an archery mechanism ahead. If you step on one of the tiles, the stone lion will shoot poisonous arrows from its mouth. You guys, go and try to find a safe path. Chiyoya was hesitating to move forward, but saw the man stride forward without any hesitation. Are you crazy? Be careful of the arrows, she shouted subconsciously. Chen Yan's agility attribute was quite high, so he dodged it easily, continued moving forward, and soon found a safe path. At the end of the mechanism, there is a treasure chest. Ha ha ha, are you really a wizard? Why are you so agile? Let me see what's in the treasure chest. Oh my god, high-level rare equipment, big money. Good job, keep going. The bald man urged Chen Yan to keep going. It was obvious that he was very happy, and the others were also in a good mood. The copy is full of traps. If there is no scapegoat to explore in front, how can they pass it without any pressure? Along the way, Chen Yan took the initiative to walk in front. All kinds of traps were like children's toys in front of him, and he dodged them all with ease. Chuya was stunned. I didn't expect this guy to be so good at avoiding traps. But what's the use of this? After the copy is completed, we still can't escape. Chapter 41 Level 80 Boss, Guardian Statue. After passing through numerous mechanisms, a metal hall appeared before everyone's eyes. The door was open, as if welcoming people in. You, go in. The bald man ordered fiercely and pushed Chen Yan. Okay, I'll go in. Chen Yan raised his hand and walked forward helplessly. Chiyoya had no choice but to follow him, but she did not have the confidence that Chen Yan had. She shrank and trembled all over. When the two stepped into the hall, no boss appeared. Seeing this situation, the bald man also called his team and stepped into the hall together. Boom! The door slammed shut. Not far ahead, the pupils of a mechanical stone giant glowed red. It was almost as tall as a building. The boss has awakened, get ready for battle. The mechanical stone giant slowly raised his arms, and countless dust fell off his body, like a demon awakening from ancient times. Boss, it seems that we can't get out unless we defeat this boss. Let them go first, and we'll wait and see what happens. Chen Yan and Chiyoya became the vanguard in fighting the boss. As long as they can detect the boss's attack behavior, the others will be able to defeat him more easily. Hurry, if you don't get on, I will immediately detonate the explosive talismans on your backs. Okay. Chen Yan stepped forward, looked at the boss in front of him, and raised his right hand tentatively. Wind cannon. The wind pressure gathered at one point at the index finger of his right hand and hit the boss's calf directly. A hole appeared, and the effect was obvious. But the next second, the hole in the stone healed, and was as good as new. The moment they entered the battle, everyone also saw the level of the boss. Guardian Colossus, Tier 1, Level 80. Damn, it's a level 80 boss with the ability to heal itself automatically, be careful. Keep your distance and find its weakness. This monster can't heal infinitely. But the stone giant was enraged, and swept over with his sword raised high. The terrifying wind pressure could almost blow people away. This sword hit Chen Yan right in the middle. The nearly 10-meter-long sword smashed Chen Yan away and embedded itself into the wall like a cannonball, and there was no movement since. This can be hit too. What a waste. The bald man shouted angrily and began to draw talismans to attack the stone statue. Brother, are you just going to die like that? No way, weren't you very brave when you passed the trap? Chuya was stunned. At this moment, she felt that the world was so lonely, helpless, cold and ruthless. The only person who shared the same suffering as him was smashed to pieces, and his life or death was unknown. And he was forced to fight the stone giant, otherwise he would be blown up by the bald man and die. Mom, I don't want to die, WWQAQ. Just as she was lost in thought, the stone giant's sword came towards her, with another deafening roar. Chuya was blown away, and landed at the same place as Chinyan. Why? Chuya was confused and wondered why she was not injured. She didn't feel like she was hit just now. Instead, it was as if something was pulling her over, creating the illusion that she was being knocked away. Don't move, pretend to be dead. Chen Yan blinked. You. Chuya was so scared that she almost jumped up on the spot, her eyes widened. Is this a fake corpse? But she reacted quickly, lying on the ground with her eyes closed and pretending to be dead. Brother, are you okay? How can you be okay? Don't scream. With Chen Yan's terrifying defense, how could this mere level 80 boss hurt him? Not even a tickle. The reason he came here and pretended to be dead was because he wanted to see the weakness of this stone giant. Its body can heal at such a high speed, so there must be some core or mechanism, but he is too lazy to find it himself. The identities of workers and bosses are thus exchanged. Chuya quietly raised her thumb, as if to say, brother, you are awesome. At this moment, the bald man's team was fighting fiercely with the stone giant. Those two pieces of trash are totally useless. Brother, why don't you try attacking its head? I feel its weak point is inside its head. Good. A group of people attacked the statue's head frantically, breaking it piece by piece until the entire head was shattered. Hitting the head is useless, keep looking. Boss, there seems to be a light on his chest, let's try it. So they turned to attack the chest, and unexpectedly they finally guessed it right this time. After peeling off the outer stone layer, a red mechanical heart was revealed, beating loudly. The bald man yelled, I found its weakness. Break its heart. Everyone attack the heart. The destructive power of supernatural power depends on the level of the supernatural attribute and the additional attack power of the equipment. Obviously, there was no one with particularly high output among this group of people. Repeated attacks exploded at the heart of the stone statue, but they were unable to break through its defense. No, big brother. Its defense is too strong. We can't break it with our attacks. It's over. I'm really going to fail this time. I shouldn't have come in if I had known. This is a fucking trap, damn. Everyone was furious, some were even scared to tears. They knew they couldn't get out, and the only outcome was being exhausted to death here. I might even be chopped into a paste by that terrifying sword. The thought of it makes my whole body go cold, and I feel desperate and helpless. Just as deep despair enveloped everyone, a leisurely voice suddenly came from behind. How about I help you guys? Everyone turned around suddenly. All eyes were focused on Chen Yan, with disbelief written in their eyes. You're okay. You were hit head-on by a great sword, and you're fine. Chen Yan casually brushed the dust off his shoulders and walked forward leisurely. Xiuya, who was still pretending to be dead behind him, was stunned. What are you doing? Do you want to live? You still have an explosion talisman on your back. She was roaring wildly in her heart. Your attack power can defeat this boss. You must be kidding. Its rock armor has been restored. It's over. It's completely over. Brother, if you can get rid of this boss, we will be brothers in life and death from now on, the bald man said anxiously. Chen Yan smiled and raised his finger. Invisible wind pressure gathers at the index finger. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but call him an idiot. You think you can defeat the stone giant and pierce its heart with this rubbish wind magic? Dream on. I'm afraid it can't even penetrate the rock armor on the chest, what's the use? There was a hint of playfulness in Chen Yan's smile. The disaster gem, attack and defense reversal, is activated. Defense minus 696, attack plus 696. Current attack power, 826. Bang! The wind cannon fired out. Chapter 42 Chen Yan, try to blow one up. Bang! The wind cannon fired out. The strong wind blew the air apart with incomparable brutality. At that moment, the world seemed to have lost all sound. The people beside Chen Yan were blown away on the spot before they could react. Finally, the blow hit the stone giant's chest. The wind pressure came out from its back and directly penetrated the ceiling of the hull dome. That extremely hard mechanical heart went out. Flash sale. Congratulations on successfully killing the Guardian Colossus. Gene energy plus 2100. Level increase, 68 to 70. Congratulations on obtaining the rare material, Energy Core. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll, 10,000 swords. Chen Yan was delighted. He didn't expect that the harvest from this copy would be so great. The Energy Core is an important material for making a teleportation array. When the Blood Moon disaster comes, the major cities need to teleport to each other for support. The 10,000 swords technique is a rare skill of sword talent, especially suitable for Shao-Chi. It seems that I can find an opportunity to teach the 10,000 swords technique to that girl. Chen Yan was very satisfied and felt that the play was not performed in vain. At the same time, the reversal effect of the disaster gem ended, and his defense returned to normal. Everyone present stared at Chen Yan as if he were a monster. This? A common wind-based spell can have such power? Everyone was stunned, some even lay on the ground, forgetting to get up. This is too outrageous. The boss was successfully killed and the door was reopened, but the bald man and his men did not relax. Because aging puts more pressure on them. The 5 elite players in the entire team tried their best but failed to smash the boss's heart. He succeeded with just one shot. Chiuya was so frightened that she almost came back to life. Her beautiful eyes widened, she sat on the ground covering her mouth, with the words, "I knock," written all over her face. Brother, are you really that powerful? So he was acting the whole time. His goal was to get this group of people to lead him to the boss room and find out the boss's weakness. You are so scheming, brother. Chen Yan then looked at the bald man and his group, and said with a smile, shouldn't you call me Godfather? That contemptuous look was like looking at a group of clowns. Everyone felt a palpitation in their hearts. This kid was so powerful, what should we do if he turned around and took revenge on us? Don't move. The bald man forced himself to calm down and said in a cold voice, don't forget that you still have my explosive talisman on your back. If it explodes at close range, you won't be safe. Oh. So what do you want to do? Hand over everything the boss just dropped. And all the valuable equipment on you. I saved you, but you want to rob me? Don't forget the explosive charm behind you. Don't let me see you doing any tricks. The bald man was quite excited and ready to activate the rune explosion at any time. It was obvious that his nerves were stretched to the edge. Chen Yan spread his hands, why don't you blow one up and see? Bang! The runes behind Chen Yan exploded, and the intense flames and thick smoke instantly engulfed him. I told you not to push me. You asked for this. The bald man was panting, his forehead covered with sweat. But at this moment, a careless voice came from the black smoke, anything else? If not, I'm going to take action. No, impossible. When the smoke cleared, the pupils of the bald man suddenly contracted. The explosive talisman exploded close to his body, but he was unharmed. They dare not imagine how high the defense and how strong the physique is. Can anyone really do it at this stage? Under the high-intensity pressure, the bald man has gone completely crazy and is roaring at the top of his lungs. Stop, there's her. If you dare to move, I will blow her to death. You don't want innocent people to be buried with you, do you? Ha! Chiuya was not far behind Chen Yan. There is also an explosive talisman on her back. At this moment, Chiuya's face had turned pale. She never expected that she would be used as a hostage to threaten Chen Yan. I don't even know him, how could he care about my safety? It's over, I'm dead. I don't know her. Do you think I care about her life or death? Chen Yan stepped forward and pressed forward. The bald man was desperate and yelled, okay, let her die. The words came with a flash of wind and thunder. Chen Yan disappeared from the spot, and the next second he was beside Chiuya, grabbing the detonating talisman in his hand. A ball of dazzling fire bloomed in Chen Yan's palm. But that was all, like a dud firecracker, unable to make a sound. What? Chuya was stunned. He actually grabbed the detonating talisman in his hand and saved me? Wait, how did he get to me? I couldn't see him clearly. The bald man and his group were even more shocked. Is this still a human being? What kind of monster have we provoked? Run, run. They fled like crazy, but Chen Yan would never let them go like that. The pitch-black realm stripped them of all color and pulled them into a cage called darkness. Word Spirit, God of Death. Chen Yan, possessed by the God of Death, began his ruthless harvest. Each time you kill someone, the additional attack damage of the Death Scythe will be permanently increased. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. All 5 were dealt with by Chen Yan. Taking advantage of the remaining time in the realm of death, Chen Yan picked up Chuya and left the boss hall to prevent her from seeing the cruel scene. The field disappeared, Chuya stayed in Chen Yan's arms, or in a princess hug. She was in a daze the whole time. No, you. She blinked, her mind going blank. But if other female players knew that she was now being hugged by the silent princess, they would probably be envious to the point of going crazy. It's okay, let's go. Chen Yan put her down. Hey, brother, who are you? Chuya fell to the ground due to lack of reaction. When she wanted to ask a few more questions, the person in front of her had disappeared. She even thought it was a dream. But, my level has indeed increased, and I have completed the copy. Chuya couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried, so she turned around and posted a message on the forum asking for help. Excuse me, does the wind elemental mage have the ability to turn the world into darkness? And a simple wind cannon killed the boss instantly, so scary. But her post soon fell into obscurity, as no one responded to such meaningless messages. What everyone discussed most was equipment, upgrades, and killing monsters. After waiting for a long time, Chuya suddenly received a private message. Could you tell me the details? Thank you. The other party's ID only has 2 words. Luo Shui. Chapter 43 Jealousy Among Women. Who is Luo Shui? For words to describe it, Ice Queen. She possesses the top ice talent, Ice Pull, in Disaster. With a wave of her hand, she can turn the earth into a glacier. She is a goddess-level player at the top of millions of players. Her real name is Zhao Yixio. She was born into a world-famous martial arts family. With her outstanding talent and pure beauty, she has countless little fans. The national goddess is the most appropriate word to describe her. However, she just prefers to remain silent. Because she was a strong woman and had never lost to anyone in anything. Only Buyu defeated her time and time again. This unwillingness turned into motivation to keep chasing him, and as she kept chasing him, she found that she fell in love with him. Luo Shui. When Chuya saw the other party's ID, she was shocked on the spot. It's fake, right? It must be someone else pretending to be her. How could the real Luo Shui come to find a small fry like me? It's impossible. She replied with some trembling hands, Are you the real Luo Shui? Luo Shui, please tell me the specific situation you encountered, when and where, thank you. Chuya, of course you can, but why are you interested in this? Are you Luo Shui herself? Luo Shui. Luo Shui is not good at speaking to others. She has always been frugal with words. If she didn't want to know Buyu's news, she wouldn't have said so much. Chuya, I am a player from Linhai City, and this is what happened. Chen Yan doesn't know yet at this moment. The 3 women who gave him the most headaches had already obtained information about him using their own methods. Yi Hongling, Su Jinyu, Zhao Yixue. All 3 are top female players in the world. However, none of the 3 had ever seen Buyu's true face. Even Su Jinyu, who was closest to him, had only seen Chen Yan's profile wearing a mask on his birthday. At this moment, Chen Yan was thinking about giving the 10,000 swords technique he had just obtained to Xiao Qi, also known as Su Jinyu. After all, it's not easy for this girl to help me manage so many people in the guild. Lucheng. Su Jinyu has been staying here since the last offline meeting in Lucheng. She pretended to be asleep to lower Buyu's vigilance, and then checked the surrounding surveillance videos and obtained a side profile photo of Chen Yan wearing a mask. Huge progress. He. Su Jinyu was holding her cell phone and grinning foolishly. The wallpaper on her phone was exactly that blurry photo of Chen Yan. As the daughter of a Fortune 100 group, she is naturally beautiful and loved by everyone. There are countless rich men pursuing her, but she just likes this man whose face she has never seen. This is the horror of online dating. At this moment, a streak of flame suddenly flew from the sky and fell into the yard like a meteor. Whoosh whoosh. Su Jinyu pointed his finger and a flying sword shot out into the air, colliding with the flowing flame. Boom. Flames fluttered down, and a woman in a red dress landed gracefully on the ground, with bright eyes, red lips, and a radiant look. It's you, Yi Hongling. The hostility in Su Jinyu's eyes suddenly magnified several times. This is a love rival. Little sister Qi, long time no see. Are you still so hot-tempered? Yi Hongling came over with a smile on her face, her exquisite figure wrapped in a fiery red dress, and her charming figure was enough to drive any man crazy. What's the matter? Tell me. Nothing, I just received news from spies. Has Buyu appeared in Luqing before? You planted a spy in our guild. Why, you are allowed to work as a secretary with Buyu, but I am not allowed to plant spies to find out about his situation. Yi Hongling laughed, if you have any news, can you share it with me? Su Jinyu snorted, you are dreaming. Even if I have it, will I give it to you? Don't be so formal, sister. We haven't even met Buyuran, so how can we compete? Besides, I'm here to make a deal. What deal? I know where the Silent One hides. What? Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She had always been troubled by not being able to find Buyu's exact location, but she didn't expect that this woman would know it first. If you have any other news, we can exchange. If not, then I'm not in the mood to play with you. Yi Hongling picked up a cup of tea and drank it leisurely. I have his picture. It seems you are not stupid. Show it to me. Tell me where he is first. Okay, let's cooperate honestly. He killed a world boss in Linhai City and escaped right under my nose. Both of them got the information about each other as they wished. Su Jinyu was very satisfied. It would be much easier to find him with a target. With the photos, he would surely be able to find him slowly. Little sister Qi, listen to my advice. You can't snatch it from me, so stop it. Ah. Are you bigger than me? Yi Hongling puffed out her chest. I. Men all like big ones, so they can sleep with their heads buried. I hope my sister will take care of herself. Su Jinyu was so angry that her face turned red, and she couldn't find any words to refute for a while. But at this moment, she received a message from Buyu, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Buyu took the initiative to find me. Su Jinyu suddenly felt better and replied quickly. Buyu, I got the 10,000 swords skill scroll here, which is exactly what you need. I'll give it to you. Xiao Qi, really? Brother Buyu, you are the best. I love you. The two of them could trade directly in the trading space. Chen Yan said he was giving it to her, so naturally he didn't take a penny. Congratulations on obtaining the 10,000 swords technique. As soon as Su Jinyu got it, he took it out of the warehouse. Oh, Brother Buyu really cares about me too much. He gave me the rare skill scroll he just got. What about certain people? Yi Hongling raised her eyebrows and her chest was shaking with anger. I never expected that I would be outmaneuvered at this time. Turning back to the other side, Chen Yan had no idea that the two women were jealous of each other, and he thought the matter was over. But he received news from Qi Ling. Qi Ling, high-level skill scroll, do you want it? Old doubts. The high-level skill scroll is a good thing that can directly unlock your own high-level spiritual words. It is hard to come by. The word spirit, death, is unlocked through this thing. She actually has such a treasure in her hands, and she doesn't even need it herself, so she leaves it for me. Chen Yan, you don't need it yourself. Qi Ling, you were giving skill scrolls to other sisters, but they were thinking of you. Don't you feel guilty? Chen Yan. Damn, how did she know that I just gave Xiao Qi something? Are they together? Qi Ling, if you want, you can accompany me into the flame abyss. I am going to awaken the high-level abilities of the Red Lotus Warlock. As long as I succeed, I will give this thing to you. Chen Yan, good. After getting a positive answer, Yi Hongling couldn't help but laugh. That's the thing. I'm going to meet your silent brother. You can stay here and continue to be obsessed with his photo. Hey, you, hey. Chapter 44, Official Meeting, accompanying Yi Hongling into the flame abyss. 14 days left until the blood moon disaster arrives. Chen Yan promised Yi Hongling to accompany her to the flame abyss so that he could obtain a high-level skill scroll. That is a stable method that can greatly improve your strength. The flame abyss is a place that all fire elemental extraordinary people must go to. As long as you pass the trial, you can not only increase your level, but also permanently improve your attribute growth, and even awaken some rare and powerful fire skills. Yi Hongling chose to force her way into the flame abyss at this time in order to become stronger before the real disaster came. The flaming abyss was discovered in a seamount volcano. We'll go there by helicopter. We will meet at Linhai Airport tomorrow afternoon. Any questions? Chen Yan replied, okay, I will try my best to get there. Yi Hongling, stop pretending, brother. Aren't you in Linhai City? I'm here to take care of you. Age. The next day. Chen Yan changed into a black jacket that he never wore normally, and put on a black mask and hat, covering himself tightly. When he went out, he even used invisibility directly, and did not release it until he reached the airport bathroom and went out to meet Yi Hongling. Airport. Yi Hongling was clearly the most dazzling scenery. She wore sunglasses, burgundy hair and a red dress, just like a peony in full bloom. Her blood-red lips were lustrous and her snow-white skin was flawless like a work of art. Her appearance is enough to cause a huge sensation among people. Fuck. Look at that woman, she's so beautiful. She is Yi Hongling, you must know her, right? She is the precious daughter of our General Yi. I never thought I'd be able to see her in person one day. Can I get into the airport? I want to rush in and see her. Don't even think about it, buddy. All entrances to the airport are guarded by armed law enforcement officers. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter. What a pity. Countless people leaned on the glass of the airport waiting hall and watched from afar. In addition to Yi Hongling, there were 6 other extraordinary beings next to the helicopter, all of whom were fire-type extraordinary beings who came from various places. They were all hired by Yi Hongling at great expense and using her connections. Ms. Yi, it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and everyone is not here yet? No hurry, there's one more. Who is so arrogant that he dares to make us and Miss Yi wait here? Are you tired of living? A hot-tempered man shouted. Hee hee. Yi Hongling smiled and said nothing. If I tell these people the truth, they will probably be scared to death. At this time, Chen Yan finally entered the airport. Look, here it comes. Damn it, you're still walking so slowly, can't you run over here? He looks like a young man who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. When he comes over, he must be taught a lesson. Forget it, they are all invited by Miss Yi, let's give her some face. Chen Yan finally reunited with everyone. Ever since he appeared, Yi Hongling's eyes were fixed on him, never moving away. She even took off her sunglasses and hung them on her head, with a playful smile on the corner of her mouth, like a female pervert. Hey, man, can you introduce yourself? You've been keeping everyone waiting for so long, right? Chen Yan glanced at everyone and said, there's no need to introduce yourself. That won't do. We are all well known in the underworld. If you don't tell us, how can we evaluate your strength? Alright, alright. Yi Hongling clapped her hands, let's get on the plane, we are in a hurry. Listen to Miss Yi. Ms. Yi goes first. This group of people let Yi Hongling get on the plane first, and their purpose was quite obvious, they just wanted to sit next to her. Who doesn't want to lick this kind of rich woman with good looks, good figure and strong ability? Just being able to rub against her with my arms and thighs is something I can brag about for the rest of my life. After Yi Hongling sat on the seat by the side, a group of people rushed to get on. Get out of the way. Miss Yi, can I sit next to you? The person who spoke was named Chu Xiang, a rich second-generation young man and a talented fire knight. He was considered the strongest among the group. Yi Hongling smiled. Do you think you deserve it? Well. Chu Xiang's face froze and he sat aside in great embarrassment. When everyone was seated, the seat next to Yi Hongling was still empty, and Chen Yan was the last one to come up. Chen Yan's first reaction was to move back and sit in the last row. Where are you going? Come here. Everyone is confused. Now I'm the boss, and you don't listen to me. Everyone is confused. Just like that, in the shocked and puzzled gazes of everyone, Chen Yan was forcibly dragged over and sat next to Yi Hongling. No, Miss Yi, he. Oh my god. Especially Chu Xiang, his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. It would have been fine if he himself was not worthy, and no one present should be worthy, but he didn't expect that this guy would get the advantage in the end. The helicopter starts. Chen Yan could feel a head resting on his shoulder and a hand quietly hugging his waist. Can you please stop touching me? Ah. The noise is too loud, I can't hear what you said. Yi Hongling had a charming smile on her lips and her burgundy hair fluttered in the wind, slapping against Chen Yan's face. He was helpless. He didn't expect that he could be taken advantage of by others. 2 hours later, everyone arrived at their destination. On a volcanic island. All around is the boundless ocean. This volcano appeared after the game merged with reality. Someone came to explore it some time ago. The flame abyss is inside the volcano. Yi Hongling explained a few words and then led everyone forward into the crater. The rolling heat wave hits us, and the temperature in the air rises sharply. Fortunately, everyone was not a pushover, so this temperature was nothing to them. After going deeper into the volcano, they finally found the entrance inside the boiling magma. The Crimson Chaos Portal is right before our eyes. Enter. Yi Hongling was the first to step into the fiery abyss, and the others followed closely behind, all with excitement on their faces. Chen Yan also followed in. A red area came into view, and a tenfold stronger burning breath rushed straight to the face. The sky was covered by thick black clouds, and lightning struck the distant mountains from time to time. Collapsed buildings and ruins were scattered around. In the very center of the area, there is a red beam of light, which is Yi Hongling's target. A majestic voice came. Challengers enter the trial light column and receive the flame inheritance. Yi Hongling said solemnly, next, I will enter the light column. There will be a constant stream of monsters attacking me from all around. What you have to do is to protect me until the trial is completed. Do you understand? Clear. Don't worry, Miss Yi. I will definitely protect you well, hee hee. Everyone was very confident, but they didn't know that they were about to face a life-and-death battle. Chapter 45, Sky Flame Demon Wolf. Chen Yan reappears. Call. Yi Hongling took a deep breath. Coming to the flame abyss to receive inheritance at this stage is definitely an extremely bold act. Because her body may not be able to withstand it. But as long as you can get through it, it will definitely be a huge improvement in your strength. The reason why Yi Hongling became stronger was not only to resist disasters, but also for a more important reason, to steal a man. Even if I can't get Buyu's heart, I have to get his body. I can't let another woman get it first, right? I'm going in. Yi Hongling glanced at Chen Yan and resolutely stepped into the red light column. As soon as she entered, she felt as if she had walked into a furnace with a temperature of several thousand degrees, with countless flames circling around her like snakes. If it were someone else, they would probably be reduced to ashes on the spot. At this stage, only Yi Hongling could withstand it. The trial participants are detected to be in place, and the Fire Heritage trial officially begins. Be careful, it's coming. Look up at the sky. Meteorites suddenly fell from the sky. Boom. 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 The meteorites that fell to the ground were actually monsters that fell from the sky. Red Flame Lizard, level 68. Lava Monster, level 69. Lava Serpent, level 67. When everyone saw the level information of these monsters, sweat suddenly seeped out of their foreheads and invisible pressure gradually gathered on their heads. They are all monsters close to level 70. Our average level is just over level 60, this is really difficult. If it wasn't difficult, why would Miss Yi personally ask us to help? Everyone, cheer up, we are the elite. And by killing these monsters, we can also gain a lot of experience, and the explosion rate of fire skills will also increase. Persisting for 24 hours means our victory. For generous rewards and rich experience, a war officially broke out. Flame Slash. Fire Dragon Technique. Heavenly fire is everywhere. The red-hot flames rolled like tongues, and the space was filled with heat and thick smoke, making visibility extremely low. The extraordinary people tried hard to fight the monsters coming from all directions, using powerful skills to kill one monster after another. The dead monsters turned into light spots and dissipated, but new ones soon arrived. Continuously, this is the flaming abyss. The trial has officially begun and the entrance has long been closed. If you cannot hold on for 24 hours, you will die. Everyone, try to conserve your energy. The battle is still long, so don't use up all your strength. That's right, this is just the beginning, don't go all out. As the monsters died one by one, everyone's experience also began to increase. Gene energy plus 150. Gene energy plus 150. Gene energy plus 150. This is the experience points that everyone shares equally, not less at all. If this continues for 24 hours, everyone's level will be significantly improved, which is why everyone is willing to come here. Chen Yan didn't move. He was still wearing a mask and a hat, standing in front of the red beam of light, paddling openly. Why are you standing here, old man? Chu Xiang pulled back with the flaming sword in his hand and roared at Chen Yan angrily like a mad lion. Chen Yan didn't contribute anything, but he's still dividing the experience here. This is simply intolerable. That's right. Our boss is Miss Yi, not you. Before, we did it for Miss Yi's sake. Now that the war has started and you still don't take action, don't blame us for being rude. The others also pointed their fingers at Chen Yan. Seeing him being intimate with Miss Yi earlier, he was already extremely unhappy, and now it finally exploded. Faced with everyone's accusations, Chen Yan was too lazy to pay attention. What you say must be followed by what you do. The spirit of words is invisible and shadowy. He just disappeared from everyone's sight. Where are the others? Gone. How is that possible? Could it be an invisibility skill? I didn't expect this kid to have this ability. Kick him out of the team and don't let him stay in the team to gain experience. Wait. Miss Yi is the captain, we don't have the authority. Only those who form a team can share experience. Yi Hongling, the team leader, was undergoing trials in the red beam of light. Everyone could only be furious. How shameless. What can you expect a villain who doesn't even dare to show his true face to others to do? Everyone, deal with the monster first. We must settle accounts with him after the trial is over. Under the leadership of Chu Xiang, everyone continued to fight. Chen Yan found a place to sit and watch the fight between the tigers. These ordinary monsters are not worthy of it taking action. Yi Hongling was actually quite unsure about the trial in the fiery abyss. 2 reasons. The first was that he was afraid that he would not be able to persevere and would fail the trial. Second, he was afraid that those people outside would not be able to completely resist the monster attacks, resulting in the failure of the trial. But after successfully inviting Buyu, the second worry was completely dispelled. In short, in Yi Hongling's eyes, all the other people hired were trash, and only Buyu was the real stabilizing force. Time goes by. 12 hours had passed. This group of people also persisted for a full 12 hours under the pressure of the monster's high-intensity attack. I have to say, it's quite impressive. However, the massive consumption of internal strength will make them increasingly weak. But the monster's attacks will become stronger and stronger. How come only half of the time has passed? I won't be able to hold on any longer if this continues. Don't these monsters have a head? The entire team was exhausted and wounded. Some of them had their clothes torn to pieces, their bodies covered in burns, even their skin had turned black. It was a horrible sight. Help, help. I can't do it anymore, I really can't do it anymore. If I had known this mission was so difficult, I would not have accepted it even if I was offered a higher reward. A large number of fire monsters surrounded them. Panic has gradually taken over their faces. The fear of physical exhaustion and being oppressed by monsters can no longer be concealed. The last wave of monsters is about to arrive, please pay attention, all trial participants. A string of golden text appeared. Chu Xiang was overjoyed, this is the last wave, as long as we hold on through this wave we will win. But before he could finish his words, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and an unprecedentedly huge meteorite crashed down. Even smashed several high-level monsters into pieces. Crack! The meteorite split open, spreading numerous red cracks. The first to step out was a red and black foot, about as big as a wash basin, with veins like magma flowing on its dark skin. Boss! Boss is coming out. When the complete form of this boss appeared in front of everyone, everyone felt a chill down their spine and trembled all over. It's a giant werewolf. He was dressed in scarlet armor, holding an iron-red wolf-tooth club, and his pupils were like two shining suns. Fuck. Boss, Sky Flame Demon Wolf, level 95. Level 95 boss. This level ruthlessly crushed all the hopes of the people. 4 words. Invincible. Even if the whole team is in its prime, they may not be able to defeat it, let alone now they are just remnants. It's all over now. There are numerous monsters all around, and a boss of a terrifying level is right in front of us. Some people were frightened to death on the spot. But before he could pee, his wet crotch was dried by the high temperature, leaving only a smell of urine in the air. At this moment, Chen Yan's figure reappeared in their sight. Chapter 46, The meteorite descends upon the world, blasting away with one finger. It's you. Seeing Chen Yan reappear, everyone was stunned. How dare you, a coward like you, come out here? I don't know why Miss Yi chose someone like you. Even if I die here today, I will drag you down with me. Chu Xiang was the first to start cursing. However, facing Chu Xiang who was completely defeated, Chen Yan just glanced at him indifferently. If you want to live, keep your mouth shut, rookie. What did you say? Chu Xiang raised his knife and wanted to fight with Chen Yan, but was stopped by another companion behind him. Wait, don't get excited yet. Don't stop me, I'm going to chop him down first. Don't you find it strange? Why would he come out now? Why, he's not afraid at all. Hearing his teammates' words, Chu Xiang lowered the flaming sword he had raised high again. It seems to be true. If he is a coward, why isn't he afraid of death? And why did he stand up at the most dangerous moment? Chen Yan ignored them. After enough rest, the extraordinary power in the body has almost recovered. It's time to take action. He raised his index finger slightly, and the obscure syllables turned into a strong wind, condensing at his fingertips. Word Spirit, Wind Gathering Cannon. What does he want to do? This guy uses wind abilities, not fire abilities. Then why did Miss Yi bring him here? Etc. Everyone immediately discovered a shocking fact. One of them trembled and said, he is not a fire-type profession, how did he stay in the flame abyss for so long, and he was invisible the whole time? Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Fire professions have great resistance to flames and can stay in it for a long time. How can other professions do that? Just when everyone was in doubt, they saw a purple-black light emerging from the man's body, immediately covering his entire body. Disaster gem. Someone screamed out loud on the spot. His facial muscles were almost trembling as he pointed at Chen Yan as if he was looking at a monster. That's the light of the Calamity Gem. He has killed the Calamity Beast before, and he has the Calamity Gem on him. This is another extremely shocking fact. The disaster beasts are disasters from outer space, intelligent alien creatures, each of them is extremely terrifying. Most people who try this will end up dead. And this person even has the disaster gems that the disaster beast exploded. Who on earth is he? At this moment, Chu Xiang also realized that this man was extraordinary. He felt as if there was a thorn stuck in his throat, unable to speak, and could only swallow his saliva. The disaster gems, attack and defense reversal, is activated. Defense minus 696, attack plus 696. Bang! A shot fired. The strong wind pressure blew the old bangs up and down. This wind cannon blasted a nearby red flame lizard into countless pieces, and its soul flew away. Everyone. Intense shock and disbelief burst out at this moment. The waves in my heart suddenly rose hundreds of feet high. Killed in seconds. When we were fighting just now, it took more than a dozen attacks to kill a monster, or even 2 people had to work together to kill it. But in front of this person, it's just a matter of a blast. How terrifying must his attack power be to be able to kill a monster close to level 70 in one shot? People opened their mouths so wide that they almost forgot to close them. Because next, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Bang! 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 The wind cannon fired round after round as if it were free. Any monster that dares to approach will be killed on the spot by a blast from the wind cannon, without any exception. The rest of the people did nothing but saw themselves constantly gaining hints from their experience. Gene energy plus 150. Gene energy plus 150. Gene energy plus 150. Just 2 minutes. All the monsters have been cleared out by Chenyan, not a single one is left. The stunned crowd finally realized at this moment who was the most powerful person on this trip. It's so scary. No wonder Miss Yi thinks so highly of him, it turns out he is the strongest person. I held back just now in order to strike at this moment. Fuck, I also got a fire skill scroll. I got the equipment too. Huh, so this is the real benefit of lying down. No one had any resentment towards Chen Yan, but after a brief period of excitement, they still could not escape the most serious problem. The most powerful boss is still there. The level 95 Sky Flame Wolf was like a huge mountain, weighing down everyone so much that they couldn't even lift their heads. If we don't defeat it, no one will survive. You guys dare to challenge the Flaming Abyss? You are overestimating your abilities. Roar. The Wolf Tooth Club was raised high, the wind and clouds changed color, and the heaven and earth shook. The dark red sky, which was filled with haze, suddenly split open, and a terrifying red meteorite slowly emerged from it. The fall of the sky. The rare skill of the fire mage, the fall of the sky. A fire mage looked up at the sky, his face ashen, his lips white, and his whole body trembling. Everyone knows the terrifying power of this ultimate move. If it falls from above, it will probably kill everyone on the spot, without exception. You ignorant humans will be destroyed. The Sky Flame Demon Wolf swept his gaze over the crowd with contempt, like a king looking down at a pile of ants. In its eyes, they were already a group of dead people. A meteorite descended. The most glorious battle record ever was when a meteorite directly wiped out thousands of players. Although this meteorite is not that terrifying, there is no doubt that it will destroy the team present. Meteorites fell from the sky, and everyone fell to the ground, trembling. There is no power to resist. But they saw that there was still a person standing. The fire from the huge meteorite was reflected in Chen Yan's pupils. He raised his fingers slightly with a smile on his lips. What does he want to do? The next second, Chen Yan gave them the answer. It still looks like an ordinary wind cannon. The invisible wind cannon passed through the air, hit the huge meteorite that almost covered half the sky, and then disappeared. There was not a single ripple. What was he thinking of using such a small spell to blast a meteorite? Madman, absolutely crazy. At the moment of life and death, no one laughed at Chen Yan's mood, but just felt it was outrageous. This is the ultimate move that the boss used, and it's a move that a level 95 boss used. You use a small skill to counter it. Why? Boom. The deafening roar deprived everyone of their hearing. Under the astonished gaze of the people, the meteorite exploded, and debris and flames filled the sky, as brilliant as fireworks. Chen Yan stood in the flames. His back is straight, like the new king of a chaotic world. Chapter 47. Is he the boss, or am I the boss? Chen Yan fired a blast from his wind cannon, blasting the meteorite into pieces. The team members who were crawling on the ground with their heads in their hands were all stunned at this moment. In his constantly trembling pupils, Chen Yan's figure stood tall and straight, calm and composed under the flames. No, impossible. What kind of terrifying power is this? Some people kept rubbing their eyes, thinking that this was all too fucking outrageous. But the clear reality is right before our eyes, and we have to believe it. Chu Xiang then understood that perhaps in the eyes of this person, he was indeed a clown, a rookie who was not taken seriously. He was so filled with shame that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Why can someone be so powerful at this stage? There are only two explanations for how an ordinary wind skill could have such abnormal power. Or maybe the additional attack power of his equipment is extremely high. Either his supernormal attribute is extremely high. Only these two values will affect the final power of the ability. Not only these teammates, but even the boss, Sky Flame Wolf, had his mouth twitching constantly. It even looked at its own hands doubtfully, wondering if the move I just used was really a big move. How could this be the result? The level of this guy in front of me is obviously not high. Why does he have such a strong pressure? Humans, you have some skills. The Sky Flame Demon Wolf clenched its Wolf-Fang club again and was about to launch an attack, but suddenly all the hair on its body stood up and a strong sense of threat came over it. That was another round of wind cannon. The Sky Flame Demon Wolf subconsciously raised its mace to resist. This mace had been forged in magma day and night and had long been indestructible. Bang! The mace was broken into half, and golden and red fragments flew everywhere. Varied. The Sky Flame Demon Wolf's pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt a sudden shock in his heart. Is this human's attack power really that terrifying? He is the boss and I am the boss. There was no time to think about it, as the wind cannon was about to fire again. However, the sharp-sighted Sky Flame Demon Wolf did not stay there stupidly and wait to die, but rushed out. This human didn't move from beginning to end. It must be difficult for him to move. With such a powerful attack, the defense must be extremely weak. As long as you get close to him, you have a chance. The Sky Flame Demon Wolf almost turned into a scarlet shadow, running across the field at an extremely fast speed, even forming a red tornado. What a fast speed! This monster has strong thinking and action abilities. Chen Nian is the last hope of the whole village. If he fails, no one will have a chance of survival. Watch out, behind you. Someone suddenly shouted to remind Chen Nian. The speed of this boss is so terrifying that the others cannot accurately capture it with the naked eye. By the time you see it, it's too late. They also had a vague guess in their hearts that this kid might just have a very strong attacking power, but his mobility and defense abilities were extremely weak, and he might be defeated once he encountered close combat. I didn't expect that this monster could think of this. What a terrifying intelligence. Die. The Sky Flame Demon Wolf also thought he had succeeded. But his wolf claws hit the air, and the living person in front of him disappeared mysteriously. A calm yet playful voice came from behind. Who gave you the illusion that you could defeat me? An index finger hovered in the air, aiming at the waist of the Sky Flame Demon Wolf. Bang! The waist of the Sky Flame Demon Wolf exploded, leaving a bloody mess. It was seriously injured and could not stand on the spot. It staggered 2 steps and a foot stepped towards it. Stomp it hard on the ground. The huge wolf-like boss was lying on the ground, unable to move, with his head stepped on by a tiny human. This scene was so frightening that everyone was terrified. Who the hell is the boss? Monster, this guy is definitely a monster among monsters. Chen Nian can accurately capture all the actions of his opponent by turning on Eagle Eye, and Wind and Thunder Flash gives him strong enough mobility. He converted all his defense into attack without hesitation because no one could touch him. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle from the beginning. Chen Nian glanced at the Sky Flame Demon Wolf, raised his index finger, aimed at its head, and blasted it. As its body turned into a point of light and dissipated, a prompt popped up. Congratulations on killing the boss, Sky Flame Demon Wolf. Gene Energy plus 12540. Congratulations on obtaining the rare skill scroll, Heaven's Fall. Congratulations on obtaining the epic weapon, Red Wolf Molten Rod. Congratulations on obtaining the rare forging material, Red Wolf Fang. Tons of experience points. The rare Fire Mage's ultimate skill, Skyfall, is so expensive that it is no exaggeration to say that if you sell it in the trading space, the price will start from 1 billion. The epic weapon, the mace, also exploded. Chen Nian was very satisfied. It seemed that the work was not in vain and he reaped a lot of rewards. After killing a large number of monsters and the final boss, his level soared from level 70 to level 83, a huge improvement. The attributes of this epic equipment are also eye-catching. Red Wolf Molten Rod, Epic. Demand level, first level. Defense, 50. Attack, 230. Attribute addition, Constitution plus 10, Extraordinary plus 10. Special effect, fire can make the weapon ignite with fire. In comparison, Chen Nian's original weapon was an elite-grade dagger with an additional attack power of only 50. After equipping it, the attack power increased by 180 again. As for the weapon itself, Chen Nian doesn't need to use it at all. He only needs the basic effects of the equipment, and his fighting method still mainly relies on words. Level attributes and equipment attributes are all completely new. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Saint, only 1. Gene level, first level, level 83. Physical fitness, 137. Agility, 88. Extraordinary, 77. Attack bonus, 310. Defense bonus, 696. Combat power rating, 65 stars. The combat power assessment has increased by more than 20 stars. If Chen Yan activates the effect of the Gem of Disaster again, the attack power can even exceed 1000. He knew that he was probably the first person in the world whose attack power could exceed 1000. Too strong, bro. No wonder Miss Yi has the confidence to challenge the trial of the Flaming Abyss. It turns out that she invited such a big shot. Oh my god, you crushed the level 95 boss. Who are you, brother? Yes, you were once a big shot on the game rankings, and you are also a rising star. Let us get to know each other, big brother, so that we can thank you in the future. After escaping death, these team members all became chronic bootlickers. Apart from Chu Xiang, he really couldn't accept that someone could be so good that he was beyond his own comprehension. Perhaps in Miss Ye's eyes, we are all rookies who are just making up the numbers, and only he is the real strong one. Ah! At this moment, a shrill scream came from the red light column in the middle. The monsters were all destroyed, but something happened to Yi Hongling. Chapter 48. You kissed me, you must be responsible. While Chen Yan and his group were fighting monsters outside, Yi Hongling was also inside undergoing the trial of the fire inheritance. At this moment, she screamed. Does it mean that I can't hold on any longer? If you really can't hold on, the inheritance will fail. Not only will you not be able to improve your abilities, but you will also not be able to receive inheritance again in the future. Chen Yan knew that with this woman's strong character, she would never give up. But if she insists on it, it may lead to more extreme consequences. Reduced to ashes. When he arrived in front of the red light column, Chen Yan did not hesitate and stepped in. Wait! Are you looking for death? Even Miss Yi can't hold on, how can you possibly resist? Everyone was shocked. Most people were grateful to Chen Yan, after all, it was he who saved everyone. Now seeing that he was about to go in and die, he quickly spoke out to stop him. But their shouts did not stop Chen Yan's footsteps. Where on earth did Miss Yi find this person? It's too crazy. That red beam of light is the core of the entire space. The inside is being burned by flames all the time, and the environmental pressure is more than twice as strong as outside. Chu Xiang finally found an opportunity to make some sarcastic remarks. Haha, he wanted to go in and save the girl. Who cares what he did? If he died, it would be overestimating his own abilities. Mr. Chu, don't go too far. He was the one who saved us, someone shouted sternly. Such a monster is a treasure for Dragon Country and even the entire world. Don't forget, the Blood Moon disaster is about to come. After being scolded by everyone, Chu Xiang, with an ugly look on his face, had to shut up. But in his heart he sneered. No matter how strong a person is, it is useless if he dies. After Chen Yan entered the red light column, he finally felt an unprecedented burning sensation. Almost every inch of skin on the body was roasted on the fire. The reason why he was able to hold on was because of the epic equipment, fire tree clothes, he had obtained before, whose special effects could resist fire damage to a great extent. I didn't expect it would come in handy in a place like this. In the center of the red world, Chen Yan saw Yi Hongling. The scene before him made him stunned. So amazing. She was lying on the ground, her dress was torn, and her snow-white skin was reflected in the sunlight, looking white and rosy. The long burgundy hair spread out, giving off a breathtaking beauty. Too beautiful. The delicate and graceful figure that was usually hidden under the dress had already made Chen Yan unable to take his eyes away at this moment. But now is not the time to admire it. He noticed that Yi Hongling's consciousness might be on the verge of collapse, so he hurried over to help her up. When he helped her up, Chen Yan also put his hands on her back, and was shocked. Her back should have been smooth and delicate, but now it was charred black, which was heartbreaking to look at. And the culprit is the fire dragon swimming overhead. Hey, Yi Hongling. You're here. Yi Hongling opened her eyes weakly, and seeing that the person holding her was silent, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. You care about me so much, do you like me? Chen Yan didn't expect that she was so weak and still wanted to tease him. Don't talk. At this moment, the fire dragon hovering above their heads moved and actually charged towards Chen Yan and the other man. Just now, perhaps Yi Hongling was injured by it. Thinking of this, Chen Yan felt inexplicably irritated, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his pupils. Word Spirit, Golden Sword of Judgment. The fire dragon was chopped into pieces in midair. But it was originally condensed in the trial space and can be reborn infinitely until the trial ends. Thus, the fire dragon attacked Chen Yen again and again, and was cut off again and again, and this cycle continued. But due to the special nature of the golden sword of judgment, it can even cut through high temperatures, so as long as you stay by Chen Yen's side, you will not be burned by the high temperature. I'm going to die. Yi Hongling's voice was as soft as a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. Before that, can you let me see your face? Your injury shouldn't be that serious. Chen Yen said. You heartless man, go now. Going out means failure of the trial. I would rather die in there. The high and mighty Queen of Fire spoke to Chen Yen in a manner that was like a little woman acting like a spoiled child. Chen Yen reluctantly stated the truth, I can't always be here to protect you. The use of high-risk words consumes a lot of energy. There is a way that can help me pass the trial. Explain. So. Just as Chen Yen was listening attentively to what she had to say. Unexpectedly, the weak Yi Hongling suddenly came up and kissed him on the black mask mouth to mouth. This woman actually tore off her mask with her teeth. Outrageous. Without the mask, Chen Yen's true face was exposed to Yi Hongling for the first time. He was about to speak, but his lips were blocked by a pair of tender lips. A pair of slender jade arms wrapped around Chen Ho's head like a snake. The girl in front of me had beautiful eyes that were slightly wide open, her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, and her face was as pretty as a rose. Chen Yen couldn't refuse, absolutely couldn't refuse. No man can refuse a kiss from such a beautiful woman. After a while, when Chen Yen came back to his senses from his sweet indulgence, he realized that he had been tricked. Not only was her first kiss taken away, but her face was also seen. Yi Hongling is really a tough girl. I didn't expect that she would still try to trick me at this critical moment. But her lips are really soft, cough cough. What do you want to do? Although Chen Yen enjoyed himself just now, it did not stop him from asking this question. Yi Hongling smiled charmingly and said softly, I forgot to tell you that I recently learned a new ability, which is that lust can also be transformed into my own strength. This is the first time I use it. Old doubts. If you don't believe me, check it out for yourself. When Chen Yen saw it, he was shocked. The burns on her back were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning to her fair and flawless skin. Do you really have this ability? Lust is also fire, this is very river. Chen Yen suddenly had a bad feeling all over his body. What do you want to do? You kissed me, so you have to be responsible for me. But you're okay now. That won't do. I don't know if I can hold on to the end. I need you to stay with me all the time and fuel my desire. Chen Yen felt a hand wandering across his chest, making it feel numb. Damn, have you been trying to trick me from the beginning? No, I'm not that kind of bad woman, I'm very simple. Yi Hongling pursed her beautiful red lips, and you kissed me very hard just now, didn't you? Chapter 49, Ladies also need to be on guard. Chen Yen was speechless. Of course he couldn't abandon Yi Hongling. Not to mention that this woman is the daughter of the General of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of National Defense. She is still one of the strongest forces in the fight against disasters. For the sake of nuclear peace in the world, she must not be allowed to get into trouble. What can I do? I have to sacrifice my looks. There are still a few hours left until the end of the trial. During this period of time, Chen Yen was forced to accept the sweet kiss of this super beauty. Don't be nervous, there's still a lot of time, we can take it slow. Yi Hongling lifted Chen Yen's chin with her hand and said with a smile, Bu Yu, you have such a handsome face, why do you hide it every day? It's to prevent people like you. Ladies also need protection. If my identity is exposed, do you think other countries will just sit back and watch? If the national war opens in the later stage, I will become the first assassination target of the powerful people in other countries. It's okay, I'll keep it a secret. And if you come to my house, my dad can also give you the best security. Old doubts. They actually want me to be a son-in-law. It's a blatant insult. He stood up and was about to leave. Just kidding, don't go. I wonder if you still remember. In Disaster, the first time we met was in a high-difficulty copy of the fire attribute. You are one of the thugs I hired at a high price. Because of you, we were able to pass the customs smoothly. Since then, we have had an inseparable relationship. Chen Yen interrupted, the last sentence is redundant. I'm glad you came, thank you. As soon as Yi Hongling finished speaking, she came up to Chen Yen like a clingy kitten and kissed him on the ear. The soft and wonderful touch made Chen Yen shudder all over. Look at you, you're so reluctant, so coquettish. I came here to save you, don't go too far. Are you a man or not? I'm flirting with you with such a big beauty in my arms, can you please give me some reaction? At this moment, the hovering fire dragon in the air was chopped into pieces by the golden sword of judgment. I'm anxious, why are you still anxious? Before Yi Hongling finished her words, she felt a strong force at the back of her head and kissed Chen Yen again. Her beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, with a hint of surprise in her astonishment. The first time for both of them seemed quite immature. But the second time was different, just like a scorching summer breeze, strong and warm. Yi Hongling's bones seemed to be soft, but her delicate body was filled with strength again. This is one of her innate abilities, rekindled desire. Feeling full of extraordinary power again, she no longer needed Chen Yan's protection and was able to continue to deal with the trial of the abyss. It's been so long, and it still hasn't come out. They both died in there, didn't they? None of those people outside dared to step into the trial light column. They know they are in trouble. If they go in, they will be finished on the spot and they won't be able to hold on for even a second. We'll know when the time is up. If they die, it will mean that the trial has failed. It's impossible to survive. If even Miss Yi can't hold on, who else in the world can hold on? Alas, it's a pity that we still don't know who that brother is. I do have a guess, but I'm not sure because I don't even believe it myself. Hurry up and tell me. Forget it. That's impossible. That person won't show up. I must have guessed wrong. During this period of time, the two of them had countless verbal battles. Yi Hongling suddenly opened her eyes. Congratulations. The trial of the Flame Abyss was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the first inheritance of the Flame Abyss. The skill, Heavenly Fire Spear, has been awakened. The power of all fire-related abilities is enhanced, and the permanent growth of all attributes is improved. Success. After successfully passing the trial of the Flame Abyss, Yi Hongling gained huge benefits. At this moment, the feeling of heat in the trial space completely disappeared. Oh, what a pity. The trial has been successful, why are you sighing? Chen Yen frowned. It would be nice if the trial never ended, so we could continue doing embarrassing things. Chen Yen held out his hand, I have completed my mission, here's the reward. Okay, but can you tell me your real name? Cannot. If my real name is known, it will be very easy for Yi Hongling to find me. Xiao Qi will be jealous, so I have to tell Xiao Qi. Then the Shura field is inevitable. Forget it, I'll find it myself, take it. Yi Hongling snorted and handed the promised, high-level skill scroll, to Chen Yen. With this, Chen Yen can directly ignore the harsh conditions and unlock a high-level word spirit. Chen Yen continued, I got this after I killed the boss outside. Do you want it? Rare skill scroll, Heaven's Fall. A super trick of fire magic. Any fire class can use it, not just mages. Seeing the scarlet scroll, Yi Hongling's eyes suddenly lit up, and it was obvious that she wanted it very much. Want? I'll sell it to you for 100 million, at a friendly price. Damn, you're such a cold man. You were kissing me passionately just now, and now you want 100 million. Yi Hongling put her hands on her hips in anger. Let's put it this way. I'll auction it off in the trading space. The price starts at 1 billion. Are you sure you don't want it? How about I pledge my love to you? Then I'm leaving. Okay, my love for you is not worth 100 million, right? I hate you like a piece of wood. Okay, I'll transfer the money to your account later. Chen Yan threw the things to Yi Hongling, knowing that she was not short of money and would not go back on her word. Then he looked at Yi Hongling, who was in dishevel, and took off his coat and threw it over. After sales service, you're welcome. When the coat fell on her body, Yi Hongling was actually flattered at first. Giving me clothes, aren't you just afraid that I'll be seen exposed by other men? He is so gentle. At this moment, Yi Hongling actually felt that it was worth spending 100 million to buy this dress. At this time, Chen Yan had already left. He used the word spirit, hidden shadow, and was not seen by people outside. When Yi Hongling came out, there was a burst of exclamations from outside. Miss Yi, you finally came out. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Yes, Miss Yi, we almost lost our lives fighting those monsters, luckily you succeeded. Congratulations Miss Yi. People came up to flatter him, but at the same time they were wondering why the man disappeared. Ms. Yi, where is the brother wearing a mask? Yes, Miss Yi, didn't you see that guy was so exaggerated just now? He solved the level 95 boss in just a few moves. Who is he? Is he a new genius? Yi Hongling smiled and shook her head, I can't say. Just when everyone was wondering why they couldn't speak, someone suddenly shuddered and murmured. I can't say. Isn't it just? No words. Chapter 50 Sequence 101, Destiny. He is silent. When this legendary name appeared, shock appeared on everyone's faces. In their perception, Buu never shows his true face and has always been an extremely mysterious existence. Goddess-level players like Yi Hongling are not only goddesses in the game, but also have thousands of suitors in the real world. Her beauty has long been hailed as a goddess in major forums. The white moonlight in the hearts of countless people, Su Jinyu. Zhao Yixio, an iceberg beauty rarely seen in 1,000 years. Who is not a famous person? But Buu is different from them. He is an extremely mysterious existence. It seems that games are just games to him and have absolutely no connection with reality. Who would have thought that I could actually meet Buu? I see. No wonder Miss Yi has the confidence to challenge the flaming abyss. It turns out that she invited Buu. Holy shit, this is too unbelievable, I was actually fighting alongside my idol just now. I've heard that Miss Yi and Buu have a close relationship, but I didn't expect it to be true, I feel balanced now. If it's Buu, then I'm not surprised at all that he's so strong. Chu Xiang's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He was the one who made the most sarcasm. Now he knew that the person he had mocked was actually the legendary player, Buu. Moreover, after the game was integrated with reality, it was still as powerful as ever, unreasonably powerful, and breathtakingly powerful. He just felt like his whole body was on fire. Brother Chu, you are also very rare. Someone patted him on the shoulder and said, you are a jerk if you don't say anything when you mock me. Haha, awesome. Chu Xiang was furious, didn't you mock him too? Ms. Yi, if you had told us his identity earlier, we wouldn't have to. He was halfway through his words when Yi Hongling gave him a cold glance. That look seemed to be saying, I'm telling you in advance, do you really think you're someone important? Okay, thank you all for your efforts on this trip. I will have the butler pay the remuneration to your accounts. After leaving the volcano, Yi Hongling did not take the helicopter with everyone else. Instead, she sat on the flaming broom and turned into a stream of fire and disappeared into the sky. She had to go to Luqing to show off to Su Jinyu. After Chen Yan left, he couldn't wait to use the advanced skill scroll. It is no exaggeration to say that this thing is rarer than epic equipment, especially for someone like him who relies entirely on rare skills to make a living. Please draw your words. Many mysterious golden words appeared before Chen Yan's eyes. He moved forward a little, and suddenly golden light burst out, as if stars exploded. Sequence 101, Destiny, has been unlocked. High-risk words, Destiny. When he saw the word spirit being unlocked, even Chen Yan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The effect of this word spirit is too terrifying. It can be said to be an omnipotent form. If used well, it is no less than other high-level sequences. After using Destiny, you can draw a card. The sun, the moon, the stars. Sun, increases physical fitness by 30% and recovers from injuries. Moon, increase agility by 30%, restore physical strength. Star, increases supernatural power by 30% and restores supernatural power. In addition, there is a very small chance of drawing solar eclipse, also known as black sun. Once the black sun is activated, it can absorb all living things around it, just like a black hole. It doesn't even distinguish between friend and foe, it's extremely terrifying. Therefore, this word spirit is truly high risk, and perhaps even Chen Yan himself cannot control it well. It all depends on what you can draw from the card. But if you are lucky in drawing cards, you can even go against the will of heaven. Soon, Chen Yan's account received a prompt. Your account received a transfer of 1 million gold. This is virtual currency. 1 gold equals 100 pieces. That is 100 million. Virtual currency can be converted into real currency at any time. Yi Hongling's money transfer speed is quite fast. Chen Nian had an extremely fruitful trip. Not only did he awaken a new and powerful word spirit, which greatly increased his level, he also received a huge sum of money. His plan next was simple. First, use the rare material, Camel Mountain Magic Turtle Shell, obtained last time to create an epic set. The rest of the materials were minor problems. Now that he had sufficient funds, Chen Nian went directly to the trading space to scan the goods. All the ingredients are ready. Next, you just need to take these materials and find someone with the talent of blacksmith. Let's go back to the city and rest first. I'm so tired. It turns out that kissing is also quite physically demanding. Chen Nian went home and rested for a day. The next morning, I saw that, myself, had topped the news trending searches. Shock! Legendary player Buyu has appeared, and the level 95 boss was brutally killed. According to the recollections of the parties involved, everyone was in despair when the boss appeared, until Buyu took action, and they had no power to fight back. Unfortunately, Buyu's appearance was not clearly seen, and there are no photos of the scene. Netizen XX, oh my god. Finally there is news about Muyu. Netizen XX, my husband is too strong, fuck me. Netizen XX, the Blood Moon disaster is about to come, I hope Buyu can protect us in our city. It seemed that those involved had leaked the news. But it didn't matter, because only Yi Hongling saw her face. Chen Nian, have you watched the news? Buyu showed up, oh my god. As the ultimate silent little fangirl, Chen Yu couldn't wait to come to Chen Nian to share. Chen Nian, I see. Chen Yu, how can you be so calm? He is silent. Maybe he is the most powerful extraordinary person in the world. Chen Nian, very impressive, very impressive. Seeing Chen Nian's response so cold, Chen Yu couldn't help but snort. It seems that he was unhappy because I praised other men in front of him. But I don't have the opportunity to come into contact with such idols, I just admire them purely. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here, talking to yourself? Are you going to level up? Deng Rongrong called out. Nothing, I just shared my joy with Chen Nian. Buyu showed up for the first time, and I got a little excited. Maybe he was jealous. Haha. Deng Rongrong almost laughed out loud. You praise him in front of him, but he just doesn't want to pay attention to you. Why are you jealous? If you knew Chen Nian's true identity in the future, you would probably be socially destroyed on the spot. Lucheng, a luxurious mansion. Su Jinyu also read the news, but felt uncomfortable. Because she knows the whole story. Huh, what's the big deal? Brother Buyu once sent me fireworks. I must be number one in his heart. The little girl was talking to herself when suddenly a streak of fire flew over from the horizon. That's right, it was the triumphant Yi Hongling. She made a special trip just to tell Su Jinyu every detail of the time they hugged and kissed each other. Chapter 51 Sister Xiaoqi, you won't be angry, will you? Yi Hongling, why are you here again? When Su Jinyu saw this coquettish slut, he was filled with anger. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. It's so big, it will definitely sag quickly in the future. What's the big deal? Sister Xiaoqi, I have met your brother Buyu, you should know, right? So what? I've seen that too. Have you ever kissed him? What? Su Jinyu's whole body suddenly stiffened, and her delicate oval face was immediately stained with a few shades of red. We have never kissed each other, but she often kisses the photos on her phone. But this kind of thing is too shameful to be said out loud. Your brother Buyu's skills are really good. You. Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes widened. That's right, I kissed him 8 or 9 times, and every time I kissed him, I couldn't breathe. Oh, Xiaoqi sister, you won't be angry, right? Liar, impossible. How could brother Buyu do that with you? He must be a liar. Su Jinyu didn't believe it at first. Yes, I was lying to you. How about this? Yi Hongling took out a men's jacket and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This dress. He gave it to me. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Next time I sleep with him, I'll call you so you can feel a little more involved. Ah. Su Jinyu's defense broke down on the spot. Behind him, dozens of sword shadows suddenly appeared and shot towards Yi Hongling. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongling's pupils lit up, and the endless sword shadows spontaneously ignited in the air and were all burned into nothingness. Then I won't play with you. Goodbye, sister. Yi Hongling left satisfied. Su Jinyu was so angry that she stamped her feet. If she didn't need to supervise the work in Lucheng at this stage, the burden of connecting the teleportation arrays of the major cities would be on her. While Chen Yan was outside leveling up and becoming stronger, she had been dealing with various chores in the guild. Prepare for the coming of the Blood Moon disaster. Scumbag, once I safely get through this disaster, I will definitely go to Linhai City to find you. Chu. Chen Yan sneezed loudly and said to himself, no one is saying bad things about me behind my back, right? He is looking for a suitable blacksmith to forge the last piece of equipment for the epic set. Just now, a suitable target has been found. Calling to inquire. Hello, I want to make an appointment to build a piece of equipment. The voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the line. Sure, brother, what grade of equipment do you want to build? I won't take jobs below the excellent grade. Epic. What? The other party was obviously startled, and his voice became a little higher. Yes, it's epic, okay? Sure, absolutely. When, you decide the time. Lao Chao was overjoyed. He didn't expect to meet such a big client. The blacksmith's forging ability is also linked to the level, and the way to increase the level is to forge equipment. Successfully forging an epic piece of equipment will not only earn you a lot of experience, but will also permanently improve your forging abilities. Give me the address and I'll have the materials delivered to your door tomorrow morning. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lao Chao's heart was pounding and excitement was written all over his face. Seeing this, his daughter Chuya couldn't help but laugh and said, Dad, why are you so happy there? What's going on? Dad is going to take on a big client tomorrow. Since I can't be a combatant, I might as well be a blacksmith. Not only can I help everyone, but I can also support my family. Lao Chao is also an old game player. Okay, Dad. I have to go out for something. I'm going to meet a friend. It's so late, please be careful. The person Chuya was going to meet was the person whose ID was Luo Shui. Unexpectedly, this person actually came to Linhai City. At 9 o'clock in the evening, she arrived at the agreed location, outside an arcade. But before that netizen showed up, a group of drunk street thugs showed up, coming out of the video game arcade with their arms around each other. Hey, little sister, who are you waiting for? Why are you standing here alone? I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Chuya made up an excuse. You have a boyfriend? That's even better. Come on, let's go have a few drinks with the brothers. Damn, you guys are perverts. At this moment, the air temperature dropped suddenly. These thugs were strangely motionless, as if they had become statues, frozen in midair. Chuya widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and her face was full of disbelief. I saw a layer of frost quickly covering the bodies of the gangsters, freezing them into ice sculptures. What happened? In front, a girl wearing sneakers was walking towards me. She was wearing a black t-shirt and denim shorts, and there was nothing wrong with her well-proportioned and slender comic legs. Under the colorful lights of the arcade, her skin was so white that it almost glowed. Chuya had never seen a girl with such good skin. It was no exaggeration to say that she was a work of art. Under the black baseball cap are a pair of cold eyes and a stunning face. I'm Luo Shui. The girl uttered a few words calmly, ignoring the ice sculptures in front of her. You really are, Luo Shui. Chuya was completely stunned. Luo Shui, the pinnacle of ice abilities, the queen of Zhenbei, a goddess-level player. Her real name is Zhao Yixue, and she comes from the Zhao family, a world-famous martial arts family. His background is in no way inferior to Yi Hongling's. She is also a genius in the Zhao family. Apart from practicing martial arts, her only daily life is playing the game Disaster. In that game, she found a different kind of happiness and met a special man. No words. This time I came to Haishir with only one purpose, to find Buyu. The script goes like this: a girl in an online relationship travels thousands of miles just to see her lover. Let's talk somewhere else. Zhao Yixue took Chuya into a coffee shop. But her beauty was so stunning that it couldn't be hidden at all. Every 2 minutes a man would come up to chat with her. But before these men could get close, they were driven away by the horrible cold air. You are really Luo Shui, oh my god. I must be dreaming. I actually met a legendary player here. Yes. Zhao Yixio is not good at lying. Can you tell me the details of what you saw that day? Sure, but can you sign an autograph for me first? Or take a photo with me? I'm your fan, hee. In order to get the news from Buyu, Zhao Yixio was forced to do business. That day, I went to play a dungeon and got tricked. Then I met a guy. He was really powerful. Chiuya recounted the entire story of her encounter with Chen Yan. Do you know who he is? I know. He's been on the news before, and was praised for his bravery. He also seems to be a genius at Linhai University. Yes, his name is Chen Yan. Chen Yan. Zhao Yixio repeated silently. And his girlfriend is the popular actress Qin Yu. They are a perfect match. You said, he has a girlfriend. Chiuya discovered that the cup of coffee in front of her was frozen. Chapter 52 Kidnapping. Chen Yan and Luo Shui attack at the same time. Tomorrow, take me to find Chen Yan. Although Zhao Yixue had a blank expression on her face, the sudden drop in temperature around her had made Chiuya shiver continuously. What's going on? Does Chen Yan having a girlfriend have much to do with her? Why did she react? Okay, I'll take you to Linhai University tomorrow, and you should be able to find him there. Okay, see you tomorrow. Zhao Yixio nodded slightly. At this time, the completely frozen coffee finally returned to normal. She stood up, and under her black baseball cap, her pair of slender eyes were like a lone cat in the dark night. Don't tell anyone what I asked today. Okay. The two left their contact information with each other and then said goodbye. It was not until Zhao Yixue was completely gone that Chiuya came back to her senses. Oh my god. I have Luo Shui's contact information. It's so dreamy. We have to go home quickly, or we'll get into trouble again. Chiuya was walking all the way home, and just as she reached her home, she saw a bright red Audi parked in front of a store. Several men with unfriendly looks started banging on the store door. It's so late, the shop has already closed. Just as she was wondering, Chiuya saw her father opening the door and coming out. Why are you guys here so late? What are you doing here? Lao Chao asked politely. Don't you understand what we are doing here? Of course I'm here to find you to make equipment. Hurry up and get ready to work. The men spoke in a very domineering and commanding tone, leaving no room for refusal. Lao Chao hurriedly apologized with a smile, excuse me, we are closed now, and all my customers are waiting in line. How about I help you guys line up first? Crash. The vase at the door of the shop was smashed on the spot. Chiuya saw this scene from afar and was extremely angry. Those were the crops she had worked so hard to grow. Lao Chao, don't be shameless. Huh, you still want us to queue up? Do you know where we came from? The man in the red shirt sneered, we are from the newly established guild, Hualin. All members are strong men above level 50, and the registered capital is 1 billion. I came here to call you in person to give you face. Brothers, it's not that I, old Chow, don't want to give you face. I'm still forging equipment in the middle of the night. Isn't that disturbing the neighbors? Okay, take him away. You won't disturb others if you come to our company. From now on, you will work for us first. As soon as he finished speaking, several people came forward, grabbed Lao Chao, and dragged him into the car. Soon, the Audi's headlights disappeared into the darkness. Too much. Chiuya witnessed the whole scene. Being rational, she did not choose to rush out, but immediately called the law enforcement team. Okay, we will verify and handle it immediately. The Enforcement Bureau gave the following reply. Chiuya had no choice but to wait, but no news came until the next morning. She just sat at the door of the store, looking lifeless. Until a guest came. It's been aged for years. He had made an appointment to make equipment this morning, so he arrived early. But unexpectedly, I met an acquaintance here. Is this Lao Chao's shop? I'm here to ask him to make some equipment. You are Chen Yan. When she saw the person coming, Chiuya covered her mouth in surprise. I promised Luo Shui yesterday that I would look for him, but I didn't expect him to come to my house on his own. Yes, this is my father's shop, but he was taken away. No, he was kidnapped. Choya said angrily. After listening to what happened, Chen Yen nodded. Don't worry, I have an acquaintance in the Law Enforcement Bureau, I can ask for you. Chen Yen called Li Yunwei. I'm sorry, Chen Yen. I heard about this morning. But now the Blood Moon disaster is approaching, and any high-end combat power is precious. The Law Enforcement Bureau can't step in for such a small matter. In other words, it can't be done. The other party did not kill anyone or set any fire, they just wanted to make equipment. This reason is not enough for the law enforcement agency to intervene. Okay, I understand. What's the background of the people who took action? Chen Yen asked. The newly established company, or rather the Transcendent Guild, Hualin, only accepts high-end players above level 50. It is said that the boss has united a bunch of capitalists to jointly invest. The connections of these bosses in Linhai City are extensive, and it is difficult for the Law Enforcement Bureau to obstruct them. Chen Yen, you'd better. Li Yunwei was just trying to get Chen Yen to stop interfering. But on second thought, maybe this kid has the ability to intervene. Captain Li, what's my best thing? You'd better know that this new company located at 335, Yinshi Road is not so easy to mess with. Okay. Chen Yen hung up the phone with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yen might not care about such trouble. But today, Lao Chao was going to create epic equipment for him, and someone actually dared to cut in on him. No matter what you do, people who cut in line are disgusting. Coincidentally, he was also registered in the law enforcement team, so he was considered a semi-official. Hey, driver, stop. Chen Yen hailed a taxi on the roadside and got in quickly. Choya wanted to call him, but she was too late. It's over, Chen Yen has escaped too. My dad was arrested, and I didn't finish what I promised to do. Oh. Not long after Chen Yen left. A black business car stopped by the road again, and a girl in a black t-shirt and denim shorts got out. Seeing Choya's depressed face, he didn't bother to ask more questions. Get in the car and take me to Linhai University. She was silent in her heart and didn't care about anything else. Actually, I just saw Chen Yen, but I didn't have time to keep him. I'm sorry. Choya apologized with a bitter face. Where did he go? Have no idea. Do you have his contact information? No. What is he doing here? I asked my dad to make equipment, but he was kidnapped. Where were you kidnapped? I don't know. I couldn't get through on the phone, and the law enforcement agency didn't reply. What's your father's name? Chiu Chao, everyone calls him Lao Chao. Zhao Yixue made a phone call with a blank expression. In 5 minutes, I want to know who kidnapped him. With just one sentence, he hung up the phone. Because of her words, the Zhao family's terrifying network of relationships and intelligence began to operate at full capacity. In less than 5 minutes, a location information was sent to Zhao Yixue's mobile phone. Found it. Really, is this true? Choya was shocked. Unexpectedly, what the Law Enforcement Bureau couldn't do, Luo Shui was able to find his father by just making a phone call. Her identity and status are so terrifying. Get in the car. Zhao Yixue opened the car door expressionlessly. When she does things, she is never slow or draggy. They all use the most direct and effective means. The other side. Chen Yen arrived at the destination alone. Chapter 53. Can you give the person to me now? Chen Yen arrived at the destination alone. Pretty impressive. Looking up, I saw a high-end office building in front of me, the glass shining in the morning sun. Hualin Superhuman Company, Limited. Gathering extraordinary people to form a company will become a long-term and stable project in the future. These extraordinary people can not only contribute to the country, but also work as mercenaries and thugs when they have nothing to do. They can also sell the equipment they get, or lead others to upgrade and collect profits. There are countless ways to make money. Establishing such a guild means being at the forefront of the times and being the first to try something new, which is a sure win. These capitalists have a good vision. They found the industry that best suits the times so quickly. Chen Yen smiled and walked towards the company. He also has his own guild, but all the people in it are the elites among the elites. They are usually managed by Shao Qi, and he does not interfere too much. I don't know how Shao Qi is doing recently. How is the work of supervising everyone to build the teleportation array going? I'll ask him later. As Chen Yan was thinking, he walked through the revolving glass door, stepped on the exquisite silk red carpet, and entered the spacious and bright hall. Welcome. As soon as I entered the door, two girls wearing business suits and black stockings wrapped around their calves bowed and greeted me. I have to say, on paper, it's pretty good. It seems that this company has a very strong foundation. No wonder it can force sales so openly. At this moment, Chen Yan suddenly received a new message. Awo is initiating a private chat with you through the group Shanhe Yangan. Someone in the guild. Chen Yan was a little confused. He had an impression of this man named Awo. Hua is from Linhai City. He once revealed that he was from the Meng family in Linhai City and had a certain status, so any brothers in the guild could come to him if they had any problems. The Meng family's influence in Linhai City is more than just a little big. Their industries span finance, catering, investment, real estate, etc. They are definitely first-class capitalists, and even the mayor of Linhai City has to be polite to them. This guy is really bad at playing games. What does he want me to do? Chen Yan clicked on the message. Hua, big brother. I recently started a new project, the Transcendent Company, which specializes in recruiting high-level transcendents. Hua, I think this is definitely a new industry in the new era. Hua, after the disaster strikes, these gathered elites can all play a role, which is definitely much better than working alone. Hua, Sister Xiaoqi seems to be in a bad mood recently and ignores me. I will report to you, big brother, and I will dispatch you at any time if you need me. Although Hua is a middle-aged man in his 40s, he still calls Buyu big brother and Su Jinyu little seventh sister. Moreover, he has a particularly good business sense. Chen Yan was a little amused and helpless. I didn't expect that the company, Hualin, was founded by Hua. Isn't this a coincidence? I'm messing around in your company. Without words, okay. Chen Yan could directly ask Hua to resolve the matter. But generally speaking, he won't make any requests and won't have too much contact with others. He even managed to hold back and not show up in front of Xiaoqi, the one he trusted the most, let alone other people. It's best to solve it yourself. Go find the person in charge and talk to him about the situation first. It's best to solve it verbally. Chen Yan came to the front desk. Hello, big brother. Are you here to register to join the company? We are recruiting all extraordinary people above level 50, and the salary is generous, the girl at the front desk asked with a smile. No, I'm here to see your manager. Is the general manager here? Hearing that Chen Yan was going to look for the general manager right away, the girl at the front desk frowned. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, a sweatshirt and jeans, and looked like a young college student. I'm not here to invest. I'm sorry, the general manager is very busy and may not have time to meet with guests. If you need anything, please let me know. The attitude of the girl at the front desk changed immediately and she started to treat the customer differently based on their situation. Whether you have time or not, just inform them first and say I'm from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Law Enforcement Bureau. Please wait. The girl at the front desk twitched her lips, and then she gritted her teeth and started to make the call. How could you be from the law enforcement agency when you're dressed like this? Although I didn't believe it in my heart, I was still afraid. It's better to be safe than sorry. Hello, General Manager. There is a guest here who wants to see you. He said he is from the Law Enforcement Bureau and is in the lobby right now. The General Manager said he would be down in a moment, please wait. Good. Chen Yan waited in the hall. After a while, a tall and thin man in a sophisticated black suit came down. There were two bodyguards in black shirts following behind him. They didn't look like ordinary people, but extraordinary people. The manager, that's him. The younger sister pointed at Chen Yan. The manager adjusted his tie, walked towards Chen Yan, and glanced at him casually. You said you were from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Yes. Law enforcement officer dressed like this. Someone who doesn't know would think you're here for a spring outing. Intern. Tell me, what do you want to do? The general manager spoke in a relaxed tone, not taking Chen Yan seriously at all. Nothing else, because the company's background is so strong. Not to mention an intern, even if the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau came in person, he would not be panicked. I heard that you kidnapped a transcendent with blacksmith talent yesterday. I have made an appointment with him to make equipment for me. I hope you can release him. Chen Yen stated his demands in a serious tone. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the other party was stunned for a second and then laughed out loud. Ha ha. I was wondering what I was here for, and it turns out it was for this. He has been recruited by our company. Chen Yen frowned. Did he agree? Does our company need his consent to requisition it? The manager pushed up his glasses and smiled. It's his honor to give us a job. This is kidnapping. When the manager heard that Chen Yen had broken the window paper, his face finally turned unhappy. Kick this guy out. The two bodyguards obeyed the order and stepped forward, raising their big hands to grab Chen Yen, wanting to throw him out like a chicken. Why? Chen Yen sighed. It seems that logic doesn't make sense, so I can only use physics. He intercepted the two bodyguards with his left and right hands respectively and twisted them casually. Constitution determines the strength of the body. Chen Yen's physique is as high as 137 points. But these all come from the equipment enhancements of the original pervert. Ordinary strong people of the same level can only enhance by half of Chen Yen's at most. Snap. The crisp sound of bones breaking. The wrists of the two bodyguards were twisted in strange ways, and they suddenly let out screams like pigs being slaughtered. The manager stood there, watching the two powerful bodyguards screaming in pain, his eyes full of disbelief. Chen Yen sighed and shook his head. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Can you give me the person now? Chapter 54, Suppress the whole audience. Zhao Yixue arrives. Can you give me the person now? Chen Yen's tone was very bland. But when other people in the hall saw this scene, they were like they saw a ghost. Especially the receptionist girl just now. She never expected that this guy came to the company to cause trouble. Are you crazy? Doesn't he know where this is? The guild houses only powerful extraordinary people above level 50, and many of them are still staying upstairs. Moreover, the capitalists behind the company are so powerful that even the law enforcement agencies have to give them some face. What's the difference between coming here to cause trouble and seeking death? To put it bluntly, he was beaten to death here and no one was there to help him collect his body. Well. The general manager was also quite frightened. The two bodyguards he called over are both extraordinary people around level 50, and they are warriors with extremely strong physiques. He was actually knocked over by this kid in just 2 hits. It looks like he's a distinguished guest. Sorry, he's on the 3rd floor. I'll take you to pick him up right away. The general manager said in a friendly manner. Let's go. Chen Yen didn't care whether he was playing tricks or not, he just followed him obediently. Take the elevator to the 3rd floor. Brother, our company's foundry hall is in front. He is inside. The general manager said respectfully. Chen Yen said nothing and pushed open the door. Seeing this man walk in without any precautions, the manager smiled. Good boy, you're done. Chen Yen walked into the foundry hall. The strong smell of copper and iron hit him in the face. The heat of the fire permeated the air. Several huge foundry furnaces attracted attention. Lao Chao. Chen Yen called out tentatively. Not far ahead, a middle-aged man covered in black dirt raised his head and touched his sweaty forehead. He was wearing a dirty vest and had many scars on his body, indicating that he had been beaten. Chen Yen walked straight over. You, who are you? Lao Chao looked puzzled. I'm looking for you to make an appointment to build equipment. Chen Yen said frankly. What? You go away. Lao Chao's face changed drastically and he hurriedly pushed Chen Yen to leave. He never imagined that someone would dare to come here to ask for someone. After going deeper into this company, he has deeply understood the horror of it. Not only are there powerful extraordinary people, but there are also many terrifying capitalists operating behind the scenes. Not only blacksmiths, but even extraordinary people were forcibly brought to their company. If you are unwilling to come, their next step will be to threaten you with your family and friends and force you to join. He will do anything to achieve his goal, and is extremely bad. It's so blatant, and yet the law enforcement agency doesn't dare to intervene. This shows that there must be a big shot behind the scenes supporting them. Go, I'm fine, go. Faced with Lao Chao's persuasion to quit, Chen Yen remained as unmoved as a mountain, as if the soles of his feet were driven with nails. Leave. It's too late. At some point, the rest of the people around had already retreated. And those who came back and were powerful extraordinary people one after another, about 20 of them, and they had completely blocked the exit. You are quite courageous, daring to come and cause trouble with us. I was just bored and didn't expect there would be something fun like this, haha. Manager, how much do you want to kill? Can you give me a signal? The manager smiled and shook his head. If you come here to cause trouble, it's okay to kill you. You can do whatever you want, but be careful not to destroy the venue. Okay, manager. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. The excited crowd walked into the hall, rubbing their hands and eager to try it out. Chen Yan ignored these people, but opened the warehouse and traded the materials to Lao Chao. You. No, if you admit your mistake and apologize now, you may still be able to save your life. Lao Chao was shocked and at a loss. He thought the young man knew he was going to die, so he was going to hand over his inheritance. Chen Yan smiled and said, you misunderstood. I want you to build the equipment here and I will take it directly later. What? Lao Chao was completely confused. You are surrounded by dozens of people now, your life is in danger, and you still want me to make equipment? It's okay, it won't affect you, don't worry. Chen Yan took the initiative to walk towards the open space in front. This time, he planned to try his pure melee combat ability. He had to save his extraordinary strength as he had not fully recovered from the last time. Good boy, you're brave enough. Superior. Several people swarmed forward, tacitly not using their supernatural powers, and prepared to beat Chen Yan to death. Fists rained down on Chen Yan. If current players do not have epic weapons, the additional attack power is mostly below 200. And Chen Yan's defense power is nearly 700. It cannot be said that their fists did not hurt, but that they were completely unconscious. The horror of almost half of the epic armor is revealed. How can we fight if we can't even break the defense? Chen Yan also threw a punch. Bang! A punch was thrown, and the sonic boom was deafening. A tall man weighing about 200 pounds flew out on the spot and fell heavily 10 meters away. His face was no longer human-like, many of his teeth were broken, and his face was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. The whole audience was silent. Why don't you fight anymore? Chen Yan asked puzzledly. Several people retreated as if they had seen a ghost, looking at the tall man who was not aware of his own life or death from afar, their faces filled with fear. He's a level 58 knight. Just got punched and flew away. There was no longer any contempt in the eyes of the crowd, they just felt like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. But now that he has started, Chen Yan is not going to hold back. 2 more punches knocked the 2 men unconscious, and they never got up again. Damn, this kid is weird. Don't fight him in close combat, use your supernatural power to suppress him, the manager yelled. Everyone understood and no longer cared about destroying the facilities. Thunder Half Moon Slash. The man in the black vest roared and swung his sword as fast as thunder to chop forward. The hall was shaking under the huge force. Chen Yan held the big knife between 2 fingers. He casually kicked the man in the black vest in the chest, sending him flying back like a cannonball. A huge dent was smashed into the alloy wall. Chen Yan threw the sword away casually. Next. No one dared to answer. The general manager opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. He thought this would be a ruthless massacre, but he didn't expect that his elites were like toys in the opponent's hands and were no match at all. Our men were completely unable to inflict any harm upon him, and his random attacks were enough to inflict heavy damage upon us. The gap in strength between them is definitely an insurmountable chasm. No one here. Chen Yan brought a chair and sat down. Looking back, Lao Chao was still standing there stupidly, his lips moving in confusion. Lao Chao, let's get to work. Oh, okay. Lao Chao forced himself to suppress the intense shock in his heart and began to create this epic equipment. After a while, there was a clanging sound. Everyone present only dared to watch from a distance, seeing the young man sitting arrogantly on the chair, and no one dared to act rashly. The general manager hurriedly stepped back and made a phone call. There's a master who's here to mess things up at the company. Ask the boss to send reinforcements. Be strong. Downstairs, a black business car was parked on the side of the road. Zhao Yixio and Qiuya also arrived. Chapter 55 Zhao Yixue vs Chen Yan. Zhao Yixue and Chuya also arrived downstairs at the company. Wait outside. Zhao Yixue, who was very frugal with words, left 3 words, opened the car door and got out. She had no intention of letting Chuya follow. This is a blatant way to mess things up. I heard that this company has a strong background and there are many powerful extraordinary people in it. She won't be able to take care of others when a fight breaks out. Careful. Chuya reminded subconsciously. Looking at the slender and straight figure of the girl, I suddenly felt that this sentence was a bit redundant. She was once one of the strongest female players in the world, Luo Shui. Is there anyone else who can pose a threat to her? Zhao Yixue was wearing a black t-shirt and denim shorts, with straight and slender comic legs and white sneakers. Just like a cool girl on the sports field. The face hidden under the baseball cap was so cold and beautiful that there was nothing wrong with it. Miss, wait a minute. The butler behind hurriedly caught up. What's up? Miss, Linhai City is not the Zhao family's territory after all. You'd better be more restrained when doing things here. The housekeeper handed over a mask. But if he wears a mask to cover it up a little, with the Zhao family's strength and connections, even if Zhao Yixue went in and killed people or set fire, he could still clear himself of all charges in the end. What it means is, just do some superficial work and give an excuse. Oh. Zhao Yixue put on a black mask, covering her stunning face and leaving only a pair of emotionless eyes. Chen Yan sat on the chair, legs crossed leisurely, like an overseer. Lao Chao opened the forging furnace and was helping him forge equipment with sweat all over his face. The rest of the people dared not make any rash moves. They knew that the people present were no match for that kid, unless the boss sent in a higher level of reinforcement. The general manager is already sweating profusely, he has hit a brick wall today. Bang! With a loud bang. The 3-meter-high aluminum alloy door was unexpectedly shaken open. Everyone's eyes turned towards the door at the same time, including Chen Yan. A girl wearing a black baseball cap walked in. At the first moment, everyone was amazed at the girl's impeccable figure and skin as white as fresh snow. The next moment, everyone became alert and wondered how the girl had managed to break open the door. How can an aluminum alloy explosion-proof door weighing several thousand kilograms be opened so casually? Is an expert. Why do I feel a little cold? Someone murmured. This is the company's forging hall, with several forging furnaces burning. Standing inside is like taking a sauna. How could you feel cold now? A cold gaze swept across the entire room, finally stopping on Lao Chao. Zhao Yixue knew that was Chuya's father. She had seen his photo before coming. And the person sitting lazily on the chair is the one who kidnapped him. Zhao Yixue, who was very frugal with words, didn't ask any more questions. She raised a pair of jade white hands, and several icy spikes shot out in an instant, and the target was Chen Yan. Chen Yan didn't move. He let the ice spikes shatter on his body, believing in his own defense. But I didn't expect that I would feel a slight tingling sensation on my body. Chen Yan stood up and frowned slightly. I didn't expect that the other party actually invited an expert over. Zhao Yixue also frowned slightly. Being able to easily take on my attack, this person's strength is quite impressive and worth a fight. A crystal-clear ice sword slowly condensed. Zhao Yixue grasped the ice sword and rushed forward like a dragon, with ice flowers appearing under her feet with every step. Clang! The sword and fist collided in midair. The surging cold air instantly put out the fire. A thick layer of ice quickly spread out from under their feet, covering the entire hall in an instant. Lao Chao was frightened on the spot, and quickly ran away. Where had he ever seen such a confrontation? The general manager and his group were overjoyed. Okay, I didn't expect the boss to send an expert over so quickly. Come on, you can't kill this kid. They treated Zhao Yixue as one of their own and even cheered her on. Chen Yan was surprised. This person's supernormal attribute must be extremely high, otherwise it would be impossible for him to cause pressure to himself. Is there such a strong person in Linhai City? If I don't use the power of words, I even feel like I can't beat her. Etc. Why does this woman feel so familiar? Serious, cold eyes, ice-type abilities. The girl in front of him slowly overlapped with someone in his old memory, and he was immediately struck by lightning and terrified. Luo Shui. Could this girl be Zhao Yixue? Isn't the Zhao family in Jiangqing? Why did they come to Linhai City? Apart from her, Chen Yan really couldn't think of any other such a strong ice-type transcendent, and it can be seen that she is also reserving her strength and not using any big moves. Chen Yan is very afraid of her. This girl is just like Yi Hongling, she is also a tough one. Because she is a possessive Yandere. She wants anything she likes, including men. One time, Chen Yan was playing a two-player dungeon with Xiao Qi in the game, and she came up to him. The first thing she asked was, "Are you playing with someone else?" After Chen Yan honestly admitted it, she added, "Tell me where you are, reality." Chen Yan asked, "What are you going to do?" She said, "I'm going to take you back to the Zhao family and raise you. From now on, you will only play with me." After that, Chen Yan was scared. He could feel that this girl was definitely not kidding him. Moreover, with her family's influence, she can really do what she said. It's scary. That's why he was extremely reluctant to reveal his identity. In a sense, this woman was more terrifying than Yi Hongling. Neither of these two women is easy to deal with, but Xiao Qi is the easiest to deal with. No, she can't recognize me. Ouch! Chen Yan let out a scream and was deliberately blasted away by the ice flower. Half lying on the ground, covering his chest, his acting was at its best. Zhao Yixue stopped and did not pursue. Seeing Chen Yan being defeated, the manager finally let out the anger he had been holding. "Wow! Weren't you quite cocky just now? That's all. You dare to come and pick a fight with this little bit of strength? You're just a piece of trash." As he spoke, the general manager cast an admiring look at Zhao Yixue. "You did a good job. I will report to the boss and guarantee you a raise." Zhao Yixue is puzzled. She tilted her head, seemingly a little confused about the situation. According to this statement, these people are from the company. Isn't the guy I knocked down the same person as me? Did you hit the wrong person? Just as she was wondering, Chiuya rushed in from behind, ran hurriedly to the front, and was horrified. "Hey, why did you two start fighting? Chen Yan, are you okay?" Chapter 56, The Yandere is so scary. "Chen Yan, are you okay?" Chiuya trotted in and hurriedly helped Chen Yan up, her face full of self-blame. "Daughter, why are you here?" Seeing his daughter, Lao Chao was also horrified. "Don't get involved in these things, leave." "It's okay, Dad. I met a noble man who can help us." Chiuya helped Chen Yan up while explaining the whole story. "Chen Yan, damn, you were the one who brought the Japanese into the village. No wonder Zhao Yixue was able to find this place, it turns out she had a guide. This is going to be difficult." Zhao Yixue also realized it later. "He is Chen Yan." "Yes, he is the Chen Yan you are looking for." Chiuya nodded. "Too weak." "Well." Seeing that this girl was still so outspoken, Chen Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not only could she not lie, she couldn't even say polite words. The general manager and the group of people behind him couldn't help but twitch their lips. What's going on? The powerful reinforcements we have been waiting for so long are actually from the opposite side. What kind of game is this? The general manager subconsciously took a few steps back and wanted to escape, but a cold voice came from behind him. "You lied to me." "Laughing at you? Don't say that, sister. How could we lie to you? We started fighting the moment you came in. Stop talking nonsense." Zhao Yixue felt a little embarrassed. She was very embarrassed because she had hit the wrong person, and even her fair face turned a little red. In order to ease the embarrassment, she prepared to vent her anger on this group of people. "Not good, run." The general manager was about to escape, but the door was completely frozen. The chilly cold air stung their skin, and dozens of people were shivering on the spot, as if they had arrived in the far north. But in just a moment, all of them turned into ice sculptures of various shapes. "You won't die, but it will take at least a few hours to recover." Zhao Yixue then let out a breath and returned to her icy beauty form. So scary. Chen Yan couldn't help but shiver. This girl's extraordinary power has reached a terrifying level, maybe she has reached the maximum level of the first stage. If you don't use the high-risk words, you really can't beat her. "Don't be afraid, she is one of us, hee. Chiuya said with a smile. "You know nothing." Chen Yan complained in his heart. At this time, Zhao Yixio, who had dealt with everyone, had already walked over. Feel sorry. You hit the wrong guy. You should bow your head when you apologize instead of staring at me with cold eyes. Thank you. It's okay, it's okay. Your friend is so strong. I can't beat him at all. Chen Yan, you are also very powerful, but it is normal that you cannot beat her. You don't know who she is. I'm afraid you will be scared if I tell you. Xiao Ye said mysteriously. You don't know me. Zhao Yixio took off her mask, revealing her cold and beautiful face. You are Zhao Yixue. It turns out to be the legendary player Luo Shui. Oh my god, I didn't expect to see the real person. Chen Yan pretended to be surprised. Zhao Yixue frowned. At this time Qiu Ye spoke up, by the way, Sister Zhao, why did you come all the way here to find Chen Yan? The next sentence frightened Qiu Ye silly. I want to know if he is silent. What? Qiu Ye and her father both had a look on their faces saying, what the hell? Bu Yu. Did I hear you correctly? Are you talking about the world's #1 legendary player, Bu Yu? Yes. Zhao Yixio continued to hit straight balls. How could I? Are you kidding me, Miss Zhao? Qiu Ye was also puzzled. Sister Zhao, why do you think so? One of the abilities of silence is that the surroundings will become completely dark, exactly like what happened to you. That's right, the darkness that Zhao Yixio mentioned was exactly the word spirit, death. Ah. Impossible. Qiu Ye was shocked. He turned to look at Chen Yan, who was looking confused. There is no way to get in touch with the world's top player. I really am not, but I'm a little curious. Miss Zhao, what do you want to do with Bu Yu? Chen Yan asked tentatively. Take it back to the Zhao family in Jiangcheng. Take it back. There are many women who covet him. It's safer for him to stay in my house. Zhao Yixio said seriously. What's the point of staying at your home being safe? You want to support your children in their old age. Chen Yan's mouth twitched. What if Bu Yu doesn't want to? What is Miss Zhao going to do? Freeze him into an ice sculpture and keep him by your side forever. Grass. A Yandra, a pure Yandra who defies all expectations. Chen Yan was frightened. If she knew that I had kissed Yi Hongling, would she chop off my mouth with a knife and say it was unclean? Even Qiu Ye finds it funny. I didn't expect that this legendary female player, the Ice Queen with countless suitors, would be so obsessed with a man. I really wasn't. What happened that day was a pure misunderstanding. Qiu Ye, come over here and help me clear up the misunderstanding so that we won't make a fool of ourselves. Oh. Chen Yan brought Qiu Ye to the back of the forge. Chen Yan, what happened that day? I don't understand it either. Ahem, actually, I'm the one she's looking for. Ha 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 ha, what are you kidding? This is my equipment information. I killed the world boss. You. Qiu Ye's pupils instantly widened to their maximum size. Most of the equipment is epic, and several of them have the same name as the world boss. She almost screamed out, but unfortunately her mouth was blocked by the escape spirit snake. Nothing could express how excited she was at the moment. The man in front of him was the strongest player in the world and a legend in everyone's eyes. Just thinking about it, her heart rate is about to break the upper limit. I'm telling you to cover for me. If you understand, just blink. Mm. You've also seen how perverted this woman is. If I'm captured by her, I won't be able to protect Linhai City. You are responsible for the safety of Linhai City. Do your best. Zhao Yixue turned her gaze to Lao Chao. Suddenly he asked, excuse me, did Chen Yan ask you to make equipment? Yes, I was just helping him make equipment, and you guys started fighting. You scared me. What equipment? It's an epic equipment, haha, and it's made of rare forging materials. Can you show it to me? Can. Lao Chao is also very straightforward and does not hide anything. Epic, magic turtle armor. Description, made from the tortoise shell dropped by the Camel Mountain Devil, it is indestructible. After reading it, Zhao Yixue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Epic set. He already has an epic set that even I don't have. No wonder his defense is so high. Are people like this really just ordinary players? Zhao Yixue is not good at speaking or lying, but she is not a fool. She had already come to her own conclusion in her mind. Chen Yan, just keep silent. But why did he hide it from me? Doesn't he want to be with me? Zhao Yixio suddenly felt a little heartbroken. In the eyes of Yanderas, being Yandera is an extremely normal behavior. It is their way of proving love, and it is not scary at all. So she thinks she is quite normal. At this time, Chen Yan and Qiuya, who had already made arrangements, came back. Chapter 57 Zhao Yixue, don't you like me? We are back and the misunderstanding has been resolved. Chen Yan said seriously. On the side, Qiuya also tried to force a smile and said, I'm sorry, Sister Zhao, it seems I made a mistake. She actually hasn't fully recovered from her shock yet. Who could have thought that the handsome boy next to her is the strongest player in the world? Unexpectedly, Zhao Yixue's eyes were still fixed on Chen Yan. Even more persistent and determined than before. You just keep silent. Ms. Zhao. I respect and understand your feelings for that person, but we also have to sort out the reality. How can I, Chen Yan, compare with that person? Qiuya also agreed, yes, Sister Zhao, don't worry about it. Where are the epic equipment materials you used to craft your equipment? I just checked, and they were dropped by the world boss some time ago. Zhao Yixio stared intently. It was rare for her to say so many words at once. Chen Yan was stunned on the spot and subconsciously looked at Lao Chao. Old Biden sold me out. How could I forget this? Ms. Zhao, I was lucky enough to get this equipment material. As you know, anyone who participates in the boss crusade has a chance. Why don't you want to admit it? I'm really not. Don't you like me? Zhao Yixio used the calmest expression and said the most girlish words. Which male player in the world doesn't like Luo Shui? You are simply the goddess in the eyes of all of us male players. I will have to ask you for an autograph later, Seeing that Chen Yan was still unwilling to admit it, Zhao Yixue's eyes finally dropped to his toes. I'm not that bad. At this moment, this favored girl who possesses beauty, wealth and strength actually felt a little lonely. She had a lonely childhood. There is a sense of unreality in a life filled with flowers and applause, flattery and crowds of people. Later, by chance, she came into contact with the world-famous game, Cataclysm, and became addicted to the arena. Before she knew it, she reached the top where no one could beat her. Until I encountered silence. The fate of the two also began with the battle in the arena. I heard you have a girlfriend. Yes. Chen Yan nodded. Zhao Yixio nodded softly. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang and she picked up the phone and answered it. Miss, are you back? We have made all the preparations for the promotion. With the combined efforts of our Zhao family, we will definitely be able to pass the disaster level promotion. Not yet. Come back soon, young lady. You said you were going to meet a friend and the master only allowed you to go out for a few days. You can't delay any longer. New. Chen Yan understood what it meant after listening to it briefly. It turned out that Zhao Yixio had reached level 99 of the first stage and was preparing to release the first stage gene lock and advance to the second stage. That would be a leap forward in strength. If one could advance to the second level before the Blood Moon disaster, one would be more confident in fighting those monsters. I didn't expect this girl to upgrade so quickly. However, advancement is risky. There are 5 levels of difficulty for advancement. Normal level, difficult level, abyss level, hell level, disaster level. The higher the difficulty of the challenge, the stronger the ability enhanced after the gene is liberated. The real top powerhouses will choose to challenge the disaster level promotion, including Chen Yan. But reality is different from games. In the game, you can try again as many times as you want if you fail a promotion challenge. In reality, if you fail in a challenge, you might just die, and there won't be a second chance. Therefore, Zhao Yixio wanted to meet Buyu in person before her promotion, because even she was not completely sure of a successful promotion. I'm leaving. Zhao Yixio turned around and was about to leave. Chen Yan winked at Qiuya, indicating that she should take Lao Chao with her and follow him. It would be best for them to leave together now, but no one dared to stop her. Let's go back to an earlier time. Following the principle of having a secretary do what is necessary and not having a secretary do what is not necessary, Lu Xingchen was still sleeping in bed with his female secretary in his arms. Although his younger brother, Chen Yan, was humiliated the first 2 times, as an older brother, he quickly cheered up and found a new business opportunity. Invest in the Superhuman company. Lu Xingchen affirmed that this was definitely a project with great prospects. What's more, this time several bosses have jointly invested, and the big boss behind the scenes is Brother Hua, the local tyrant in Linhai City. Almost no one in this area dares to challenge him. It's so stable that there's no chance of it overturning. Manager Lu, this is bad. Huolin has a strong man who is going to mess things up, and he said no one can stop him. What? Lu Xingchen was horrified. Who the hell is so desperate that he dares to destroy Huolin's place? Don't they know that this is the business of Brother Hua? Quick, gather all the strong men under our command to help. This is a good opportunity to show off in front of Boss Hua. Once he appreciates us, things will get much easier. Clear. Lu Xingchen was extremely excited. This was definitely a rare opportunity. In front of Huolin Company, several black commercial vehicles were parked in a haphazard manner in the square. In addition to the bosses in neat suits, there are also the elite extraordinary people under them. At first glance, there were about 100 people. Damn it, is there anyone so bold as to come to Huolin's territory and cause trouble so early in the morning? Get out of here, everyone. I want to see who is looking for death. All the onlookers were driven away, and the huge square was filled with elite extraordinary people. A war was about to break out. Oh my god. I've never seen such a big scene. With so many extraordinary people gathered here, I'm afraid someone will die soon. Quick, contact the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lu Xingchen also got out of the car, took off his sunglasses leisurely, leaned against the car window and waited. They're coming out. Someone shouted, and immediately everyone's attention was drawn over there. Walking in front was Zhao Yixio, followed by Chen Nian and Qiuya, father and daughter. When seeing the huge scene outside, Qiuya and her daughter were both shocked. Dozens of cars were parked in a disorderly manner in front, almost blocking the entire square. There were about 100 people present, all with unfriendly faces. If it were someone else, they would probably be so scared that their legs would go limp by this terrifying scene. But after a brief shock, Qiuya quickly calmed down. With two big guys, Luo Shui and Buyu, by my side, is there any need to be afraid? Chapter 58, on Chen Nian's connections. So many people. Chen Nian didn't expect that there was such a large crowd gathered outside. And there seems to be a familiar face. Isn't that Lu Xingchen, the adopted son, adopted by dad after his remarriage? It's you again, Chen Nian. When Lu Xingchen saw Chen Nian, he was stunned for a second, then frowned. I couldn't do anything to you the first 2 times, but I didn't expect you to dare to come here this time. You really don't take Boss Hua and the rest of us seriously. As Lu Xingchen's tone became more severe, almost everyone around him heard his accusation. Boss Lu, do you know the person causing the trouble? It's embarrassing to say that he is my unfilial brother. He doesn't follow dad to do business properly, but just hangs out all day long. Lu Xingchen sighed, it seems that this time I have to sacrifice my relatives for the greater good and teach him a lesson. He said this very cleverly. This directly put Chen Nian on the opposite side of Boss Hua and everyone present. Let everyone target their hatred on Chen Nian. Boss Lu, you failed to discipline me properly. You need to teach me a lesson. You know, if you offend Brother Hua in Linhai City, your future will be difficult. Yes, everyone has taught me a lesson, Lu Xingchen sneered in his heart. Chen Nian, you have really fallen flat on your face this time. I can't deal with you. There are so many co-investors here, and Brother Hua is in charge. How can you fight me? On Zhao Yixue's side, the accompanying manager had already come over to greet her. Miss, these people are ignorant of the world. If we reveal our identities, they won't dare to do anything to us. Need not. Zhao Yixue responded coldly. She was feeling very unhappy right now and had to find a place to vent her anger. She could use these people as punching bags. Miss, wait a minute. Linhai City is not our territory. If you fight, it will probably make things difficult for the family. If Zhao Yixue were to follow her straightforward personality, she wouldn't care about those things. But she changed her mind and thought, this guy doesn't even want to tell me his true identity, so why should I help him? Let him solve this problem himself. All right. Thank you for your understanding, Mississippi. At this time, a group of people were eager to take action, and the atmosphere was tense. The steward stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said loudly. We are from the Zhao family in Jiangqing. This is my daughter Zhao. I hope you will not act blindly, lest you make mistakes. What? Someone from the Zhao family in Jiangqing. She is the daughter of the Zhao family. The Zhao family is the world-famous martial arts family. When did Linhai City attract such a big Buddha? After hearing this name, all the people present looked at each other, and dared not act blindly anymore. The Zhao family is a behemoth that they absolutely cannot afford to offend. Just ask Brother Hua. Someone called Manhwa immediately. Brother Hua, I'm sorry to bother you. This is the matter, how do you think we should deal with it? The Zhao family can give some face, but the others will kill them. Yes, yes. People seem to have received an imperial decree and suddenly felt free of pressure. Especially Lu Xingqian, he was ecstatic when he heard the news. You can leave the Zhao family alone, but just don't let my brother go, huh? Ms. Zhao, we will give face to the Zhao family. But, they have to stay and ask for an explanation. The spearhead was directed at Chen Nian and Xiuya. Of course Zhao Yixio knew that these people couldn't do anything to Chen Nian, but she just wanted to see how he would solve it. Chen Nian. Kneel down now and admit your mistake to your brother, and I can be gentle with you. Chen Nian didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He casually picked up his phone and seemed to be calling someone with a relaxed smile on his face. Xiuya, what's going on? If you have something to say, please talk about it nicely and don't involve us. She was under so much pressure right now that she couldn't utter a word. She could only look at Zhao Yixio pitifully, hoping that she could save us, father and daughter. But unexpectedly, Zhao Yixio's eyes were still on Chen Nian. That look seemed to be saying. He is so handsome even when he is on the phone, I really want to bring him home as my boyfriend. Sisters. He doesn't even want to acknowledge you, but you're still obsessed with him and even watch him when he makes a phone call. It's not worth it. Look at me, am I good? QAQ. Chen Nian never calls people he meets online to avoid exposing his phone number. But there was one exception. Nicknamed Heisey, he is a doctor of network information security, a genius hacker, and a master player of disaster. It was with his help that Chen Nian's real information was hidden so well. For example, he was in charge of building a virtual IP, mobile phone forwarding, information firewall, etc. Blackie. Boss. Damn it, I had set up Do Not Disturb, and your call can ignore Do Not Disturb, but the alarm went off right next to my ear. Don't talk nonsense. What does the boss want you to do? Are you looking for Xiaoqi? I heard that Xiaoqi has been in a bad mood recently. She must have been upset. How about you comfort her? Please give Ah Hua a message for me. Chen Yan simply described the current situation. If you don't want to be at the bottom of the group, let his people get out. Boss, it will be easy for Ah Hua to discover your identity like this. It doesn't matter. Old Deng is an old friend of mine who I've known for several years. If he dares to talk nonsense, I can visit him in person. Who the hell is bothering me again? Believe it or not, I'll get someone to kill you. It's me, Kuriko. Xiao Hei, what's the matter? Meng Hua's attitude softened instantly. He knew that this was the boss's confidant. Ahem, the boss asked me to tell you something. Boss? Meng Hua's whole body trembled, and he woke up instantly. After listening to Heisey's retelling, he slapped himself twice. The sound was so loud. Give me a minute and get them out of here right now. Hurry up, the boss is very impatient. Heisey hung up the phone. Ah Hua was extremely panicked. The world is in chaos now, and we have to follow the boss from now on. He didn't want to be kicked out of the guild tomorrow for mouth breathing. Chapter 59. The man I like is mine. His grandma's legs. Those people under his command are useless good-for-nothings, but he just happened to offend the person he least dares to offend in the world. He also attended the offline gathering in Lucheng and personally experienced the feeling of being stared at by the god of death. It was as if he was in hell. When he came to his senses, his back was already wet without him noticing. Meng Hua didn't dare to delay for even a second and made a phone call immediately. Hey, Brother Hua, what do you want me to do? Get out. Take all of you and get out right now. The farther the better. Ah. The person on the other side was confused. Brother Hua, someone just made trouble in your company, and we were about to teach them a lesson. What happened? I told you to get the hell out, but you don't understand me, right? I'll give you 1 minute, everyone get out. Manhwa's anger value has reached its peak. But Brother Hua. But fuck you, there's someone in there that I can't afford to offend. Do I have to kill you to understand? I understand, I understand. After swearing a lot of vicious words, Manhwa hung up the phone, praying in his heart that he would not anger the silent boss. As for who those troublemakers were they Buyu's men, or even himself? Manhwa didn't dare to delve into it, as he didn't dare to get himself involved. In Linhai City, he couldn't think of someone that Brother Hua was so afraid of, or even someone he couldn't afford to offend. Even the Zhao family, which is famous in Long Country, doesn't have this ability, right? It's like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Don't do it. Come back here. What's going on? The big boss told us to get out. Chen Yan also noticed the abnormality on the opposite side. It seems that Hua is quite efficient. Good, the status of the group is saved. Let's go, it's okay. Chen Yan said to Chiuya and the others. Are you okay? Hey. Chiuya was still confused when she saw Chen Yan walking straight forward, like a lone soldier deep in the enemy's camp. She didn't have time to think about it, so she chose to believe Chen Yan and followed him with her father. But my heartbeat almost reached its fastest speed, and I was extremely panicked. Seeing his brother strolling out leisurely, Lu Xingchen widened his eyes, clenched his fists, and was almost gnashing with hatred. Stop! A scolding made Chen Yan and his companions stop. They're causing trouble in Brother Hua's territory, and we're just going to let them get away with it. Lu Xingchen also attempted to escalate the conflict by using Brother Hua's identity to exert pressure. Unexpectedly, the person who answered the phone just now came over angrily and kicked Lu Xingchen in the crotch. What are you? I'm giving you face. This kick almost knocked Lu Xingchen to the ground, as if he had lost a loved one. You. Lu Xingchen's pupils were full of disbelief. The person who had just been treating him as a brother actually turned against him so suddenly. What do you mean by you? Calling you Boss Lu really makes you think you're such an important person. Get lost. Lu Xingchen looked around blankly and helplessly. No one came to his aid. Even the group of extraordinary people he brought with him, who were trained by himself, did not dare to step forward to support him. At this moment, he felt like a monkey in a zoo, sitting on the ground and being watched by everyone. Finally, Lu Xingchen's eyes met Chen Yan's. He thought that Chen Yan would look quite proud and gloating at this moment. But it didn't. Chen Yan's expression was calm and his eyes were indifferent, as if he had stepped on an ant to death on the side of the road, without any emotional fluctuations. This kind of reaction actually stimulated Lu Xingchen even more, like a steel needle piercing into his heart. Only then did he realize that Chen Yan didn't take him seriously at all. Let's go. Chen Yan took Chiuya and left the scene. Until now, Lu Xingchen still hasn't figured out why things changed so quickly. Wait, he suddenly thought of something creepy. Could it be that the reversal of events was due to a phone call from him? Impossible. Lu Xingchen, who looked like a clown, was left where he was, while the others left one after another. Zhao Yixue witnessed the whole process, and only spoke after she saw Chen Yan's figure completely disappear from her sight. You can go now. Miss, who is that young man's friend to you that deserves your attention? The butler couldn't help asking. He's my man. The housekeeper is confused. At this time, the housekeeper was complaining in his heart, thinking, Miss, he left without even telling you, how come he suddenly became your man? As if she had noticed the housekeeper's suspicious look, Zhao Yixue added coldly. What I like is mine. Okay, miss. Chen Yan and his group had already left safely. Even after getting in the car and driving away, Chiuya was still puzzled and kept scratching her head. No. Chen Yan, cough cough. Those people suddenly changed their attitude, could it be because of the phone call I just made? Chen Yan smiled and said, maybe. Fuck, this is too outrageous. Just now that person was scolding you, but in the blink of an eye he turned into a clown. I am so happy. After Chiuya sighed for a while, she suddenly asked, will they come to trouble us again afterwards? Don't worry, they don't dare, unless they don't want to live anymore. Chen Yan was not afraid that Manhwa would investigate his identity. He dared not. To put it another way, even if people find out, it's okay. At least he's a normal person, not some Yandere girl. Of course, it is even more impossible to reveal Chen Yan's identity unless he doesn't want to live anymore. No one wants to experience the oppression of death a second time. In other words, everyone in the guild knew that if Buyu wanted to kill someone, no one would be able to escape. While in the car, a text prompt suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yan's eyes. No. The same text prompt appeared in front of the eyes of hundreds of thousands of extraordinary people in Linhai City. Like a red alert, it was broadcast several times in a row. Player Mogu failed to challenge the abyss-level genetic evolution, and the challenged monster has come into reality. Player Mogu failed to challenge the abyss-level genetic evolution, and the challenged monster has come into reality. Chapter 60, instantly kill the level 99 disaster beast. Player Mogu failed to challenge the abyss-level genetic evolution, and the challenged monster has come into reality. A bright red warning text appeared in front of all the extraordinary people in Linhai City. Immediately, a chaotic vortex appeared in the clear sky. Four hands covered with black scales grabbed the edge of the whirlpool, as if trying to climb out of a well. His body showed an extraordinary curvature and twisting, like an intricate network of bones and muscles, with countless tentacles extending from its deformed and twisted body and intertwining with each other. The evil and strange reddish-brown pupils revealed infinite cruelty, which was chilling. As luck would have it, this monster that suddenly appeared landed not far in front of Chen Yan. Ah! What on earth is that? Run, run! Outside, people were screaming and running for their lives. Not only ordinary people, but even those low-level extraordinary people, could not muster the slightest thought of resistance after seeing this monster. Even Chen Yan showed a solemn expression. This is not an ordinary boss, but a disaster beast. The disaster beast is more powerful than the ordinary boss, more evil and bloodthirsty, and more terrifying. And this disaster beast is not an ordinary one. There are 5 levels of difficulty for advanced challenges after level 99, normal, hard, abyss, hell, and disaster. The monster in front of me is of abyss level. Because the player failed in the challenge, it is 2 levels stronger than the ordinary disaster beast, and it came into reality because the player failed in the challenge. What an idiot who overestimates his own abilities. He dares to challenge the abyss level advancement at this stage. I upgraded so quickly, but because of greed, I failed in the advancement. The gain is not worth it. There is no time to dwell on this now. I hope the Law Enforcement Bureau can quickly organize strong men to defeat this disaster beast, otherwise I don't know how many people will die. Disaster Beast, level 99. People looked up and saw the monster's bright red name and level, and were almost speechless with fear. At level 99, the disaster beast that descended from the abyss was undoubtedly a disaster for the real world. Zhao Yixio also saw this scene. She was about to get in the car, but she closed the door and focused her eyes on the terrifying disaster beast in the distance. Miss. This is Linhai City's business. They will solve it themselves. There is no need for us to intervene. I know. Miss. The most important thing for you now is to retain your strength. Don't forget, you are about to challenge the final disaster level. I know. Miss, let's go. But this is a good opportunity to make her owe me a favor. Zhao Yixue's eyes suddenly turned icy blue, her waist-length black hair danced in the wind, and her whole body took on a more sacred beauty. A ball of bright blue light gathered above her head, and eventually formed a crystal-clear ice-blue spear. When the spear was fully condensed, Zhao Yixue's eyes dimmed a little, and her beautiful face became paler. Go ahead. Boom. The air exploded, and the ice spear flew through the air. In an instant it was thousands of meters away, and the speed exceeded the speed of sound. The disaster beast had just been born and was shouting in smugness. Humans, your end. Before he could finish his words, his chest was pierced by an ice spear, leaving a huge hole. No, impossible. Starting from the chest, the ice spread over his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the disaster beast turned into an ice sculpture. Crack, cracks all over, shattered with a loud bang. That's right, the disaster beast was killed instantly before it even started to show its power. This shocking blow stunned countless people. Fuck. Who is this? Who killed a level 99 disaster beast in 1 second? Too scary, too scary. Is there still such a strong person in Linhai City? The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau were also shocked. They were preparing to take action, but they didn't expect that they had been killed by a strong man. I'm afraid it's the young lady from the Zhao family. I just received news that she came to Linhai City. Zhao Yixue. Then she really helped us a lot. Yes, this is a big favor, I don't know if we can repay it. Inside the car, Chuya couldn't help but cover her mouth in exclamation. Is this Luo Shue's true strength? Oh my god. She is indeed one of the strongest female players. So cool. After exclaiming in amazement, she even cast a look of contempt at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, why do you look so distressed? You didn't do anything yourself, you just relied on others. I am troubled because I didn't make any move. Chen Yan shook his head and sighed repeatedly. He of course knew what Zhao Yixue meant by this move, and now he owed her a big favor. The reason why Buyu has become a legend in everyone's heart is actually related to his character. He always repays every drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude and never owes anyone anything. Otherwise, why would all those people in the guild obey him and scramble to help him? Lao Chao, how long will it take to build the equipment? Very soon, everything has been processed, at the latest this afternoon. Yes, please. Chen Yan bought a flight for the evening, his destination being Jiangcheng. Miss, why are you doing this? You're wasting so much energy. What are you going to do with your own advancement challenge? No need to say more, let's go back to Jiangcheng. That afternoon, Chen Yan successfully obtained the new equipment. He finally collected the 4-piece set of Magic Turtle Armor, Magic Turtle Arm Armor, Magic Turtle Helmet, and Magic Turtle Leg Armor. Camel Mountain Turtle Suit effect activated, total body defense plus 30%, and gain special skill, Counter Shock. Chen Yan exchanged the Firework Tree clothes he had previously obtained for the Magic Turtle Armor. All body attributes are completely renewed. Chen Yan, Word Spirit Saint, only 1. Gene level, first level, level 83. Physical fitness, 137. Agility, 88. Extraordinary, 77. Attack bonus, 310. Defense bonus, 820. Combat power rating, 72 stars. At this point, Chen Yan already has 5 pieces of epic equipment. If you even have an extra piece of equipment, you can sell it directly in the trading space. Even though it is obsolete equipment, you can still make a lot of money. The additional attack, defense, and all attributes are terrifyingly high. Although the level is a bit low, the attributes are definitely beyond the reach of others. There are 7 days left until the Blood Moon disaster arrives. Chen Yan's plan was simple. Within these 7 days, I must also reach level 99, break through the restrictions of the genetic lock, and become a second-level transcendent. But before that, he had to go to Jiangcheng first. From previous encounters, it seems that Zhao Yixue is already level 99 and is about to take on the highest level trial. If she fails, then a real, disaster-level monster will descend upon Jiangcheng. By then, I'm afraid I will need to take action myself. So, you are going to Jiangcheng, why do you want me to follow you, brother Chinyan? On the plane, Chuya asked excitedly. Because you know Zhao Yixue, it will be convenient for me to contact her. Oh my god. I'm just a tool. That's so miserable for me. Chuya said with a bitter face. This epic equipment is for you. Fuck it, Godfather, accept my greetings. Chapter 61 Zhao Yixue enters the challenge, Chen Yan arrives. Jiangcheng, Airport. That night, Chen Yan and his companions arrived safely in this bustling city. As it was too late, he found a nearby hotel and checked in first, planning to go look for Zhao Yixue the next day. Of course, we live in 2 rooms. Chen Yan didn't realize until he moved in that the hotel soundproofing was really bad. He could even hear the panting of the people next door. The violent vibrations almost felt like someone was pounding on the wall. They are most likely 2 extraordinary beings, otherwise their physical strength would not be so good. Do I have to sleep like this tonight? It's too torturous. Chen Yan came to the balcony and called Su Jinyu, of course, through Haizi's transfer. Xiao Qi, it's me. Brother Buyu. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? After receiving Chen Yan's call, Su Jinyu's tone immediately became surprised and excited. Hey. I heard you were in a bad mood recently, what's going on? Humph, you're not shy about mentioning that. Su Jinyu sniffed in annoyance. Then, that time when you went to help the woman named Ji, did you do something shameful with her? Rumors, who is spreading rumors? The woman surnamed Ji told me this herself. She is ill. Chen Yan was simply confused. He didn't expect that woman would go all out to provoke Xiao Qi. She was simply looking for trouble. No wonder everyone says she's in a bad mood lately. Don't believe what that woman says. She is just trying to sow discord on purpose. But she has your clothes in her hands. It must be fake. I smelled it, and it smells like you. You are a dog. Brother Buyu, what did you say? What I mean is, Xiaoqi, you are very thoughtful. So what did you guys do? She said you kissed, but I don't believe that vixen. This is a long story, let's get down to business. Xiaoqi, how is the construction of the teleportation arrays in the major cities going? Everyone in our guild is working hard on this. The speed at which everyone upgrades has been slowed down a lot, but a number of teleportation arrays have already been completed. Su Jinyu snorted, Brother Buyu, do you think I'm easy to fool? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Qi, let's talk next time. Hello. Chen Yan hung up the phone. I stood up and opened the door, and saw a woman wearing a revealing black dress. She was heavily made up, and the large areas of skin exposed to the air were so white that they were as white as water. Brother, this is the red wine you ordered. I didn't order any wine. Chen Yan said. It's free if you feel bored drinking alone, you can let your sister drink with you. How much? A small drink to relax yourself only costs 500, and a night of drinking together costs 2,000. My sister is a good drinker, brother, please consider it. Chen Yan smiled and said, I'll give you 3,000. Go and serve my brother next door. Don't expose me. Understand? Okay, brother. Thank you, brother. After happily receiving the 3,000 yuan, the woman twisted her hips and went to knock on the door next door. The effect was immediate. The noise from next door disappeared and there was no sound for the whole night. Chen Yan had a good sleep and his extraordinary strength recovered a lot. The next day, Chen Yan and Qiuya set off. Target, the Zhao family. Zhao family. The Zhao family is particularly lively today. But there was no major happy event. On the contrary, everyone's face was very serious. Are you ready, Xiao Xue? Zhao Yixio was wearing a black suit, which was the training suit she wore for her daily martial arts training. The pure black formed a sharp contrast with her snow-white and flawless skin. With her long hair tied into a neat ponytail, she has a cool and refreshing beauty. Let's go. Zhao Yixio followed her family and drove to a deserted area. The situation here is even more terrifying. Not only hundreds of core members of the Zhao family came, but also a large number of other extraordinary people and fully armed law enforcement forces. This will be where Zhao Yixio will advance. Once she fails to advance, monsters will come into the world, and everyone is here to prevent the monster disaster. The minefield has been laid. There are 50 tons of heavy bombs buried in this area, enough to blow a skyscraper to pieces. 4 powerful fire mages have been deployed around the area. They can simultaneously cast large spells that can detonate all explosives in an instant, turning this area into hell. These people all have auxiliary abilities that can enhance Mrs. abilities. After listening to the introduction, Zhao Yixio walked forward with a blank expression. Everyone, let's get started. Elf Blessing. Strength Enhancement Technique. Defense Strengthening Technique. Rays of light bloomed on Zhao Yixio's body, that was everyone giving her buffs. As all the buffs were added, the Zhao family patriarch said in a deep voice. Xiao Xue, the family has given its utmost support for your advancement. Only success, no failure. Zhao Yixue did not respond and prepared to go directly to the center of the minefield. The butler behind him looked worried and whispered, Miss, you consumed so much energy yesterday. I'm afraid you. I know my limits. Zhao Yixue didn't even turn her head. The petite figure walked away, looking lonely and desolate. She walked on the ground that could almost be called a death zone, without any fluctuation in her expression. I heard that Miss Zhao is going to challenge the disaster level, that's the highest level of difficulty. Can she do it? I don't know. Most of those who have completed the genetic advancement are at the normal or difficult level. Few have even passed the abyss level, let alone the calamity level. Although Miss Zhao is very powerful, it would be too risky to rashly choose the highest difficulty. It is said that the Zhao family put a lot of pressure on her, forcing her to challenge the highest difficulty. It would be such a pity if she died like this. Shoo, don't be such a phoenix. Zhao Yixue has arrived at the center. Do you want to start the advanced challenge? Yes. Please select the challenge difficulty. Disaster. The next second, a bright red reminder appeared in front of all the extraordinary people in Jiangcheng. Player Luo Shui is starting the disaster level advanced challenge. Player Luo Shui is opening. Countdown starts, 600s. At the same time, Zhao Yixue's body disappeared from the spot. She was sucked into the challenge space. If she fails to defeat the challenge boss within 10 minutes, it will be considered a challenge failure. Then, the monsters will come into reality. The people outside are ready to kill the monsters at any time. This is the last line of defense. At this time, Chen Yan and Qiuya came over after hearing the news. They were in Jiangcheng and of course received the same reminder. It's really challenging the disaster level. Chapter 62 The Disaster Beast arrives and Zhao Yixue is defeated. Chen Yan and his companion were blocked at the outermost edge of the cordon. Within the cordon are various combat-ready elites and fully armed law enforcement teams. Stop. If you don't want to die, get out of here and don't join in the fun. Chen Yan and his companion were undoubtedly intercepted, and they were definitely not qualified to enter. Qiuya was extremely anxious. Do you know who he is? It's a blessing for you to be here. No one can do this. I'll give you 10 seconds, get out of here. The Zhao family bodyguard was obviously getting impatient, and his aura began to rise, revealing that he was also a transcendent of a high level. Forget it, just wait outside. Chen Yan shook his head, signaling Qiuya not to be impulsive. Hey, okay, if anything happens, don't come to us for help. No, I'm begging you. Qiuya groaned in dissatisfaction and did not continue to stay here with Chen Yan. She went to a slightly farther place to wait. Time is passing. Everyone's heart was in their throat. 10 minutes. Every second is torture. The combat troops outside all had solemn expressions, and the members of the Zhao family almost had tense faces. Master, do you think Miss Zhao can succeed? So far, there seems to be no successful precedent in Long Country. If there is no precedent, let her be the precedent. Master, are we too strict with Miss Zhao? If we let her grow up slowly, she can become a strong person in the future. The Zhao family's martial arts have reached the pinnacle of the world, not because of cowardice. Yes, Master. Chen Yan and Qiuya stood in the distance. Although their vision was limited, they could barely see the general situation. The countdown keeps decreasing. As time passed, more and more people gathered around, many of whom were extraordinary people who came here after hearing the news. Am I seeing right? Someone here is trying to advance to the disaster level. She's really asking for her life. A few days ago, the boss of our guild challenged the ordinary advancement and almost lost his life. Who do you think she is? She is Luo Shui, how can ordinary people compare to her? Luo Shui, that legendary female player, she only has 2 endings today. First, make history and be the first. Second, die here and become the dust of history. At this time, Qiuya quietly asked Chen Yan a question. Hey, if it's you, can you pass the disaster level challenge? Chen Yan thought for a moment and said, I might fall asleep. Ah. What do you mean? The challenge time is 10 minutes. Don't we have to sleep in there for the remaining 9 minutes? Damn, you fooled me. Qiuya couldn't help but smacking her lips repeatedly. If it was someone else, she would definitely complain that he was not showing off, but this was silent, whatever he said was what it was. However, she felt that there was still an element of bragging in it. No matter how good you are, you can't complete the most difficult challenge in one go, right? It definitely takes some effort. The time is coming. 30 seconds left. Now that there is no indication that the young lady has failed, that should mean that she has succeeded, right? Not necessarily, success or failure will only be revealed when the time comes. Everyone, prepare for battle. 10-minute countdown, it's over. At this moment, everyone's heart seemed to stop beating. The space suddenly twisted, and a figure covered in wounds fell out from the twisted space. It was Zhao Yixuo. It's Miss Zhao. She's still alive. Success, success. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be successful. Miss Zhao is the best in the world. Go and bring Miss Zhao back. Everyone in the Zhao family breathed a sigh of relief, and the stone in their hearts finally fell. Wait, why is there no success prompt yet? And Miss Zhao's condition is not right. Suddenly, a blood-red warning sounded in front of everyone. The player, Luo Shui, failed to successfully kill the disaster-level monster, and the monster has descended into reality. The player, Luo Shui, failed to successfully kill the disaster-level monster, and the monster has descended into reality. This time, the prompt was, failed to kill. What this means is that within the challenge time limit, Zhao Yixuo failed to defeat the monster and was neither successful nor defeated. But the price is that monsters will come into reality. After entering reality, the monster will still prioritize hunting down challengers before slaughtering other humans. Suddenly, a huge gray vortex appeared in the air, and the gate of chaos appeared. This disaster-level monster also crawled out of the chaos gate and appeared in everyone's sight. Disaster Demon General, level 99. It is still level 99, but this level 99 is many times more powerful than the previous one in Linhai City. That one was killed instantly by Zhao Yixuo. She tried her best but failed to defeat this one, and she ended up with bruises all over her body. Monster, monster, a monster with 3 heads. Don't be afraid, prepare to fight. The worst situation still happened, and this extremely terrifying monster finally came into being. This disaster beast must be destroyed here and never allowed to set foot in the city. The 3 heads are like small mountains, the 6 arms are full of muscles, and the 12 reddish-brown pupils are like ghost lights. This disaster beast is covered with dark purple scales that reflect dazzling light. It has a creepy big mouth on its chest, and its thousands of tiny teeth are chilling. Don't do anything yet. Seeing this scene, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Yixuo's father, was quite calm. She's not dead yet. If the minefield were to be detonated rashly now, the central region would be turned into a living hell, and Zhao Yixuo would definitely not survive. But she can't escape. If she ran away, the disaster beast would chase her out, and all the ambushes and preparations would be in vain. So Zhao Yixuo had only one option, which was to stay where she was and destroy the disaster beast. Or be buried with the disaster beast. Miss Zhao got up. Can she still fight? Everyone's eyes trembled and they were extremely shocked. Zhao Yixuo stood up. Her skin, which was as white as snow, was covered with scars. There were 2 bloodstains on her delicate little face. A few strands of hair were scattered on her forehead, which looked quite sad and beautiful. She raised her hand, and an ice spear suddenly broke through the air. What he was stabbing at was actually the monster's eye. But unexpectedly, the ice spear, which was almost as fast as the speed of sound, was caught in midair by a big hand. Bang! It suddenly exploded and turned into ice crystals all over the sky. Ridiculous! The mouth on the belly of the disaster beast actually burst into laughter, making a shrill cry like a baby. At this moment, people finally realized that his power far exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 63 Chen Nian takes action. Sister Zhao's attack was blocked so easily. Chuya covered her mouth and exclaimed, the strong sense of disappointment made her unbelievable. When in Linhai City, Luo Shui killed the disaster beast in seconds. But now, facing this one, I can't cause any harm. If she hadn't known Buyu was around, she might have run away. This is too scary. The 4 high-level fire elemental mages lying in ambush nearby had their hearts beating at an accelerated rate because they were shouldering the greatest pressure. How terrible, does Miss Zhao still have a chance of winning? No, didn't you see that Miss Zhao's attack had no effect on him at all? So when are we going to detonate the explosives buried underground? If we delay any longer I'm afraid it will come out. Wait. Wait for Master Zhao's order. Although they were already sweating profusely, they still had to wait. If the old man of the Zhao family gave the order, they had to take action. The disaster beast has taken action. Although his body was extremely huge, his movements were extremely agile, and he stretched out his big hand and grabbed Zhao Yixuo in one go. Miss Zhao was arrested. What on earth does it want to do? People watched as the petite Zhao Yixio was grabbed into the air by a dark purple giant hand. The mouth on the chest of the calamity beast opened, and the voice that uttered was like a horse baby, "The reward for summoning me is to crush you into a paste and then taste your blood." His palms began to exert force suddenly, and his 5 fingers clenched tightly. If Zhao Yixio hadn't been surrounded by ice crystals to protect herself, she would have been crushed to pieces on the spot. "Chen Yan, are you still looking?" Chiu Ye was extremely anxious. "No rush, she hasn't given up yet." Chen Yan shook his head. At this moment, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped sharply, and the cold was biting. Zhao Yixue's eyes turned icy blue, like colored glass. A thick layer of ice began to spread from the palm, instantly covering the entire arm of the disaster beast. "Human, did you do this on purpose?" Before the demon general had time to let go, the ice had already covered most of his body. In just a few blinks of an eye, a huge ice sculpture of a monster took shape. The cold air rose, and there was no more movement. Zhao Yixue frowned and her extraordinary strength burst out. With a loud bang, the arm of the disaster beast was blown into ice crystals all over the sky. The falling ice flowers formed the background that enhanced her beauty. At this moment, Luo Shui once again proved her strength. Even in desperate moments, you can find opportunities to counterattack. Fuck. I won. This time I really won. Too strong. As expected of Luo Shui, ha ha ha. People breathed a sigh of relief, but before the champagne was opened in the first half, something unexpected happened. Wow. The ice crystals on the disaster beast exploded. The terrifying airflow gushed in all directions, and those ice cubes shot out like bullets, injuring dozens of people around on the spot. Zhao Yixue's full strength only destroyed one of his arms. At this moment, her expression finally became less calm, and there was a hint of determination in her eyes. "Do it." Seeing this scene, the old man of the Zhao family finally spoke. Although he is Zhao Yixue's father, he cannot release this monster, otherwise thousands of people would die. In Jiangqing, there is no extraordinary person stronger than Zhao Yixue. Mr. Zhao has given the order, take action. Around them, 4 fire elemental mages activated their abilities at the same time. Earth Dragon Fire. A fire dragon appeared in front of the 4 people at the same time and drilled into the ground at an extremely fast speed. These fire dragons are the fuses. 10 seconds later, they will rush into the minefield, detonate all 500 tons of heavy explosives, and destroy everything in the area. Everyone stand back. Nearly 10 warlocks have joined forces to build a barrier around them in order to withstand the strong shock wave of the bomb explosion. The Zhao family has made the most comprehensive preparations for this promotion. The indestructible transparent barrier, with shimmering ripples, was jointly created by several extraordinary people, and its defensive power was definitely sufficient. As for Zhao Yixue, who was still inside, she had become an abandoned pawn. She had no option of escape from the beginning. But just when everyone was retreating, there was one person going upstream. That's right, it's aged. The barrier in front of him was like paper, with a strange cut in it. "Madman, there's a madman here." He broke the barrier. Ignoring the shouts behind him, Chen Yan turned into a swift lightning shadow and rushed in. Word spirit, a flash of wind and thunder. At the same time, 4 fire dragons exploded underground, causing terrifying fire tornadoes and detonating countless explosives. Boom! Flames, smoke, shock waves. In an instant, the fragile ground was lifted up, and a shocking mushroom cloud exploded. People's hearing was deprived at this moment, and their vision was illuminated by the fire. Everything in that area, including the insects in the ground, the weeds in the cracks of the rocks, and the mice in the holes, will be turned to dust in these gorgeous fireworks. In the second before the explosion, countless images flashed through Zhao Yixue's mind like a kaleidoscope. Somewhat helpless and somewhat bitter. Because she found that the last thing that was fixed in her mind was Chen Yan's face. But until now she has not been able to completely confirm whether Chen Yan is silent or not, because the other party has not admitted it, and all speculations are just speculations. It's a pity that there is no chance. She doesn't blame anyone but herself for her incompetence. Even if his strength was at its full potential, he would not be able to defeat the demon general in front of him. But at this moment, she found herself falling into someone's arms. Question mark. Looking up, I saw a pair of golden pupils. Sacred and majestic. Chen Yan. Although the man in front of her was wearing a mask, she had seen these eyes not long ago and naturally would not forget them. Before he could finish his words, the roar of the explosion and the flames engulfed everything. Zhao Yixio lay in Chen Yan's arms, blinking in a daze. She couldn't describe her feelings at this moment. There was a huge explosion and fire outside, but I was not affected at all. Instead, I felt that there was some warmth in Chen Yan's arms. She suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a strange area that isolated everything from the outside. In this realm, Chen Yan, or Buyu, is the god who dominates everything. Are you here to save me? Zhao Yixio asked softly. She was as weak as a kitten, but her eyes were inexplicably clear. I owe you one. So you just kept silent, I guessed right. Is now the time to be fussing about this? Yes. Let's solve this problem first. Chen Yan was speechless. He didn't expect everyone to be so naive. They actually thought that a pile of explosives could solve the problem of the disaster beast. Chapter 64, Silent, everyone knows, no one sees. Chen Yan hugged Zhao Yixio. In the midst of the destructive firestorm, they were still chatting. Word spirit, golden sword of judgment. Everything within the domain was destroyed. But in the eyes of others, the two of them were already dead inside, including the monster, which must have turned into ashes and could not possibly be alive again. It's over. I didn't expect Miss Zhao to die in this way. What a pity. Blindly challenging the highest difficulty to advance, this is the price to pay. I hope those who come after you will take this as a warning. People sighed and lamented. Especially those from the Zhao family, their faces looked ashen and they could hardly utter a word. Losing Zhao Yixio was a huge blow to them. But for the dignity and status of the Zhao family, they had to make such a decision. Old man, why don't you wait for the young lady to escape before taking action? Maybe there will be a chance. The butler sighed. If the monster is released, the Zhao family can't afford to lose this person. Old Master Zhao said coldly. Hey, miss. Unexpectedly, the other ladies of the Zhao family were secretly happy. Previously, the position of Zhao Yixue's faction was unshakable. But now that Zhao Yixue is dead, we can find an opportunity to step forward. Some people held up their phones, took pictures of the smoke in the sky, and posted them on their moments. Suddenly, a creepy voice was heard from the billowing black smoke. Humans, your naivety is truly laughable. The hurricane howled and the smoke dissipated. The huge monster, covered with wounds, reappeared in people's sight. There were hundreds of wounds on his body, and disgusting rotten flesh was wriggling in almost every wound. It didn't take long before he was reborn. No, it's impossible. It's still alive, this monster is still alive. 50 tons of explosives couldn't kill it. It's over. It's all over. At this moment, people finally broke down completely. How can Jiang Qing, who has lost Zhao Yixue, deal with such a monster? If it attacks the city where people live, who can resist it? Run, run for your life. People screamed and ran away like crazy. Those extraordinary elites, and even the fully armed law enforcement forces, have had their rationality overwhelmed by fear. They knew very well that it was impossible to defeat this monster, there was no hope at all. When everyone was fleeing in all directions, Chuya did not leave, but she was actually feeling very unsure. Oh no, Buyu and Luo Shui are not going to die together, are they? With such a horrific explosion, can Chen Yan go in and be safe? Chuya thought so. Escape, you can escape as much as you want. The demon of disaster really enjoys this feeling. It is very satisfying to dominate humans with fear and watch them fleeing like ants. The big mouth on the chest was also making a shrill and strange cry, as if declaring victory. But at the same time, another voice came into his ears. Who gave you the illusion that you can decide life and death over humans? The demon general of disaster suddenly turned his head. This calm voice almost frightened him to the point of shaking his whole body. If he had goosebumps, they would have appeared all over his body. Is there anyone still alive? In that horrific explosion just now, there are still people alive. Impossible. I was able to survive because of my hard skin and super regenerative ability. This is the talent of the powerful disaster beasts, but how can humans do the same? Obviously, many people also noticed the abnormal behavior of the disaster beast. They all looked in that direction. I saw a figure slowly walking out of the smoke and dust. It was a young man with a girl in his arms. That is, Miss Zhao. She's not dead. How is this possible? It was that man who saved Miss Zhao. Who is he? Who is he? More and more people looked back, and the moment they saw this scene, the waves of shock in their hearts immediately rose hundreds of feet high. Shocked, unbelievable, incomprehensible. In that horrific explosion, some people survived and rescued Miss Zhao. Is this something a human can do? Just now, someone did rush in. That's him. When did Jiangqing have such a strong man? People pointed at Chen Yan and murmured. Especially the Zhao family bodyguard who was on guard at the beginning. He remembered that he had seen this person before and told him to get out. At this moment, the bodyguard only felt his scalp tingling and his whole body shivering. Great. Everything is fine. Chuya finally breathed a sigh of relief and kept stroking her chest. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that he was unharmed, even the mask was intact, it's no wonder. This time, the anxious one turned into a disaster beast. He waved his fist impatiently and punched Chen Yan in the face, wanting to crush him into a meat paste on the spot. However, the arms suddenly broke off without any warning. Question mark. The disaster demon general's arm is recovering at a high speed. But he still didn't figure out what cut off his arm. 3 heads and 12 reddish-brown pupils searched everywhere and finally found the vague golden shadow. The phantom held a golden sword and hung above Chen Yan's head, like a god. Ah! The demon of disaster raised its 4 arms and bombarded Chen Yan wildly. He, who possesses spiritual intelligence, has already judged that as long as he attacks fast enough, the opponent will not be able to block it. But in the next moment, the 4 broken arms fell to the ground one after another. The mechanism of action of the Golden Sword of Judgment is to judge everything within the field, rather than a single attack. No. How can a human be so strong? His arm was still regenerating, but he was no longer relaxed. Instead, he felt a terrifying pressure like a mountain. I even subconsciously took a few steps back. That's right, just now he was enjoying the feeling of making humans afraid, but now he has become the one who is afraid. Who on earth is this person? His strength is too terrifying. Although he hasn't fully unleashed his attack, his strength is definitely stronger than Miss Zhao's. Unbelievable. Wait. Could he be? Someone murmured, as if there was something stuck in his throat. It was extremely difficult to say that name. No words. It can only be him. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who can be this powerful. When the Calamity game merged with reality, even those who had never played the game before knew these famous characters. Without saying a word, everyone knows, but no one has seen. Unexpectedly, today, he actually took action to save Miss Zhao. At this moment, the butler woke up as if from a dream. So this is what the young lady meant by favors. Chapter 65, Suffocating. Silent all-round crushing. When people finally guessed Chen Yan's true identity, they were almost ecstatic. No words, he just keeps silent. God help me Jiangqing, ha 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 ha. With him here, we can definitely defeat this monster. That's great. Most of the people present at the scene are gamers who have inherited the talent of disaster. They are so familiar with this name that they have reached a fanatical level in their hearts. Witnessing the battle of the world's strongest player with your own eyes is an absolutely rare and precious experience. Oh my god, oh my god. I saw Buyu, woo-woo. So he's so young. Do I have a chance to pursue him? He looks so handsome even with a mask on. Several girls were so excited that they were at a loss as to what to do. They wished they could rush into the battle area and fight alongside Chen Yan. This is something I can brag about for the rest of my life. Only a small number of people who have no idea about disaster will feel unfamiliar with it. Who is Buyu? Zhao Kuei asked. Master, he is the strongest player in disaster, and perhaps the best player in the world today. Hee hee. Zhao Kuei put his hands behind his back, held his head high and looked disdainful. The truly powerful have been left behind by the tide of the times, and the ones who have flown along are actually a bunch of video game enthusiasts. This is simply ridiculous. As a world-renowned martial arts master, he practiced hard and wanted to be strong all his life. But when the world changed, he became the one who was eliminated. In the end, he could only place his hopes on his daughter, hoping that she would inherit his wishes, reach the top of the world, and make the Zhao family famous in history. That's why Zhao Yixio is under so much pressure. In short, his daughter Zhao Yixio is a tool for him to fulfill his wishes. But now a man appears and saves her, and there seems to be an emotional entanglement between the two, which makes him feel ashamed. The Zhao family can die standing. But you can't be a coward hiding behind others. Take a rest. Chen Yan let Zhao Yixio down. The genes in her body will automatically heal her injuries, so there is no need to worry about her life being in danger. He was ready to deal with this disaster demon seriously. Although I have the advantage at the moment, there are still some troubles. The more times the golden sword of judgment is used, the more extraordinary power is consumed. In order to completely resist the explosion just now, the judgment field cut off almost everything in the outside world, which protected the two people from any harm. Although this word spirit is perverted, it still has its shortcomings. It seems that it cannot be used all the time. Chen Yan thought about it and decided to use the disaster gem to kill it once and for all to prevent its flesh from constantly regenerating. Tip: disaster energy is insufficient, gem effects cannot be activated, please replenish energy. It's already used up. The disaster gems cannot be used unlimited times, and the energy needs to be replenished by hunting disaster beasts. It seems that this battle needs to be fought normally. Human, I admit that you are powerful, but your power cannot be infinite. The demon general of disaster had already retreated a considerable distance. He realized that there was a terrifying area surrounding this human being that could not be approached. You can win by creating distance and draining the human strength until he can no longer maintain his territory. This is the difference between disaster beasts and ordinary monsters. Their thinking dimension is at a higher level. They will not stand there and let people attack them like ordinary monsters. Be careful, it's accumulating energy. Get out of the way. People suddenly discovered that the disaster beast, the young man, and the crowd behind formed a straight line. And a terrifying dark purple energy cannon suddenly shot out from the mouth on the monster's chest. The air was pierced and the ground cracked. There is no way Chen Yan can dodge this shot. If he dodges, Zhao Yixio and the people behind him will be affected. Interesting. Chen Yan raised the corners of his mouth. He cancelled the effect of the words and stood there, motionless as a mountain. Bang! The dark purple light cannon exploded on Chen Yan's body. The epic suit effect recoil was triggered, and a small light cannon was reflected back and hit the disaster beast. One of his heads was blown to pieces. The shrill screams echoed in the wilderness, echoed again and again. He's fine. He's actually fine. Fuck, this is Buyu. He is the monster. People noticed that Chen Yan, who blocked the laser cannon with his body, was completely unharmed. Instead, the disaster beast suffered the consequences of its own actions. It's outrageous. It was the first time that Chen Yan tested his defense, and he was very satisfied with the results. During this period, the disaster demon's head was already moving and recovering, but the recovery speed had obviously slowed down a lot. Come on, continue. Chen Yan hooked his finger. The disaster beast's defense was completely broken. He was summoned by Zhao Yixio, and his first goal must be to kill the summoner. This is a mission engraved in his body. It was like a chain locking him. If he couldn't kill Zhao Yixio, he would not be able to gain freedom. Everyone is aware of this, so they let Zhao Yixio act as bait in the minefield to prevent the disaster beast from escaping. But at this moment, the beast almost did something that went against its nature. He wants to escape. The male human in front of him was too terrifying and impossible to defeat. The wisdom in his brain urged him to escape, but the nature of his body would not allow him to escape, and he had to kill the summoner. So in the struggle back and forth, his sanity collapsed. So this is what fear feels like. I'm afraid of a human being. Ahaha. Screaming like crazy, the disaster beast rushed towards Chen Yan. Huge footprints were left on the ground one after another. Faced with this out-of-control and rampaging behemoth, Chen Yan walked straight up to it, did nothing, and just stood there and got beaten. Die. 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 6 huge muscular arms kept attacking Chen Yan. Every punch carries with it a terrifying force like a mountain. But Chen Yan was fine, but the muscles in his arms exploded. The continuously exploding blood flowers almost formed a purple-black blood rain, dyeing the earth pitch black. Every time the disaster beast attacks, it suffers a recoil. His body was constantly shattered, then restored, shattered again, and restored again, repeating this process dozens of times. This time, all 6 arms were shattered and could never be restored. His body seemed to have been drained of blood, like a dry tree, and had lost the strength of its muscles. Boom! The demon of disaster fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chen Yan, on the other hand, still looked relaxed, but his clothes were slightly soiled because he had not used any strength the entire time. He just stood there and took the beating. It's gone now, what a pity. Chen Yan was also thinking that if he was injured, he could try the new spirit, destiny. It seems there is no chance for the time being. A few obscure syllables suddenly came out of his mouth, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Word spirit, fire explosion. Boom! A fierce fire gushed out from the place, instantly enveloping the disaster beast and burning it fiercely. Before the raging fire, Chen Yan got a hint. Gene energy plus 45232. Level increase, 83 to 95. The energy of the disaster gem, attack and defense reversal, has been fully replenished. Congratulations on obtaining the epic equipment, Heavenly Demon Heart Pendant. At the same time, the rest of the people received another prompt. Congratulations to player Luo Shui for successfully passing the disaster level advanced trial. It seems that after killing the challenging monster outside, she can be considered to have succeeded in the challenge, even if she did not kill it herself. However, the monster's experience points were distributed to Chen Yan. This large amount of experience points directly allowed him to level up by 12 levels, which is probably enough to match thousands of ordinary monsters. It just so happened that Chen Yan urgently needed to upgrade his level, so this trip was worthwhile. And all around, there were already loud gasps and exclamations. What's going on? I don't think he moved at all. This horrible disaster beast, just died like this. No, to be precise, it beat itself to death. Fuck. This monster, which so many of us are helpless against, is like a toy in Buyu's hands. The strongest player in the world, it seems he deserves the title. I can't imagine him using his full strength, at least not just now. Brother Buyu is so handsome, I really want to marry him. Jiangqing's law enforcement forces breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis has been resolved. I didn't expect to meet a noble person this time. Prepare to line up for thanks. Captain, it seems he is missing. What? When everyone looked from afar, they really couldn't find the figure anymore. Was the person actually gone? At this time, Chen Yan had already returned to Chuya's side, and even changed into clean clothes and took off his mask. In the hidden shadow, word spirit, no one can discover his whereabouts. What else are you looking for? Oh my god. Chuya was shocked. When he turned around and saw that it was Chen Yan, he was scared as if he had seen a ghost and almost died. When did you come back? Just. So handsome, so strong. Chuya exclaimed repeatedly. She even felt quite honored because Buyu was right next to her. Keep your voice down, or you'll be discovered. But you just left Miss Zhao in there like that? How heartless. Does she need me to hold her before she can get out? Chen Yan looked up and saw that Zhao Yixio had already come out. She walked steadily, and her whole person seemed to be refreshed, with a cool and mysterious beauty. Chapter 66. Why pick on him when there are so many other people to pick on? After Zhao Yixio successfully passed the challenge, her gene lock was unlocked and she was successfully promoted to the second level. A second level transcendent not only has all attributes greatly improved, but can also learn advanced abilities, making them more than one level stronger than a first level transcendent. If it were the current Zhao Yixue, she would probably be able to easily crush the disaster beast just now. But her mind was not on the joy of success. He came to save me. He still cares about me, huh? Zhao Yixue was in a very good mood. She was completely sure that Chen Yan just kept silent. Although she didn't hear him admit it in person, it didn't matter anymore. This girl, who was always cold and aloof, now had a brisk pace. Along the way, people kept sending us blessings. Congratulations Miss Zhao on your successful promotion. From now on, you are a second-level transcendent. You are far ahead of us. With Miss Zhao in Jiangqing, we don't have to be afraid of the Blood Moon disaster coming, haha. Zhao Yixue quickly walked past the crowd until she ran into her father Zhao Kuei. Zhao Kuei, the current head of the Zhao family. In terms of martial arts, he can be ranked among the top 2 in the world, but the most regrettable thing is that he has never been the real number 1. Waste. Those 2 cold words were like a wake-up call. Zhao Yixue was obviously aware of her father's temper. She didn't say anything, but just stood there silently and took the criticism. The Zhao family has made such thorough preparations for you, but your final promotion still depends on a man. Waste. Someone from the Zhao family immediately stepped forward to dissuade them. Master, please stop talking. The young lady finally managed to escape death, we should be happy for her. Escape from death. Ha, she was rescued by a man in his arms. She doesn't feel ashamed, but I do. These words seemed to turn on a switch, causing Zhao Yixue to suddenly raise her head. His eyes met Zhao Kuei directly, without the slightest sign of cowardice. Being held in the arms of the person she loves, she is so happy that she cannot even wait to feel ashamed. This statement made her angry. What, have you grown wings? You dare to glare at me? Zhao Kuei sneered, don't tell me that you still have feelings for that man. The air fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, no one around dared to interrupt, even those who were direct descendants of the Zhao family could only watch silently. So what? Zhao Yixue bravely admitted her feelings. Bang! A slap was slapped mercilessly on her delicate face. Zhao Yixue's face was slapped to the side. She didn't feel any pain, but she still felt hurt and heartbroken. With great power comes great responsibility. The world is in danger today. As a capable person, how dare you have a romantic relationship? You have brought shame upon the Zhao family. Zhao Kuei cursed mercilessly, his saliva flying out of his body in excitement. Everyone knew that Zhao Kuei's approach was right. He wanted to use the strictest method to make his daughter stronger, but it was a little too harsh. Zhao Yixue also knew that her father was right. She even began to doubt herself, wondering if she was too selfish. The blood moon disaster is about to come, and I should have taken the greatest responsibility, but I still have selfish thoughts. Am I really wrong? At this moment, a silent darkness has spread. No one knows where this darkness comes from. It was like the gates of hell opened, and a pitch-black abyss enveloped everyone. It was pitch dark. There is only absolute darkness within the field of vision. Depressing, dark, dull, and hopeless. What's going on? Is there anyone here? Someone come and save me. Only a few people knew what happened. This small group of people are familiar with silence and have seen this ability before. Shut up and don't talk. How terrible. What on earth is going on? If you don't want to die, shut up. But I told you to shut the fuck up. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The few who knew the truth were trembling all over, with even the hairs on their backs standing up. It's silence, he's angry, this is his ability. What a terrifying pressure. If he wants to kill someone, I'm afraid none of us will survive. Chuya knew what it was because she had seen it once before. Zhao Yixue knew what this was. Even though she had become a second-level transcendent now, she still felt pressured in the boundless darkness. Word Spirit, God of Death. Zhao Yixue couldn't understand why Qin Nian would activate this ability at this time. What exactly did he want to do? Just as I was wondering, I heard a familiar voice beside me. With great power comes great responsibility. You may have misunderstood something. I only did it to save her. As for you, it was just a convenience. It's the old voice, wait, he's not talking to me. Zhao Yixue discovered that the person Chen Nian was talking to was her father Zhao Kuei. You just keep silent. Zhao Kuei stood there, facing the darkness. A strong person doesn't necessarily need to take responsibility, but he or she must have freedom. For example, right now, hee. Chen Nian smiled and said lightly, if I destroy your Zhao family, will anyone dare to resist? Silence, still silence. Zhao Kuei didn't dare to respond. Even he, who was usually calm, was sweating profusely and felt a chill down his spine at this moment. What he wanted to do most was to make the Zhao family stand on top of the world and go down in history. The most feared thing is that the Zhao family's foundation will be destroyed and the family will become a mediocre family. Coming from a family of martial arts, he can sense people's murderous intent. Just now he clearly felt that the other party really intended to kill him. If the Zhao family's hundreds of years of foundation and inheritance were to end here, he would not be able to die in peace. And this silence is not even bound by moral laws and human nature. He can kill disaster monsters or humans. Because his principle is, the strong have freedom. So Zhao Kuei was scared. I was so scared that I couldn't say a word and was shaking all over. The darkness receded like a tide, people's vision finally recovered, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. People immediately looked around but couldn't find Buyu. Damn, this is so scary. Brother, stop talking. I'm about to pee out of fear. You may not believe this, but the pressure that Buyu has put on me in these few tens of seconds is much greater than that of the damn disaster beast. Mommy, I have nightmares every night when I sleep. This old man from the Zhao family is really ungrateful. Why does he have to act so pretentious in front of Buyu when there are so many other people he can act so pretentious in front of? Damn it, I almost got affected. Fortunately, Buyu didn't really do anything. People sighed with relief. Zhao Kuei didn't dare to say any more nonsense. He turned around and left with the people from the Zhao family. His face was now burning with pain. Zhao Yixue gazed into the distance, looking at the two departing figures, her eyes fixed on Chen Yan's back. Thanks. Chen Yan and Chiuya were already on their way out. Brother, what are your plans next? I'm only 4 levels away from level 99. After I reach the maximum level, I have to take on an advanced challenge. Then you completed it easily, huh? Not necessarily. After killing the disaster beast, Chen Yan received a new hint, which aroused his interest. Congratulations, you have obtained the qualification to challenge the Demon God level. Chapter 67, Monster Waves Attack the Teleportation Array. Chen Yan stopped slacking off. Demon level. Chen Yan raised the corner of his mouth, interesting. In many games, after the player completes the normal difficulty, a hidden difficulty level will usually appear. It seems that this so-called Demon God level is a hidden challenge that is more difficult than the disaster level. The conditions for activating the challenge qualification are also quite harsh, and it actually requires killing a disaster level monster. There are many top strong people in the world. As a pioneer, Zhao Yixue passed the disaster level challenge and provided experience that others can refer to. In the future, more and more people will pass it. For example, Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling. With their abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult as long as they are well prepared and make a complete plan. But there must be no other person in the whole world who can reach the demon level. Others may be able to access it later, but it is definitely not possible for the first advancement. Chen Yan is different. He can maximize his potential when he advances for the first time. The prerequisite is to pass the trial. On the way, Chen Yan began to take stock of what he had just gained. The first is the newly acquired epic equipment, Demon Heart Pendant. Devil's Heart Pendant, Epic. Required level, Level 2, Level 1. Defense, 0. Attack, 150. Attribute Edition, Extraordinary plus 20. Special effect, Heart Protection can completely resist any attack once, and the equipment will be permanently broken after the effect is activated. This equipment is great stuff. Chen Yan couldn't help but admire. The additional attributes are quite excellent and can enhance the supernatural attributes and increase the power of one's own words. What's even more perverted is that this special effect can completely block an attack. Doesn't that mean you have an extra life? If used at a critical moment, it may be able to turn the tide. But I can't equip it yet. This is a second-level equipment and I must upgrade it first. Gene level, first level, level 95. Physical fitness, 149. Agility, 100. Extraordinary, 89. Attack bonus, 310. Defense bonus, 820. Combat power rating, 73 stars. After his level was raised, Chen Yan learned another ordinary word spirit. Word spirit, flying in the air. The effect is very simple, it can fly in the air. When the level is raised to 99, Chen Yan can comprehend the first-order ultimate word spirit, Lion Flame. Therefore, his current goal is very simple, to reach level 99, and then challenge the demon level to maximize his strength. Chen Yan and Qiuya did not stay in Jiangcheng and soon started their return journey. Soon, the news revealed by major media outlets set off the entire internet. The whole network is shocked. Buyu appears again, defeats the powerful disaster beast, and saves Jiangcheng. With the terrifying power of Buyu, the disaster beast has no power to fight back. Zhao Yixue succeeded in advancing, but was scolded by her father. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? Buyu, I came to save her. Do the two of you have any emotional entanglement? Similar news almost dominated the headlines of the entire internet. Buyu and Luo Shui, these two names alone are enough to drive most people crazy. This is great, I didn't expect that I could still ship them together. It is so gratifying to see that the strongest player in people's minds and the goddess are having a love affair. Except Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling. Especially Su Jinyu, who was stimulated by Yi Hongling some time ago and hasn't calmed down yet. She didn't expect that brother Buyu went to another place to hook up with her sister. I can't stand it. I simply can't stand it. Su Jinyu didn't even bother to finish taking a shower. She sat in the bathtub and started calling Chen Yan. Brother Buyu, you. Xiaoqi, have you advanced? Let me tell you something to be careful of. That monster has a strong regeneration ability. This is not important. I came to you to talk about something else. It's important. I'm worried that you're in danger. Well, you are worried about me, okay then, but what about you and Luo Shui? We are just ordinary friends. I help her just to repay a favor. Okay, then I believe you. But why does this sound like a scumbag? Even if brother Buyu is a scumbag, I am willing to be scumbed by you, hehe. Xiaoqi, feel free to come to me if you have any difficulties. Chen Yan smiled and shook his head. This eldest daughter of the Su family is really naive. She is much easier to deal with than Yi Hongling, that charming witch, and Zhao Yixue, that sickly and beautiful girl. At this moment, Chen Yan had already got off the plane and returned to Linhai City. Suddenly, he saw someone asking for help in the Shanhe Yangan guild group, and the message was sent a few minutes ago. Mage, are there any brothers who can help us near the east city of Linhai City? We are surrounded by monsters, hurry. Wizard, we are in the critical period of opening the teleportation array. The surrounding monsters are attracted by the huge energy. Please help. Wizard, once the teleportation array is broken, Linhai City will not be able to teleport. Many guildmates below also expressed their concern. Linhai City. Look for Ahua. Isn't he the local boss of Linhai City? At Awo, send reinforcements here quickly. Damn, it's so early in the morning, this bastard might be sleeping, who can contact him? Damn Ahua, he is useless at the critical moment, are there any other brothers who can come to reinforce him? The monsters in this area were originally around level 20, but now they have inexplicably become level 80. This is so fucking stupid. Chen Yan read the message. I think I'm near Dongqing. Chen Yan was too lazy to call Ahua. It might take several hours for him to get someone over, and the opportunity would be gone by then. Just solve this matter by yourself. Building teleportation arrays in major cities to facilitate subsequent support from all parties is the core goal of the guild. Everyone is working hard for this, and it has also delayed the upgrade speed of many companions. It would be unacceptable if I didn't contribute any more. Chen Yan said goodbye to Qiuya, activated his invisibility and flying skills, soared into the sky, and began to look around. Eastern suburbs of Linhai City. On the top of the mountain, a 5-man team was building a teleportation array. Because the top of the mountain is open, it is easiest for the energy of the teleportation arrays on both sides to flow, making it the best venue. One of them was a fat guy holding a staff. He was the mage who was calling for help in the group and was also a member of the guild. The teleportation array is in the process of energy communication, which is the most critical period. What is energy communication? For example, Linhai City needs to be connected with Jiangcheng. The teleportation array in Linhai City will emit a beam of energy, and the one in Jiangcheng will emit a beam of energy. Only when the two energies are successfully connected will it mean that the communication between the teleportation arrays is complete. This process will release terrifying supernatural power. A large number of monsters from the surroundings were attracted and rushed towards the mountain almost like a tide, besieging the few people without stopping. Damn it! Aren't the monsters in this crappy place only level 20? Why are they all level 70 now? It should be that more and more people have broken through to the second level, causing the world level to rise. World level? What the hell? I don't know if you've played Genshin Impact, but when the world level increases, the level of the monsters in the game will also increase. Fuck you, I didn't ask you to give me science now. There are more and more monsters now, we can't resist them at all, we are going to die. Old Wu, if it really doesn't work, let's abandon the teleportation array and escape. One of them suggested. No. Wuan said angrily, if this teleportation array cannot be built, Linhai City will be isolated. When we encounter powerful monsters, countless people will be killed or injured. But we can't resist now. I just called for reinforcements, hold on. Wuan gritted his teeth and continued to wave the black and gold staff, blasting spells at the monster below. But most of their strength was used to build the teleportation array, and there was not much left for fighting. But the monsters below were a black mass. Netherworld Snake, level 70. Flesh Puppet, level 71. Human-faced Dragon Eagle Beast, level 73. Blood Plague Rat, level 68. Countless monsters of various shapes and forms, undercurrents surging. These ordinary monsters have no intelligence and they have only one goal, which is to reach the teleportation array that emits huge energy. I can't do it anymore. Old Wu. We can't die here, right? Damn. It seems like I really have no choice but to abandon the teleportation array and run away. I didn't expect that I would fail in the last part of the mission. Just as Old Wu was about to escape in pain, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. As luck would have it, he happened to be blocking a few people. Is this reinforcement? Why the hell are you alone? The few people could only see his back, and he seemed to be a young man. Old Wu hurriedly shouted, brother, you are not alone, right? The other party did not answer. Come back quickly, you are playing ball by yourself. I will be responsible if someone gets killed, don't do anything stupid. Not only did the other party not answer, he even kept moving forward. Old Wu was completely anxious and kept slapping his thigh. Why did a young man suddenly show up? I asked him to provide support, not to commit suicide. Don't worry about him, Old Wu. The longer we can delay, the better. Our mission is to defend the teleportation array. Wuan did not rush forward, but just watched the man being submerged by the black tide. There are monsters in there that are around level 70. If you go in, you won't survive. Why is this person so reckless? Or are all the people in the guild so righteous that they are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the teleportation array? Sacrificing one's life for justice is really awesome. Old Wu sighed, a reckless man is also a hero. Just then, a message came in the group. Awo has replied. He said he would dispatch reinforcements immediately and rush them over as fast as possible, and told us to hold on. Okay. Then hold on until Ahua's people arrive. Hold on to this place to the death. Ahua is the top boss in Linhai City. Everyone knows that as long as he comes forward to help, there is basically nothing that cannot be resolved. It's just a pity that a brother who came to help was sacrificed. But suddenly, Wuan discovered something very strange. Wait. Did you notice that there are fewer monsters attacking us? Indeed, the pressure suddenly dropped a lot. What happened? Chapter 68 Shaoqi, I just want to see the sea. When Chen Yan saw these monsters, he felt like he had arrived in heaven. He just needed to upgrade. Going from level 95 to level 99 required a huge amount of experience points, so here it comes, right? At first, he was still killing monsters by himself, but later he found that it was not necessary at all. As long as you stand in the monster pile, you can rely on recoil to automatically kill monsters. And with the extremely high defense of his epic equipment, no monster could cause any harm to him. Gene Energy plus 543. Gene Energy plus 566. Gene Energy plus 612. Experience points started popping up continuously. These monsters have no intelligence and will not run away. They will only attack Chen Yan desperately. As the vibration continues, it becomes experience points. Their bodies would turn into black mist and dissipate, only to have new ones emerge from behind. Because the noise he made was too loud and constantly attracted more monsters to attack, the pressure on the mountain naturally became much less. This is so cool. These monsters not only give old experience points, but also some scattered equipment and skill scrolls. Use the huge energy fluctuations caused by the teleportation array to attract monsters and then upgrade. This kind of routine, maybe only Chen Yan would happen to encounter it in the whole world. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Yan reached level 96. The number of monsters pouring into the mountains and forests was decreasing sharply, because Chen Yan was like a whirlpool, sucking them all in. Half an hour later. Chen Yan is level 97. The monsters didn't even have time to go up the mountain, they all ran towards him. Wu En and others were already confused. What's going on? Why aren't there any monsters coming up? What on earth is going on down there? Could it be that brother killed all the monsters? Impossible. Have you ever seen anyone kill monsters like this alone? A pile of monsters can kill you. Indeed, I feel that the reinforcements from the Ahua faction have arrived. They are working hard to kill monsters down there, so our pressure is naturally reduced. Let's just guard the teleportation array first, it's almost over. Another half hour passed. Chen Yan killed almost all the monsters and finally successfully reached level 98. According to the time, they should be here soon, about the same time. Chen Yan left directly without any hesitation. Find another place to level up. This last level requires a lot of experience points, so it's not that easy. Done. The teleportation array is now connected. According to Sister Xiaoqi, Linhai City has been successfully connected to Lucheng. The mission was finally completed, and Wu En and the others felt relieved. Fortunately, we have reinforcements from our brothers, otherwise our mission would most likely fail. Look, the brothers are all here. Let's thank them. The ones going up the mountain at this time were the reinforcements sent by Ahua, a team of 10 elite extraordinary people. Wu En immediately went to greet him warmly. You are the one sent by Ahua, right? Thank you for your help, haha. If there were no reinforcements, we would have been doomed today. The people who came up were also confused. The leader scratched his head and said, Brother Hua asked us to come here. He said the situation was extremely urgent, but I didn't see any monsters when I got here, just a few here and there. Hey, no need to be modest, we are all brothers. Wu En's expression suddenly dimmed. Just now, a brother died. He was too reckless and rushed into the monster alone. No one could persuade him. I'm not being modest. We didn't encounter any monsters when we came up here, and we were also confused. Is it fake? Wu En's eyebrows twitched subconsciously, somewhat incredulous. Zundu, brother, why would I lie to you? I thought you guys are so strong, but you didn't solve it. Fuck. Hearing this, Wu En and his companions suddenly woke up from their dream and realized what was going on. Old Wu, it really is that person. Damn, he dealt with so many monsters by himself. Wu En suddenly felt that things were starting to get outrageous, and a horrible truth slowly emerged in his mind. The man just now was not dead, nor was he reckless. He really went to kill the monster. One person, single-handedly, killed the monster horde to pieces. Damn, what kind of perversion is this? What do you mean, someone has come before us? The captain asked, scratching his head. Yes, there is a young man. Wu En couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I'm afraid he is the big boss in our group, otherwise he can't be so strong. He immediately opened the Shanhe Yangan group chat and sent a message. Mage, thank you so much for helping me just now. Without you, we would have been dead. Mage, that's awesome. Fighting against waves of monsters alone. I wonder who this big brother is. Friends in the group immediately started to make fun of him. Has the crisis been resolved? Ah Hua is still awesome, worthy of being the top guy in Linhai City. Brother Hua is awesome. Come to Haisha and treat us brothers to a meal when you have time. Manhwa was also paying close attention to this matter, and he was confused. Ah Hua, although the men I sent are all elites, they can't fight against the monsters alone, so don't brag. Ah Hua, wait, my subordinates contacted me and said it wasn't them who did it. Now the group members were also dumbfounded. If it's not from the Ah Hua sect, then who else could it be? Is there any brother in the group who is from Linhai City? Why don't you show up? That's it, which big brother can come out and say something? At this moment, Meng Hua suddenly remembered something that happened a few days ago. Buyu once called him Considering what happened today, there was one person fighting against a tide of monsters alone. Could it be Siyu? Ahua, have you seen his face? Wizard, I didn't see it. He had his back to us and just rushed in without saying a word. Ahua, the person you met might be Brother Buyu. Mage, what? Seeing this word, the wizard was shocked and all the group members were excited. Brother Buyu. Holy shit. You mean, it was Buyu who saved them just now? Brother Buyu is in Linhai City. Oh my god, you guys are so lucky to see Brother Buyu take action. Family, I've moved. My flight tonight is to Linhai City. Please help me find a house. I also feel uncomfortable living in Lucheng. Ahua, stop it, you damn thing, Brother Buyu didn't show up on his own initiative, so how could I dare to guess? Just when everyone was discussing heatedly, Xiao Qi appeared. Xiao Qi, don't you have anything to do? If you don't do something, the blood moon disaster will come soon. Okay, Miss 7. Upgrade to family members. Sister Xiaoqi's teaching is that everyone should go away. Xiaoqi, I heard that the sea view villas in Linhai City are pretty good. I don't have any other intentions, I just want to go and see the sea. Chapter 69, High Difficulty Dungeon, Elites Gather. Chen Yan wants to take his sister with him. Countdown to the arrival of the blood moon disaster, 3 days. In the afternoon, the weather was clear. Chen Yan is already level 98 and will soon reach level 99, challenging the genetic advancement. At this moment, he is resting at home, recovering his strength, and looking for a suitable place to kill monsters and level up. As people's levels increase, the world is also quietly changing. A lot of terrain changes, high-level monsters appear, and low-level monsters are distributed in the city in the form of secret realms. Therefore, the speed at which players upgrade has also increased a lot, and first-tier players are generally at level 80-90. Today, the most important thing for these elites to do is to impact the second level. The chat channels and forums are also full of related recruitment. Looking for a level 90 upgrade team, rushing to level 99 in the last 3 days, efficient ones will private message me. Only 3 levels away from level 99, warrior needs a team to charge. Advanced Zone Upgrade Team, led by a second-level boss, with a powerful auxiliary talent, Elf Master Priority. Chen Yan's upgrade speed is not very fast, what he pursues is quality. Those who upgrade all the way to level 99 may only have upgrading in their mind, but their equipment and skills have not improved much, and in the end they can only challenge ordinary advancement, which is an act of overdrawing their future. Even if it is at the second level, it is not that strong, and its attributes are not as good as Chen Yan's. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Unexpectedly, it was Qin Yu who came. She was wearing white sneakers, and her straight and slender legs under her shorts were eye-catching. She was wearing a pink and white hoodie, exuding a youthful and lively girlish feeling. Why are you here? Have you had lunch? I brought you some. Qin Yu shyly took out the handbag hidden behind her. It contained hot hamburgers and chicken drumsticks, as well as a glass of cold Coke. I haven't eaten yet. Chen Yan brought her into the house, and asked with a smile while eating, did you come to me just to bring me lunch? What's wrong? Can't I? Qin Yu hesitated for a while and said, I couldn't find you for a while, and I don't know where you went. Could you be fooling around with another woman? You really guessed it right, ahem. Chen Yan almost choked. We are just a couple in name only, do you still care about this? Of course I care, otherwise I would be cheated on in name only. So if you have time, I'll take you to level up. Qin Yu's smug look made Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It does sound a bit funny that a rookie wants to level up with the strongest players in the world. What are you laughing at? I'm very strong now, okay? Nothing. Of course, Qin Yu didn't really want to lead the upgrade, he just wanted to find an excuse to interact more with Chen Yan to avoid their relationship becoming distant. But of course she was too embarrassed to say these words out loud. At this time, Chen Yan's cell phone rang. He looked at the caller ID, Li Yunwei. Hello, Captain Li looking for me? Well, Chen Yan, have you been in Linhai City recently? Yes, why do you ask? Nothing, just caring about you. After all, you are also an important fighting force in our Linhai City. Captain Li, you're too kind. I'm not even at the second level yet. Chen Yen said subconsciously modestly. By the way, the level of monsters in the world has been increasing recently. We found a new high-level dungeon. Are you free to come? Li Yunwei then added, the team now consists of strong men from Linhai City, and there are 2 second-level extraordinary men. 2 second-level warriors, they are indeed elites. Chen Yen thought. But Captain Li was a little too polite to me. There are many second-level extraordinary people in Linhai City now. Is it necessary for her to be so polite to someone of my level? Of course you can. If you have any other requests, just tell me. Li Yunwei replied immediately. Chen Yen was a little surprised. How did you know I had a request? He looked at Qin Yu who was sitting on the sofa, thought for a moment and said, I'll take Qin Yu with me. Why? When Qin Yu heard this, he suddenly felt flattered. She knew that Chen Yen was very strong and must be very busy. Someone should have invited him by now, but I didn't expect him to bring me along. I was shocked but also a little excited. Obviously, Li Yunwei was also stunned. What level is she now? What level are you? Chen Yen looked up and asked. Level 7, 78. Qin Yu was a little embarrassed to speak. This level is already stronger than most ordinary people, but it is not even considered a first-tier player, at best it can be ranked in the second tier. Captain Li, she is level 78. Okay, no problem, I'll let you take her with you. You agreed so readily. Chen Yen didn't understand. It is obvious that Li Yunwei wants to gather elites to challenge this copy. There are 2 second-level experts in the team. It is already a great honor for him to bring me, but I didn't expect that he would be allowed to bring Qin Yu. She's your girlfriend, I believe you can keep her safe. It's settled, let's meet at the train station at 8 p.m. Okay. Chen Yen originally wanted to find a place to upgrade and take Qin Yu with him, and this trip just met all his needs. But he couldn't understand why Captain Li could indulge himself like this. She wouldn't know something. Only after Li Yunwei hung up the phone did her heartbeat gradually calm down. Captain, why did you agree to his request? If you bring someone of such a low rank with you, others will definitely have opinions. Don't ask if you don't understand. I have my own arrangements. Li Yunwei could tell that Chen Yen was unusual from the previous clues. So, these days, she has been quietly investigating Chen Yen. Her attention was focused on the events of the previous few days. Ryu appeared in Jiangcheng and crushed the disaster beast with great force. After reading the brief report of the incident, she somehow checked the old recent activity track. Air ticket, Linhai City, Jiangcheng. That's why she asked Chen Yen at the beginning whether he had been staying in Linhai City during this period. Temptation. Chen Yen is so secretive, he must be hiding something. Maybe it's a big secret that will shock everyone. For example, Chen Yen and Buyu are the same person. Li Yunwei knew that this secret must not be revealed, and the fewer people who knew it, the better. Otherwise, his presence will attract countless people, which will not be good for Linhai City. Thinking of this, she logged into the Law Enforcement Bureau's information management system. Found the information about vintage. All with the highest level of encryption enabled. In this way, even if others know that Chen Yen is unusual, it will be difficult for them to conduct an in-depth investigation on him, and the risk of exposure will be greatly reduced. Done. Fortunately, my father is from the Dragon Country Security Bureau. Without his authority, there is no way to do these things. It's almost time to leave. Li Yunwei packed his equipment and prepared to set off for the gathering place. This time, the dungeon is not only for conquering the high-difficulty dungeon. More importantly, confirm Chen Yen's true identity. Chapter 70, Chen Yen is here, everything is fine. Let's go. Are you really taking me there? What else? Why not just forget it? I'm afraid of being a burden to you. Don't be afraid. With Chen Yen's ability, he could easily take care of not only one sister, but even 10. On the way to the assembly point, Chen Yen also learned the basic information of the team members from Li Yunwei. There are 8 people in total. Chen Yen, Qin Yu, Li Yunwei, and 5 elite extraordinary people. 2 of them are just at the second level and are quite powerful. Qian Mengan, a second-level paladin. Jiang Yunlei, a second-level Raikage warrior. They are all rare professions. Currently, there are only a few people who can break through to the second level, and no one is an ordinary person. Meeting point. As soon as Li Yunwei saw Chen Yan and the other person, he stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. You are here. Wait a moment, everyone is not here yet. Chen Yan took a look and saw that except for Captain Li, there were 4 other people, 2 men and 2 women. It seemed that the paladin named Xian Mangan had not arrived. Captain Li, are these 2 new people you called? Yes. Please introduce it to us. Chen Yan did not embarrass Li Yunwei and took the initiative to step forward and said, Level 98, Elemental Mage. Qin Yu was too embarrassed to speak when he saw this. Chen Yan said for her, she is level 78, an elemental marksman. Ah. Level 78. After hearing this, several people looked obviously unhappy. Isn't this level too low? Captain Li, can you trust it? Didn't you say that all the people you found are elites? We are all in the first tier echelon, and the lowest one is level 95. Are you trying to get by at level 78 by relying on your looks? A woman snorted coldly. Chen Yan had anticipated this situation and smiled faintly. Don't worry, everyone. I will be responsible for keeping an eye on her. Ha! Little brother, you better take care of yourself. This dungeon is newly discovered, and there is a high possibility that there are second-level monsters in it. Why does this girl's face look familiar to me? She looks a bit like a certain female celebrity. The 2 women started gossiping among themselves. You think so, too? Yeah, especially like that girl named Qin Yu, who became famous at a young age because of her connections. TSK, I wonder how many times I've been subjected to unspoken abuses behind my back. But now is the age of gaming, the entertainment industry is outdated. Hearing their discussion, Qin Yu was almost furious, but he kept his head down and didn't dare to refute. Afraid of being recognized. At this moment, Chen Yan suddenly asked with a smile, it would be more painful to ask a woman to admit that another woman is better than to kill her. Just get used to it. What did you say? The 2 women suddenly became furious and looked up to question. They are not as pretty, in figure, temperament or talent as Qin Yu. Their only advantage is that they are of a higher rank. Hearing Chen Yan's sarcastic words, he was instantly defeated. Why are you suddenly so excited? I didn't mention any names, so you won't take it personally, will you? You. The 2 women were so angry that their faces turned red and they couldn't think of a word to say in response. Captain Li, the assembly time has arrived. Where is the other person? Chen Yan didn't want to waste time. I'll urge you. Li Yunwei made a phone call, but no one answered. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 40 minutes. It was about an hour later when they saw a burly man in a black coat approaching. Excuse me everyone, I met a female fan on the road and she insisted on chatting and eating with me. I couldn't refuse her. That's right, this man is Qian Meng, a second-level paladin. During the hour he was late, everyone was left hanging. But no one blamed him, instead they welcomed him warmly. It's okay, brother Qian, you came just in time. We didn't have to wait long. Huh, brother, you're so strong. It must be safe to play dungeons with you. Yeah, with a paladin in front attracting the monster's hatred, I feel very safe. A person who is late is chased and licked by everyone. This is the status that comes with strength. Of course, Li Yunwei couldn't say anything, after all, this man was indeed very powerful. It is said that not long ago, when all his teammates were unable to defeat him, he defeated a level 90 boss by himself, and it even became a hot topic in the news. You're late. A cold remark broke the enthusiastic atmosphere. The one who opened the mouth was Chen Yan. It would be fine if he was late for a few minutes because of something, but he was late for an hour just to play with his female fans, which made Chen Yan quite disgusted. Obviously, Qian Meng didn't expect that someone would blame him, and his thick brows frowned. Who is he? Brother, he's a level 98 elemental mage. The woman said coldly. Hee, your rank is not high, but you are quite courageous. That's right, isn't it? The girl he brought here is only level 78. I don't know where he got such a thick skin. Qian Meng glanced at Qin Yu and became interested. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Follow me later, I will protect you. No need. Qin Yu didn't want to pay any attention to it. Wait, this guy is not your boyfriend, right? Huh, it doesn't matter, it's quite interesting. Li Yunwei didn't want to escalate the conflict between them. She was even more afraid that Chen Yan would be in a bad mood and kill all of these people. Now that we are all here, let's get going. We still have a long way to go. After a 2-hour walk, everyone has arrived at the destination safely. This place is located halfway up a barren mountain, on top of a steep cliff. A teleportation array that looks like a chaotic vortex is flashing with light. Be careful, this is the entrance to the dungeon. Chen Yan was puzzled. How did you find this corner? A few days ago, a team with an average level of 90 lost contact nearby. They seem to have entered this dungeon. Li Yunwei said in a deep voice. Lost contact. Qin Yu's expression changed. To put it nicely, it's called lost contact. To put it bluntly, it's called death in there. Even a team of average level 90 can fail here. You can imagine how powerful the monsters in this dungeon are. Huh, no one is scared, right? Qian Mang laughed. If you are scared, it's not too late to get out now. You can't get out if you go in. Brother Manganese, you have to protect us well later. Qin Yu was really a little scared. She didn't know Chen Yan's true identity, and her strength was indeed limited, so it was normal for her to be afraid. Sister, think carefully. Your boyfriend can't protect you. With your fragile body, you'll be dead if you're touched by the boss. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter rang out. But at this moment, everyone's smiles came to an abrupt end. Because of Chen Yan, he has already stepped into the secret realm. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can possess. You know, a team of people was killed here a few days ago. Not to mention the others, even Qian Mang, a paladin with extremely high defense, had to take a defensive stance before entering this secret realm to avoid being attacked by monsters. He actually went in directly. He was simply risking his life. When everyone was shocked, Li Yunwei couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head, looking at Qin Yu and said. Let's go. Chen Yan is here, so everything will be fine. Chapter 71 Second Level Boss, Moonlight Wolf King. You have entered the secret realm, Moonlight Palace. What stood before Chen Yan was a mysterious and magnificent palace under the moonlight. There is a stone bridge in the middle, with sparkling lakes on both sides. The round moon above casts a soft and mysterious light, making the ripples have strange colors. I've never seen a copy before. Some of the copies were ones that I had seen in the game before, but this one was obviously new. Behind, Li Yunwei and a few others followed. What a beautiful view. How come we don't see any monsters? Perhaps inside the palace. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as they stepped onto the stone bridge, the lakes on both sides suddenly burst into several huge splashes of water. Careful. 6 wolves with snow-white hair came out, with a crescent moon shining on their foreheads and moon-white pupils. Moonlight Wolf, level 90. Tisk, it's just a level 90 monster. I thought it was something else. Qian Mangan sneered, and instantly lost all pressure. 3 in front and 3 in back. He walked forward alone, holding a large dark gold shield, and faced the attack of the 3 moonlight wolves with ease. A holy light of punishment was cast, and 3 rays of light descended like 3 cages, trapping the monster inside. Rear. A second-level Raikage warrior named Jiang Yunlei also rushed out, wielding a great sword in his hand with lightning speed. His whole body seemed to be full of sparks and lightning, and he crushed the monster without any suspense. But he only killed 2 of them and left 1 moonlight wolf behind. After stepping back, he looked at Chen Yan and said, Brother, it's not good to watch the show from behind, right? I'll leave 1 hand for you to try. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Yan. Obviously, this is a test of his strength. If he has difficulty dealing with such a small monster, then he can be told to get out immediately. Why don't you do it? You won't. Bang! Before Jiang Yunlei finished his words, a wind cannon flew past his eyes and broke 2 strands of hair on his forehead. The moonlight wolf was hit and had its body pierced, and it turned into a point of light and disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This elemental mage has such a high attack power. Even level 90 monsters can be killed instantly. His equipment must be quite luxurious. Maybe there is an epic weapon, which is the part with the highest attack power bonus. Unfortunately, he hid the staff and we can't see the appearance of the weapon. They were wrong on 2 counts. First, Chen Yan's full body equipment is almost all epic. Second, Chen Yan has a special talent and does not need a special type of weapon. Weapons are just props to increase his attack power and do not need to be shown. Is that all right? Chen Yan asked. Li Yunwei said, Xiao Chen's strength is definitely beyond doubt, let's go and keep moving forward. They walked into the palace gate and passed through the rows of stone pillars. They encountered many attacks from moonlight wolves along the way, but they dealt with them all easily. They are all first-level monsters. Is this the only difficulty of this dungeon? There is no pressure at all. Qian Mengan found it quite boring. He actually hoped that the difficulty of this copy could be higher, otherwise he would not be able to show off his strength and pretend to be cool. The best feeling is when everyone else is helpless and you are the one who can turn the tide. It feels the best. Don't take it lightly. We haven't seen the boss yet. At the end of the corridor, there is a door about 10 meters high. There is a lifelike wolf head carved on the gate, and everyone knows that this might be where the Lord lives. The one who destroyed the level 90 team must be the boss. Get out of the way, I'll do it. Qian Mang shouted loudly, and holy light was attached to the shield in his hand, greatly improving the defense. This is the characteristic of the Holy Light Knight. He pushed open the door and everyone followed him in. Wow! Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. Above my head, there is a super bright full moon hanging, and under my feet is the ground that feels like glass, and ripples appear when I step on it. It's like a dreamland. The door slammed shut. Everyone immediately looked around alertly, but the scene was empty and nothing could be seen, let alone the Lord. What's going on, where's the boss? Just when everyone was confused, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of them. You have been affected by the moonlight seal, under the bright moonlight, you cannot use any extraordinary powers. What? The holy light on Qian Mang's shield went out. I can't use my supernatural powers anymore. Me too. What's going on? There is actually such a restriction, what the hell? Chen Yan was very calm. There are many kinds of copies of Cataclysm, and this kind is obviously a mechanism copy. What is a mechanism copy? There are some special rules in the dungeon, and players need to defeat the boss under specific conditions instead of fighting mindlessly. Ouch! A wolf howled overhead. A huge snow-white figure fell from the sky and landed with a loud bang. It is 10 meters long, with thick, snow-white fur that sparkles with a pearl-like luster. On its forehead, a bright full moon shines brightly, giving it a sacred and inviolable glow. Moonlight Wolf King, Stage 2, Level 1. A second-level boss, it's actually a second-level boss. Someone was shocked. It's really the second level. No wonder it can destroy a level 90 team. Everyone be careful. However, the Moonlight Wolf King did not attack everyone immediately. Because the special mechanism appeared again. Please send one person to fight the Wolf King in hand-to-hand combat. Victory condition: if you successfully smash the full moon on your forehead, you can break the Moonlight Seal. Failure conditions: escape from the challenge venue, a second person enters the challenge venue. Current remaining opportunities: 4. One-on-one combat. Only one person can be sent. I'll do it. Qian Mang waved his hand and was about to step forward. Brother, there are 4 chances. Of course, the strongest one like you should be kept for the end. I'll go first. Another man volunteered. He strode into the middle circle and started the first round of battle. The Wolf King pounced at him swiftly. The claws, as sharp as steel, knocked him to the ground almost instantly. He was like a suppressed animal, and could only use the weapon in his hand to barely resist the steel claws, but he was still being suppressed. The steel claws almost pierced his head. Help, help. I can't win, I can't win. He yelled for help like a madman. Jiang Yunlei entered the challenge venue. Because of his entry, there were 2 people in the challenge venue. Current challenge failed, remaining chances, 3. The Moonlight Wolf King stopped attacking, and the man was almost scared to death, and ran away desperately. But just after he took a few steps, a ray of moonlight suddenly imprisoned him in place. What's going on? What is this? Why can't I get out? At this moment, new rules emerged in front of everyone. Those who failed the challenge have become sacrifices. Gather 4 sacrifices and the moon destruction will be activated to kill everything. Everyone. A terrifying chill rushed straight to everyone's head. Everyone was so frightened that they were speechless. 4 challenge opportunities correspond to 4 sacrifices. Those who fail will become sacrifices. Once all 4 chances fail, what awaits everyone is total annihilation. The second challenge begins. Looking at the huge wolf king in front of him, Jiang Yunlei's palms were already sweating unconsciously. Chapter 72 Chen Yan goes to battle, the last hope. Wolf pack rules. The strongest one will become the wolf king. Now, what everyone has to do is to challenge the wolf king. Only if the challenge is successful can the seal of the extraordinary power be lifted. The second challenge begins. The one who fought was Jiang Yunlei, a second-level Reikage warrior. He is also a second-level transcendent. It should be no problem for him to defeat the Wolf King, right? Not necessarily. The physique of a Lord-level monster is incredibly strong. His talents are known for his agility and speed, so he doesn't have much of an advantage in hand-to-hand combat. But the requirement for our victory is not to defeat it, but to shatter the full moon above its head, so there is a chance. Before the onlookers had time to discuss a few words, the second challenge officially began. The Moonlight Wolf King locked onto Jiang Yunlei, his limbs tensed, and shot out like a cannonball. But Jiang Yunlei was faster. He dodged the attack and turned around to chop him down with his sword. So hard. This sword does not have any supernatural power, and it cannot cause any damage with physical strength alone. Jiang Yunlei was secretly frightened, but he didn't expect that the huge wolf's tail had already swept over from behind. The terrifying force hit Jiang Yunlei on the back, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled forward dozens of meters. It's over. This thought occurred to everyone at the same time. Wait, he can still stand up. After Jiang Yunlei got up, the Wolf King pounced on him again, but he no longer had any intention of fighting and turned around and ran away. In less than 3 seconds, he escaped from the challenge range. Everyone. Current challenge failed, remaining chances, 2. I can't beat it, it's too strong. Jiang Yunlei had just taken a breath when a ray of moonlight descended from the sky and enveloped him. The challenge loser has become a sacrifice, current sacrifice, 2. Seeing this scene, everyone felt almost disappointed. Last 2 chances. If we can't defeat the Wolf King, then all that awaits us is total destruction. What should I do? There are only 2 chances left. To be precise, it was once. Now our only hope of defeating the Wolf King is Brother Manganese. If he can't do it, who else can we do? Everyone's eyes turned to the tall and strong Qian Meng. Don't worry, everyone. Brother Mangan is a high-level paladin. His constitution is the highest attribute, and he has 2 pieces of epic equipment. Yes, you can do it. We believe in you. Everyone is giving Qian Meng encouragement, because he is the hope of the whole village. If you fail, you will die. Qian Meng stepped into the challenge venue, his steps heavy as if filled with lead. Challengers enter, the third challenge begins. The Moonlight Wolf King has a new target, and the strategy is still the same, kill. The aggressive momentum and terrifying suppressive force came towards him like a mountain and sea, but was blocked by Qian Meng, who was holding a large shield. He retreated nearly 3 meters before he blocked the attack head-on. Okay. Blocked. As expected of Brother Man. He can actually fight against the Wolf King head-on. Qian Meng threw the big shield forward. Clang. 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 The steel-like claws constantly collided with the shield, sparks leaped in the air, and the man and the wolf fought passionately. But so far, Qian Meng has been relying on his shield to resist, and has no chance to destroy the moonlight mark on the Wolf King's forehead. 5 minutes later, the tug-of-war finally came to an end. Ah! With a long howl, the Wolf King slapped down with one claw. Qian Meng half knelt on the ground, with the shield raised above his head, unable to move. No, I can't do it anymore. He used up all his strength, abandoned his weapons, and finally escaped from the claws of the Wolf King. As soon as he came out, he ran outside desperately without even daring to look back. Current challenge failed, remaining chance, 1. The challenge loser has become a sacrifice, current sacrifice, 3. As expected, a ray of moonlight enveloped the place, locking Qian Meng in place. At this moment, everyone looked ashen. One woman even fell to her knees on the spot, overwhelmed by deep despair. What should I do? It's over, it's completely over now. We are going to die in here too. The remaining people were only Chen Yan, Qin Yu, Li Yunwei, and 2 women. There isn't even a second level one. Who can fight against this Wolf King? Anyone who goes up will die. Who would have thought that there would be such a rule in the dungeon? It's really weird. Qian Mang yelled, Mr. Chen, aren't you quite capable? Why are you hiding behind now? Of course, he was just yelling to vent his emotions, and he wasn't really pinning his hopes on Chen Yan. He is an elemental mage after all. Even the paladin couldn't defeat the Wolf King in a melee, so how could we expect a mage to do it? A level 1-1 at that. Chen Yan took a step forward. Qin Yu suddenly grabbed his arm from behind. Chen Yan. What's wrong? I'm sorry, I can't help, Chen Yan smiled, I asked you to come here, but I didn't expect you to help. Why are you blaming yourself? The 2 women next to them couldn't help it. Bah, you're still being affectionate at this time, so hypocritical, it makes me want to vomit. If you have the ability, then rescue us. What's the point of talking big when you are about to die? Chen Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He looked at Li Yunwei and said, leave the final round to me. Okay. Li Yunwei nodded. When she saw Chen Yan's calm face, she was not panicked at all. It seems that I made the right bet. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Yan walked forward and entered the challenge venue. Challengers enter, the 4th challenge begins. Chen Yan's challenge determines life and death. Success, everyone was rescued. If we fail, everyone will be buried with us. Ah. The Moonlight Wolf King attacked the last challenger, still with a killing spree that even the paladin could barely resist. Chen Yan stood there without moving. Everyone's first reaction was that he was looking for death. With the Wolf King's terrifying attack power, 1 claw is enough to kill a person. As expected, the Wolf King's sharp claws pierced Chen Yan's chest, as if he would be pierced through the intestines in the next second. What? The steel-like claws did not pierce Chen Yan's body. Instead, the Wolf King's entire body shook, his limbs trembling, and his huge body staggered back several steps, almost unable to stand. Backlash. The epic set effects are still effective. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yan rushed forward. Unexpectedly, the Wolf King used the same trick again. The huge tail swept over from the side and hit Chen Yan heavily. If it were someone else, they would have suffered a severe concussion. But Chen Yan was not knocked away. Instead, the huge wolf tail stood up instantly and the fur stood up. Very naughty indeed. Chen Yan leaped forward, his feet just stepping on the Wolf King's head, and he exerted force suddenly. Boom! Chen Yan stepped leisurely on the head of the Moonlight Wolf King, squatted down, and lifted its head with one hand. A heavy punch hit the forehead. Crash! The full moon mark shattered with a sound. Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. Chapter 73, Kill the Moonlight Wolf King, upgrade Chen Yan, and get equipment. The sacred and powerful Moonlight Wolf King was like a baby who would not resist under Chen Yan's hands. The full moon mark on the forehead shattered. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Yan with shock and disbelief. He is an elemental mage. This is a mage. You must be kidding. Holy shit, did he really win? The 2 women who had been sarcastic and had no trust in Chen Yan now opened their mouths as wide as possible, and their trembling pupils expressed their inner shock. Before the fight started, they could never imagine that a mage could be so powerful in hand-to-hand combat. According to common sense, mages are professions that hide and attack from a long distance, while knights are the meat shields that charge into battle. But now, Qian Mang, a paladin, was beaten to a pulp, and a mage beat the boss so hard that he couldn't fight back. Is this reasonable? Thinking back to the sarcastic remarks they had made to Chen Yan just now, they felt so ashamed that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. It turns out that the real big shot in the team is Chen Yan. It turns out that he is really capable of taking care of his sister. After thinking it through, the 2 women realized that they had licked the wrong person. Their faces felt burning with pain and they wanted to slap themselves. Chen Yan is so powerful. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled. She knew that Chen Yan was very powerful, but she couldn't imagine he was this powerful. There is a huge difference between the first level and the second level, and cross-level confrontation is almost a fantasy. She didn't expect that she would be able to witness it with her own eyes. This is my boyfriend, I can't help but feel proud of myself. The frustration of being insulted and humiliated earlier is gone. Qin Yu proudly raised her snow-white neck and looked at the other two women, only to find that they were so arrogant that they hardly dared to meet her eyes. What's wrong? Weren't you quite talkative just now? Now you're silent. If you want to die, you have no shame to stay here. You can go up there and die. It must be embarrassing to be saved by my boyfriend, right? Talk. Qin Yu said 3 sentences in a row but got no response. He felt as relaxed as if he were bathed in spring breeze. It feels so good to be carried away by my boyfriend. As for Li Yunwei, he was not too surprised by this result. She knew Chen Yan could win, but she didn't expect him to win so easily. Is this Buyu's true strength? No, perhaps he still hasn't displayed his true strength, and this may just be the tip of the iceberg. Just now I was actually worried that he wouldn't be able to win. I was thinking too much, haha. Jiang Yunlei and Qian Meng felt mixed emotions. Where on earth did this kid come from? Did he use some forbidden technique? Otherwise it's impossible. It is impossible for a mage to have such a high physique. Unless he makes up for it with equipment. That's the only possibility. He's extremely rich, so his equipment is super luxurious and can make up for the difference in attributes. The two of them thought of this at the same time, and they felt a little more balanced. It is also very possible for rich people to directly purchase a complete set of epic equipment. The prompt appears in front of everyone at the same time. Congratulations on the successful challenge, the Moonlight Seal has been lifted. At this moment, the 3 people who had been imprisoned as sacrifices regained their freedom. I've regained my strength. Me too. Great, I can finally fight with my superpowers. Several people felt relieved, and at this time Chen Yan had also retreated, his face full of weakness and fatigue. Of course, he wasn't really weak. This is fake. Because he wanted to see whether human nature could stand the test. As their savior, now that I am weak, will they have any bad intentions? If they can withstand the test, it proves that they still have conscience, so Chen Yan will not care about his previous words and will give them a way out. Chen Yan, are you okay? Qin Yu nervously helped Chen Yan up and hurriedly showed concern. Chen Yan. How's the situation? Li Yunwei also spoke. But she was wondering in her heart, why was Chen Yan so weak? This was unreasonable. My power is strong because I activated the disaster gem. After using it, I will always be weak. Chen Yan made up a very reasonable reason. Qin Yu believed it. The others also believed it. Li Yunwei didn't believe it. Brother, you take a rest first, leave the Wolf King to us. Yes, you have already done a great job, so you don't need to do anything next time. Although Qian Mang and the others said this, they couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. It turns out to be the effect of the disaster gem. The disaster gem will give a negative state and a beneficial state. For example, the disaster gem in Chen Yan's hand reduces defense and increases attack power. Qian Mang and Jiang Yunlei looked at each other. It seems that the disaster gem in his hand can gain great power in a short period of time, but it will also make him extremely weak. That's a good thing, At that moment, the two of them did not say much, but called on several other people to attack the Moonlight Wolf King together. After regaining his extraordinary strength, the paladin showed his might. With holy light protecting his body and the huge shield shining, he almost perfectly blocked all attacks from the Moonlight Wolf King. This is the power I should have. Qian Mang finally regained his confidence. In the end, several people launched a fierce attack and successfully killed the Moonlight Wolf King. With a long howl, the Moonlight Wolf King turned into spots of light in the sky and dissipated. It's over, that's all. Everyone present gained a lot of experience points. And Chen Yan finally reached level 99. Level increase, 98 to 99. Congratulations on reaching the maximum level of the First Order, the ultimate word spirit of the First Order in the field, Lion Flame. The ultimate word spirit is a ultimate move different from other word spirits. It can only be comprehended after the current level reaches the maximum level. All talents have their own ultimate abilities, but Chen Yan's is a little bit abnormal. We have equipment. What the hell is this equipment? It's definitely good stuff. Several people immediately surrounded him. I saw a silver-white wolf head ring floating in the air, shining like a star. The equipment parts are divided into helmets, gauntlets, leggings, armor, necklaces, rings, and weapons. Now, only the ring of Chen Yen is still trash, everything else is epic and top-notch. And this boss just happened to drop a ring. Strange, shouldn't the dropped equipment go directly into the backpack? Qian Mang was the first to reach out and take it. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand touched the ring, it was bounced back. Tip: you do not have permission to pick up the item. Please let the winner of the Wolf King Showdown pick it up. What do you mean? The boss I killed said I don't have the permission to pick up items. Qian Mang was furious. Jiang Yunlei also stretched out his hand, but was also shocked back. Damn, I don't even have the permission to pick it up. The winner of the Wolf King duel, wait, could it be? Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Yen again. The so-called Wolf King Showdown turned out to be a one-on-one duel just now. Chapter 74, Falling Out. Besieging Chen Yen. Brother Chen, how about you give it a try? Qian Mang's gaze fell on Chen Yen, with anxiety and desire hidden in his pupils. Yes, Brother Chen, you were the winner just now. Maybe you are the only one who can take the equipment. Then I'll try. Chen Yen walked forward and stretched out his hand. This time, the silver-white ring did not resist, but was taken into his possession. Congratulations on obtaining the epic equipment, Moonlight Wolf Ring. Moonlight Wolf Ring, Epic. Required level, Level 2, Level 1. Defense, 0. Attack, 150. Attribute Edition, Extraordinary plus 20. Special effect, Moonlight Wolf Soul. When the moon is bright, you can summon the Moonlight Wolf Soul to assist in the battle. The interval between uses is 3 days. It is also a second-level epic equipment. Both the attributes and special effects are extremely excellent. As long as Chen Yen successfully advances to the second level, he will be able to equip 2 pieces of second-level equipment at the same time to further enhance his combat effectiveness. Chen Yen was quite satisfied. In this way, all his equipment was of the best quality. How is it? How is the equipment? Yeah, tell me now. Several people around asked anxiously, and it could be seen that their eyes were quite fanatical. Chen Yen forced out a weak smile. It's okay, just an ordinary second-tier epic equipment. Second-level epic. Now, the market price of epic equipment is still quite expensive. However, after everyone's level is upgraded, the first-level ones are basically worthless, and only the second-level ones can be at the forefront of the times. A ring like this is much more valuable than those gemstone and diamond rings. What about special effects? Epic equipment all have special effects. Jiang Yunlei asked. The special effect is that it can summon wolf spirits to assist in combat. Chen Yen replied somewhat impatiently. Fuck, it's actually a summoning-type special ability, top-notch, absolutely top-notch. I didn't expect this dungeon to actually yield such a good treasure. Wow, this is so cool. Everyone kept exclaiming in amazement. Chen Yen shook his head, I'm a little tired, let's leave here first. Etc. He was about to leave when a high-pitched voice suddenly came from behind him. Qian Mang called him. Chen Yen sighed calmly. It seems that human nature cannot stand the test. There will always be people who reveal evil thoughts in the face of greed, and even though I am their savior, I will still be coveted. Is there anything else? Chen Yen turned around. Brother Chen, you are only at level 1. You can't use this equipment. Why don't you share it with us? When these words were spoken, Qin Yu had the biggest reaction. Why are you like this? It was Chen Yen who saved you, and now you are still thinking about the equipment in his hand. Li Yunwei also nodded, yes, this is what he deserves. If it weren't for him, we might have died. She sincerely hoped that these people would not do anything stupid. In front of you is the world's strongest player, Silent. Are you trying to kill yourself by planning to attack him? You can't say that, little sister. He did have some contributions, but we worked together to kill the boss, so we naturally have a share of the equipment. Qian Mangan laughed coldly. Seeing this, the other 2 women weighed the pros and cons and chose to stand on Qian Mang's side. Yes, we contributed to the final boss battle, so we should have a share. How could he take it all? That's right, it's too selfish for one person to keep it all for himself. He didn't even take the initiative to share the profits with us. And since you have such great power, why do you have to appear at the end? Can't you just come at the beginning? TSK, what if he wants us to go up first to test the boss's ability? So selfish. In the mouths of these two gossiping women, Chen Nian actually became a selfish villain. Qin Yu was so angry that his face almost turned red, and his eyes were wide as possible. You, are you still human? Shut up, women have no right to speak here. Jiang Yunlei suddenly raised his hand, and a beam of lightning shot out, hitting Qin Yu directly in the chest. This is his ability as Rakeage Warrior, which allows him to use electric paralysis to stun enemies. Qin Yu's body softened immediately and she fell into Chen Nian's arms. Unconscious. Li Yunweilan was angry and anxious. Are you looking for death? Captain Li, I advise you not to interfere. With your strength at the peak of the first level, are you our opponent? You'd better wait obediently at the side. We are also trying to improve our abilities so that we can deal with the Blood Moon disaster. This is to protect our homeland, so don't blame us. Ha. As he spoke, Jiang Yunlei even laughed out loud, not intending to pretend at all. Li Yunwei didn't say anything else. Instead, he glanced at Chen Nian and found that his face was terribly gloomy. She knew that things could not be undone. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. After saying that, she quietly stepped aside, not intending to intervene any further. Captain Li is still a man who knows the current situation. Brother Chen, do you intend to struggle again? Hand over the ring. Wait, it's not just the ring. Xian Mengan smiled grimly. You should have other good equipment on you, otherwise you can't have such strong power, including your disaster gems. Hand them all over. Their greed has been infinitely expanded. I even want to eat up all the Chen Nian. Brother Manganese has a big appetite. Hand it over obediently. Since you saved us, we can still let you go. Otherwise. The implication is self-evident. However, Chen Nian ignored them and stood there in silence. Well done. In that case, you must be careful to protect your girlfriend. After all, swords have no eyes. If she is accidentally killed, it will not be our business. Qian Meng is quite confident. Because in his vision, Chen Nian's strength was due to the use of the Gem of Disaster, and now he is in a weak state. Moreover, after gaining extraordinary power, his power as a paladin can be maximized. Can a mere first-level elemental mage break my holy light shield? What's more, there are 3 helpers on the side. On the other hand, Chen Nian has an unconscious girlfriend with him. There is absolutely no suspense in this battle. After a long silence, Chen Nian put Qin Yu on the ground and activated his word spirit, escape spirit snake, to protect her in all directions. After standing up, he finally spoke slowly. Now, you can try it. When Chen Nian's emotionless and cold gaze swept over them, the few people felt an inexplicable chill down their spines. This feeling is like being stared at by the god of death, uncomfortable. Damn it, you still dare to bluff. Do it. Jiang Yunlei turned into a swift flash of lightning, flying through the air at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Every time he flew through the air, he would launch a slash at the target within range. The first-order ultimate skill of the Rakeage Warrior, Phantom Lightning Rakeage Slash. As soon as he came up, he used his ultimate move. Chapter 75, Word Spirit, Lion Flame. Phantom Lightning Shadow Slash. Jiang Yunlei uses his ultimate skill as soon as he makes a move. He turned into an elusive flash of lightning, shuttling back and forth continuously. It makes people think of, I am as fast as lightning and chop all the beef awful. Same coolness, same scraping effect. These attacks on Chen Nian were only slightly more painful than those on the body scrubber's hands. If I had to describe it, it was like that of a body scrubber with calluses on his hands. After all, the aged epic suit has a defense bonus effect, which cannot be easily broken. What's going on? No. Wasn't he very weak just now? In everyone's sight, Chen Nian stood in the center of the lightning sword formation, motionless as a mountain, with an expressionless face. The lightning bolts struck him as if they were hitting diamonds, without any feedback. He didn't even frown. Ah! Jiang Yunlei's ultimate move ended and he finally showed up. But he actually took several steps back, half knelt on the ground, holding his chest, sweating profusely. Jiang Yunlei, what are you? A man came forward and saw dozens of scars on Jiang Yunlei's body, crisscrossing and revealing flesh and blood. He was immediately frightened and turned pale. Why are you hurt? The woman covered her mouth and her pupils kept trembling. Chen Yan was hit by the ultimate skill, but was not hurt at all. Instead, Jiang Yunlei, who took the initiative to attack, was covered with wounds. Seeing this strange scene, everyone felt as if there was a thorn stuck in their throat and could not speak. There's something wrong with this kid. He's got something wrong. Jiang Yunlei's voice was hoarse, and there was unspeakable fear in his pupils. What are you afraid of? Can't the four of us beat him alone? Come on together. Qian Mangan roared, and holy light protected his body. Physical attributes greatly improved. Now, both his physical strength and ability to withstand blows have almost doubled. The tall and strong man, holding high a large black and gold shield, charged forward like an indestructible chariot. Bang! A dull and deafening collision sound. Chen Yan only did one thing, punch. The plain fist collided with the great shield of holy light, scattering the holy light on the spot and leaving an obvious fist mark on the black gold shield. Qian Mangan relied on his extremely high defense and physique to avoid being injured. But the two women did not have it so easy, as they were knocked to the ground by the terrifying shock wave. Qian Mang could no longer remain calm. His mentality began to waver, his muscles began to tremble, and every hair on his body seemed to stand up. His pounding heart seemed to be squeezed by an invisible hand, almost making it difficult for him to breathe. You are pretending. Your weakness is fake. He muttered, backing away as he spoke, fear creeping up his face like a vine. On the side, Li Yunwei sighed, I told you before that you are seeking death, but you just didn't listen. Greed is indeed the ugliest nature of human beings. Impossible, how can a first-level elemental mage be so powerful? It must be some forbidden technique, or a calamity gem. His power is definitely not his own. That's right. As long as we persist for a certain period of time, his true colors will be revealed. Qian Mang kept comforting himself, as if only by talking non-stop could he stop his heart from beating so violently. Chen Yan's eyes were still as calm as ever. In his eyes, these people were already corpses. When he meets someone who deserves to be killed, he won't have any chastity at all. In that case, let's try the power of the new words. Chen Yan closed his eyes. A series of obscure and complex syllables popped out. These syllables are woven together, as if forming a magnificent war song. The temperature in the air rose rapidly, and it became unbearable hot in almost an instant. What is he going to do? It's the ultimate skill, he is releasing the ultimate skill. Jiang Yunlei exclaimed. This lunatic, isn't he afraid of getting that woman hurt? Come over. Qian Mang shouted, as long as we block this attack, maybe his strength will be exhausted. We have a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed the big shield on the ground. In an instant, holy light shone, and rays of holy light spread outward continuously, forming a city wall. The paladin's first-order ultimate ability, Holy Light Barrier. This is his strongest defensive skill. Can you stop it? Nonsense, my ability can block the second-level boss's ultimate move, but it can't stop him. Qian Mang has absolute confidence in defense. Even those second-level transcendents may not be able to break his holy light barrier, let alone someone who has not yet advanced. The old chanting of the words stopped. He suddenly opened his eyes. Behind him, a flaming lion like a boss has appeared. The blazing golden flames gave the lion a noble temperament like a king. Although it was not a true lion king, the terrifying oppressive force made it almost suffocating. The spirit of words, Lion Flame. A terrible guy. Li Yunwei hurriedly stepped back a certain distance. At this time, she was surprised to find that Qin Yu was still inside. But he is safe and sound. Wait, this guy is protecting Qin Yu while fighting. This is so terrifying, is this Buyu's true strength? Go. At the command, Lion Flame attacked. Collide head-on with the Holy Light Barrier. At this moment, flames and holy light blended, collided, and exploded. The blinding light took away all vision. This is a pure, supernatural, power showdown. After a while, Li Yunwei put down his hand and finally saw the situation ahead clearly. Shocking. The paladin's strongest defensive skill, Holy Light Barrier, has turned into countless points of light and slowly dissipated into the air. The big shield that Qian Mang was so proud of was almost shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. Even the weapons were forcibly destroyed. As for those people, almost all of them were charred black, with thick smoke billowing from their bodies. It was obvious that they had been seriously injured. Is it powerful enough? Chen Yan was somewhat satisfied. His current, extraordinary, attributes are not very high, and he has not yet put on the 2 epic equipment that increase attributes. In addition, he was still at the first level and had not gained any advanced attribute enhancements. Being able to directly break the defensive ultimate skill of a second-level paladin and forcibly destroy the weapon is already quite good. Chen Yan estimated that once he reached the second level, he would change into those 2 pieces of equipment. All it takes is a common, wind cannon, to achieve this effect. Qian Mang climbed up, looking almost unrecognizable. He could never believe that there could be a first-level transcendent in the world who was so powerful. It was totally contrary to common sense. Captain Li, save us. We are also an important fighting force in Linhai City. The Blood Moon disaster is about to come. We can't die. We can make contributions to society. Li Yunwei shook his head. I have warned you before, and it is impossible to stop you now. I won't accept this, I won't accept this. Qian Mang yelled like crazy, who are you? Tell me, tell me. Li Yunwei looked at Chen Yan again, took a deep breath and asked. Chen Yan, you just keep silent, am I right? Chapter 76 A Phone Call to Shao Qi. Chen Yan, you just keep silent, am I right? You, what did you say? After hearing Li Yunwei's words, they suddenly became like sculptures. Intense shock and horror filled the hearts of several people almost instantly. Is he, silent? The strongest player in the world? No, not true, this is not true. Although Qian Mang didn't believe it, the reality was before him and he had to believe it. If he really is the silent person, then all the unreasonable things can be reasonably explained. How can ordinary people understand the power of silence? What was even more shocking was the 2 women. He is silent, he is silent. They covered their mouths, their pupils trembled constantly, and all kinds of complex emotions intertwined. In the end, there are only 2 words, regret. Extreme regret. This should have been a great fate. If they behaved better, they might be able to hold on to the silent thigh. Even if they couldn't, at least they could have formed a good relationship. Unfortunately, their bad attitude led to the worst outcome. We were wrong, please let us go, please. Brother, we are blind and don't recognize the great man. You are a great man who doesn't bear grudges and won't hold it against us, right? Chen Yan just thought it was a little ridiculous. If I were not silent, but an ordinary person without power, I don't know how miserable my fate would be today. This is the way the world is, people always have to pay for their choices. A touch of darkness quickly spread out from Chen Yan's feet. In an instant, the world was empty and there was only endless darkness. Chen Yan did not let them feel any pain. The moment the realm of death unfolded, their lifelines were cut off. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. 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 After harvesting 4 lives in succession, Chen Yan finally unlocked the realm of the god of death. The world has become pure. There were only 3 people left in the huge moonlight palace, Qin Yu, Chen Yan, and Li Yunwei who were still unconscious. Chen Yan picked up Qin Yu, walked to Li Yunwei, and asked with a smile. Captain Li, how do you know my identity? When asked this question, Li Yunwei suddenly woke up from her trance. The field just now shocked her too much. To be honest, I have been investigating you for a long time and found all kinds of abnormalities. I deduced this step by step. I see. Then Captain Li, please keep it a secret. Don't worry, I have already set your personal information to the highest level in the Information Management Bureau. Ordinary people can't check it. Thanks. Li Yunwei couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the most powerful person in the world today is actually an internet addict? Captain Li, you are joking. There are already many people who have reached the second level, and there may be many who are stronger than me. Li Yunwei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Still humble. When you were at the first level, you were already able to beat the second level enemies. What else could you do if you were at the second level? What are your plans next? Of course I will go back and advance. Excluding today, the Blood Moon disaster will last for 2 more days. Time waits for no one. Okay, with your strength, there shouldn't be any problem with advancing. That's hard to say. Chen Yan thought of the demon level advanced challenge again, and he still felt a little unsure. I'm a little sorry that I lost all the elites you brought with you. Li Yunwei shook his head. Although it stands to reason that humans should be a community with a shared destiny and fight disasters together, there are still some scums that have to be cleansed. You don't have to take it to heart. I certainly wouldn't take it to heart. Well. Li Yunwei thought for a moment and asked, what should I tell Qin Yu when she wakes up? They said they almost got into a fight, but Captain Li persuaded them to stop, and they were able to leave safely. Okay, go ahead, I'll take her home. Chen Yan handed Qin Yu over to Li Yunwei. Of course, he also did not forget to collect the things dropped by those people. After a player dies, he or she will drop some things, either equipment or props. These people are elites, so those are all good things. There are more than 10 pieces of good equipment. Chen Yan thought about it and decided that these equipments would be useless to him, so he might as well use them to reward those who worked hard in the guild, improve their combat effectiveness, and rally people's hearts. Open the Shanhayangan Guild group. There is always endless things to talk about in this group. Apart from leveling up, everyone just hangs out in the group, or even hangs out in the group while taking a shit. The hottest topic discussed recently is Buyu in Linhai City. After all, no one has ever seen Chen Yan in person, not even Xiaoqi. Therefore, Xiaoqi has become the object of frequent ridicule. At Sister Xiaoqi, I heard that you have bought a villa by the sea in Linhai City. Sister Xiaoqi, I heard that you specially connected the teleportation array to Linhai City. Is it for selfish reasons or not? Stop teasing Xiaoqi, or you'll get beaten up by Big Brother Buyu. Huh, would Brother Buyu spy on the group? Buyu, ahem, let me tell you something. What the hell is really coming? Hello, boss. Brother, please speak. Only after Chen Yan appeared did the group quiet down and all the chattering mouths were shut. Buyu, I have some good equipment here. My brothers who built the teleportation array some time ago have worked hard. I will give them to them as a reward. Silent at Xiaoqi. Brother, Xiaoqi is the one who has worked the hardest during this period. How are you going to reward her? Yes, Sister Xiaoqi is not short of equipment either, big brother, why don't you think about it carefully? Yes, Sister Xiaoqi has been in charge of the overall situation. She should be rewarded. Everyone started to make a noise at the same time. At this moment, Su Jinyu also saw the news and thought. Humph, they have a point. I'm obviously the one who works the hardest, why don't you think about me more? They were given equipment, but what about me? Now let's see how you respond. Suddenly, a message popped up. Buyu, of course I remember what happened to Xiaoqi, why are you making a fuss about it? Of course Chen Yan will not forget everyone's contribution, especially Xiaoqi. It's a pity that this girl is not easy to deal with. She is rich, powerful, and strong. She lacks nothing, but it's hard to satisfy her. After thinking it over, Chen Yan called Haizi. Boss Buyu. Are you helping to transfer me to Sister Xiaoqi? Okay, wait a moment. You are quite self-aware. In this way, through the relay station Haizi, Chen Yan got through to Su Jinyu. Ahem. Xiaoqi, it's me. There was a brief silence. At this moment, Xiaoqi had just finished taking a shower and was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone. Suddenly she received a silent call. She sat up from the bed, hugged the pillow tightly in her arms, and was extremely happy. However, she didn't show her happiness right away. If you bribe me with just one phone call, I won't agree, huh? Brother Buyu, what's wrong? Do you need me for something? Chapter 77 opens, Demon God Level Advanced Challenge. Brother Buyu, what's wrong? Do you need me for something? It's okay, I'll chat with you. Su Jinyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the pillow in his arm subconsciously tightened a little. What's going on? The wooden man has come to his senses. Under normal circumstances, Buyu would never say such ambiguous words. It was so severe that Su Jinyu's brain crashed and he stammered for a long time without being able to utter a word. By the way, Xiao-Qi, you should have successfully advanced, right? Yeah. Although the disaster level challenge is very difficult, it will be much easier to deal with after you gain experience. And it's all thanks to Brother Buyu who won it once for another woman. Why does it sound so harsh? Chen Yan could smell the vinegar in it. No, I don't particularly care. After all, other women need your help, but I rely on myself. Isn't this the difference? Chen Yan smiled and said, yes, yes. Humph. Brother Buyu, are you also at the second level? Not yet. I'm preparing to advance. Okay, with your strength, it will be solved in no time. Hee hee. Chen Yan knew that it wasn't that easy. What he has to face is a demon-level challenge. That was an unknown area for everyone, and I was the first pioneer, so success or failure was uncertain. That's why Chen Yan wanted to call Xiao-Qi, actually he also wanted to seek some psychological comfort. Xiao-Qi, seeing how hard you've been working lately, I'll grant you a request. Go ahead. Anything? Yes. Promise me 3 more requests. Are you stuck here with a bug? He, then. After a brief silence, a voice as thin as a mosquito came from the other end of the phone. I want to see you. Su Jinyu lay on the bed, almost burying her entire face in the pillow. She could feel her heart pounding. At this moment, she didn't even dare to speak or breathe. I listened to the phone carefully, afraid of missing a word. The girl had mustered up all her courage. Before today, Su Jinyu had said this more than once, but she had never been as excited as she was today. She had even thought that she would cry if she was rejected. Unexpectedly, what I heard was the beep 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 hang-up sound. Su Jinyu's heart skipped a beat. She pursed her lips tightly, trying to suppress her grievance and disappointment, but her eyes still became crystal clear. Hate it, it was you who asked me to make the request. Why are you like this? I hate you. However, at this moment, a text message spanning thousands of kilometers arrived at Su Jinyu's mobile phone. She clicked it and saw only one short word. Good. This text message was not forwarded through a middleman, Haizi, but was sent by Chen Yan using his own mobile phone. This is equivalent to Chen Yan telling Xiao-Qi his phone number. Su Jinyu stared at the text message for a long time. He immediately burst into laughter and held back the tears in the corners of his eyes. You're the only one beating around the bush. After cursing in a reproachful manner, she smiled foolishly at the phone screen for a long time. It seemed that the corners of her mouth were about to rise, and her 2 snow-white feet were shaking happily. She was so happy that not only did she get the promise, but she also got a mobile phone number that no one else had. Everyone knows that Buyu is a man who sticks to his promises. He never goes back on his word. Su Jinyu smiled foolishly for a long time, then suddenly remembered that she hadn't replied to the message yet. After thinking about it, she felt that she couldn't show too much excitement. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a lady. Good night. At this time, Chen Yan was using the air flying technique to leave the main urban area. Go to a deserted overseas. He is ready to enter the advanced challenge. Why go overseas? Because once he fails the challenge, the monster will come into reality. If the monster is allowed to enter the main urban area, it will definitely be a devastating disaster. Although he didn't think he would fail, he still needed to consider everything carefully. Finally, he landed on an uninhabited island. The sea breeze howled at night, the waves beat against the rocks, the night sky was cloudless, and a bright moon rose over the sea. That's it. Chen Yan took out the mobile phone from his pocket, saw the "good night" text message on the screen, and couldn't help but smile. He put the phone on the ground, took a deep breath, and opened the property panel. Aged, Word Spirit Saint. Gene level, level 1, level 99, advanced. Advanced. Gene advancement is in progress, please select the difficulty of the advancement you want to challenge. Normal, difficult, abyss, hell, disaster. Below these 5 options, there is an eye-catching bright red devil. Demon. Are you sure you want to start the challenge of Demon God level? Confirm. Challenge started successfully, transmitting. A beam of light enveloped Chen Yan and disappeared into the air with him. In the blink of an eye, you are already in another space. The challenge officially begins, time limit, 3 days. This time already made Chen Yan feel a little weird. The time limit for challenges at other levels is 10 minutes. If you fail to kill within the time limit, it will be considered a failure. But this actually lasted for 3 whole days. 3 days means, if I cannot kill the opponent after I come in, I will have to fight it for 3 days and 3 nights, or die. There will be no one to help me. Interesting. Chen Yan strode forward and strolled in the dark palace. As he moved forward, blue flames suddenly ignited on the walls on both sides. Glancing sideways, I saw a creepy skull hanging on the wall. A blue flame was burning in the middle of the skull, turning it into a lamp. Every time Chen Yan walked a certain distance forward, the lights on both sides would continue to light up. 2 neat rows of lights lit up a road leading deep into the palace. It seems, you are welcoming me. Chen Yan muttered to himself and continued forward. He discovered that this palace seemed to be a palace of a god, the so-called devil might be located inside it. This time, a large chandelier on the ceiling above lit up. The huge chandelier was actually made up of hundreds of skulls tied together to form a disgusting shape. The blue light dispels the darkness. In front of Chen Yan, the outline of a huge stone statue appeared. This is a huge monster. It's still in human form. That's right, the huge monster in front of you has a body shape that is almost the same as that of humans. Even his muscles are quite graceful, his body is slender, he is wearing armor, and he has a tail like a scorpion stinger at the back. He has 2 heads and 1 neck. Just like a branch opens and bears 2 fruits. Click. Some rock fragments broke off. His pupils lit up. Those were 2 dark blue eyes, so mysterious that they seemed to be able to capture people's hearts. It was at this moment that Chen Yan saw the message above his head. Twin Demons Phantom, Tier 2, Level 20. Chapter 78 Chen Yan vs. the Devil. Twin Demons Phantom, Tier 2, Level 20. Chen Yan saw his message. Level 20 of the second stage is actually not very high. Those first-line players who are keen on upgrading may have this level. But level does not mean everything. There is a theory of blood unity among the disaster beasts. The higher the bloodline level, the more powerful the disaster beast is. The advanced challenge of each level corresponds to a disaster beast of different bloodline levels. The one Chen Yan had solved before was of the 5th bloodline, which is the demon general level. And the one in front of him is a level higher than the demon god level. They are not on the same level at all. Even if they are at the same level, there will still be a huge difference in strength. Therefore, we cannot simply use level to measure the enemy. Chen Yan did not underestimate the enemy at all. But, what does this illusion mean? Isn't this his true self? The gravel is still falling down with a rustling sound. The true appearance of this demon god gradually appeared in front of Chen Yan's eyes. His dark blue skin was like the scales of a poisonous snake, and his armor was as black as ink. He was holding 2 big swords, with dark blue flames burning brightly, giving people an extraordinary sense of oppression. Human. I didn't expect that there are already humans who dare to set foot in the temple of this demon god. It is pleasant. Brother, I will kill this human, hiss. Brother, how can you steal my prey? His 2 mouths, one on the left and one on the right, speak different words respectively. It seems that they have different personalities, one is the older brother and the other is the younger brother. The same thing is that in their eyes, Chen Yan is just a prey that comes to their doorstep. You talk a lot of nonsense. Chen Yan sneered. Brother, he actually thinks we talk too much nonsense. How dare you, human? You are looking for death. The 2 heads changed their expressions instantly, and the wriggling black meridians jumped on their skin like swimming snakes. The big knife swept over with great force. The power of this sword was so terrifying that the wind pressure it created could almost blow a person away. But Chen Yan deliberately did not hide. He wanted to try and see if he could block his attack with his terrifying defensive power. Bang! Chen Yan was blown away and hit hard on the palace wall 100 meters away. When it slid down, there was even a human-shaped pit on it. It hurts. Chen Yan looked at the arm he used to block, and saw a bright red wound on it. Yes, he was injured. The attack power of the twin demons is so terrifying that they can actually break my defense. The defensive power added by all equipment is like a layer of armor on the body, but if the armor cannot completely block the attack, the body will bear the brunt of the attack. The body's ability to withstand blows depends on the level of its constitution attribute. Chen Yan's defense and physique were both extremely high, but he was still injured. As expected of a demon god level. The wound on the arm was quickly stopping bleeding and forming a scab. That was the extraordinary genes in the body working. Chen Yan's expression also became more solemn. First of all, when fighting him, you cannot use the disaster gem, attack and defense reversal. If your defense is 0, it means that the layer of armor is completely ineffective, and if you are hit, you are very likely to be killed in one blow. Moreover, without knowing the opponent's ability, Chen Yan was not sure that he could kill him with one blow. After all, the recovery abilities of these disaster beasts are extremely terrifying. Brother, he is still alive. Brother, it seems this human has some skills. Let's go. The ground exploded beneath his feet. The twin demons came like a cannonball. What a fast speed, Chen Yan was secretly shocked. But he wasn't going to hold back any longer. His pupils suddenly lit up with golden light, and a golden shadow emerged behind him. Sequence 121, Golden Sword of Judgment. But because the chanting time of the word spirit was too short, Chen Yan only had time to use the domain to protect a 2-meter radius around himself. But this is enough. Within 2 meters, the death zone, he is invincible. Moreover, the Golden Sword of Judgment is a continuous casting spell, and the scope of its domain will continue to expand to the limit, so Chen Yan will be invincible. The big knife was already coming towards him, and the moment it entered the judgment field, it broke into pieces. But then, something surprising happened to Chen Yan. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly stopped and withdrew his hand, then retreated quickly without entering his territory. Brother, this human being seems to be not to be underestimated. There is something around him. Don't get close easily. While Chen Yan was surprised, he saw the second knife flying towards him. Will he also test from a distance? What amazing thinking and action abilities. Making judgments and executing them in an instant, is this the demon-level disaster beast? Perhaps more evolved than most humans. After entering the trial area, the sword shattered as expected, but Chen Yan's mood remained solemn. As mentioned before, the Golden Sword of Judgment is a continuous skill that requires complex inner chanting at all times, and he cannot move at high speed at the same time. It seems that our guess was correct, brother. This human has some strength. Keep your distance from him. Chen Yan realized that this might be a battle that required brains. The trial area was lifted. Chen Yan no longer relied on this ability, he chose another way of fighting. Wind Cannon. Pyroblast. Lightning. Wind, fire, and thunder, 3 common words of spirit are activated at the same time. A burst of 3-color interwoven energy blasted out. Unexpectedly, the twin demons did not dodge or evade, but directly took the attack with their palms. That terrifying energy only caused puffs of green smoke to emerge from his palms. Is that all you can do? Brother, Shut up and be careful. In front, Chen Yan had disappeared at some point. When high-risk words are not used, Chen Yan can use various words at the same time to fight in the most flexible way. For example, now, he used wind and thunder flash to move at high speed and had already arrived behind the demon. Later. When he suddenly realized it, it was too late. I can't move my body. What's going on? I'm entangled by something. The snake is an invisible snake. The spirit of words is a spirit snake that escapes into the air. The invisible giant python imprisoned the twin demons, making them unable to move. Chen Yan did not waste this precious time. As he chanted quickly, a flaming lion came to life. The first level ultimate word spirit, Lion Flame. What? Even the twin demons did not expect that the human in front of them had such a strong fighting consciousness. He gave up that powerful territory, made a feint attack first, and then took the initiative to approach. Being able to plan the best combat solution in a short period of time, it's terrifying. The twin demons were swallowed by Lion Flame in one gulp. The blazing fire lit up the entire palace. After a brief silence, the huge figure bathed in flames slowly walked out. There was a billowing smoke and his skin was charred and festering. Even the 2 heads were severely burned and barely looked like human beings. But all these injuries are recovering at a high speed. Both faces were filled with hatred and anger, and their deep blue pupils were fixed on Chen Yan. Brother, he hurt us. He deserves to die. Chapter 79 Death. Cutting off in two. Chen Yan didn't expect this. After enduring the maximum output of Lion Flame at close range, he only suffered this degree of injury. The injuries recovered visibly. High-level disaster beasts all had extremely strong recovery abilities, which he had already experienced. What a pity. Or maybe the power of the word spirit is not strong enough. If he were equipped with those two epic equipment, he could increase a lot of supernatural power. Maybe this lion flame could kill him instantly. And now, the twin demons are obviously furious. Brother, let's tear him apart. We haven't tasted human for a long time. After his body was restored to its original state, the twin demons actually pulled out two arm bones, held them in their hands, and transformed them into two dark blue swords again. The blade light as fast as the wind came towards him. If you fail to dodge the densely packed dark blue knife lights in time, you will probably be crushed into meat paste on the spot. Chen Yan remained calm. He turned on his eagle eyes and dodged the attacks with wind and thunder while continuously launching counterattacks with his spirit words. A violent attack. It seemed as if even the air was chopped into countless pieces. The terrifying supernatural power exploded on the disaster beast one after another. The blooming sparks were like the flames of war, witnessing the extremely terrifying confrontation between the two. The fist and the knife collided. The most violent collision broke out between bones. The ground beneath Chen Yan and the twin demons' feet exploded at the same time. Bang! The exploding air currents extinguished all the hanging lights on the walls on both sides, leaving only a large lamp on the dome swaying alone. After this battle, both men retreated dozens of steps. Chen Yan was panting heavily. He had many wounds on his body, but the most serious injury was from the direct collision with his fist. The skin and flesh were torn apart, and the bones were visible. It's hard to imagine how excruciating the pain is. On the other hand, the twin demons, although also covered in wounds, were still recovering quickly. This human can actually fight us in hand-to-hand combat. That's right, brother. He is unexpectedly strong. If he grows a little more, we may not be his match. But unfortunately, he came too early, hee. Look, he's almost dying. Human strength is nothing compared to ours. Eating powerful humans, we will become stronger. The two brothers with two heads smiled at each other. It seemed as if he had anticipated how Chen Yan would be dismembered. Superior. The twin demons attacked again. Unexpectedly, the human just stood there motionless. Be careful around him. Test it first. This overly clever demon actually chose to remotely test whether Chen Yan had opened his domain. Once he discovered that he had opened the judgment, he would retreat immediately. Don't give any chance. A big knife missed Chen Yan's ear and was deeply embedded in the ground behind him. Seeing this, the demon god let down his guard. It seems that the opponent has not opened the territory, so we can attack with confidence. Brother, something is wrong. What's going on? The twin demons suddenly became alert. Before anyone knew it, the palace had grown darker. It's not just because the wall lamp is out. Instead, a deeper darkness was gradually swallowing up the light in the temple and enveloping everything. The light is fading. Yes, but I don't feel any threat. What does he want to do? Finally, even the chandeliers on the dome were completely swallowed up by the darkness. The entire temple fell into an abyss where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. I can't see anything, brother. Me too. This is impossible. We should be able to adapt to the darkness. Why? This time, the two people's tone was no longer light-hearted and cheerful, but instead a little more panicked. Every living thing is afraid of the unknown. Things that are beyond our control and cannot be understood can bring fear to people. Now, the twin demons have felt fear and oppression, and they could never have imagined that these emotions were brought about by a human being. Sequence 127, Death. You have entered the Death-Possessed state, attack power x 300% plus 590. Chen Yan's attack power is 310. Being possessed by the god of death will triple the basic attack power, plus an additional 590 points. This means that Chen Yan's current attack power has increased to Current attack power, 1520. During the time when the Grim Reaper possessed him, Chen Yan was unable to use any spiritual words. The attack method is replaced by Death Scythe, but it can move at high speed. A phantom of the Grim Reaper appeared behind Chen Yan, with a huge sickle in his skeleton-like right hand and the Book of Life and Death in his left hand, emitting a suffocating pressure. Sorry, the game time is over. Chen Yan moved. He's coming, brother, run away. Where to escape to? I can't see anything. Ugh. After a few seconds, the darkness receded like the tide, and Chen Yan half knelt on the ground with a weak look on his face. Behind him, the huge body of the twin demons stood stiff in place. A wound spread from his neck downwards until it cut through his entire body. Puff, black blood gushed out. One cut in two. The indestructible body of the demon was cut off by the scythe of death. The terrifying power even severed all the meridians and blood vessels in his body. The two halves of his body could no longer be connected. The two halves of the body fell to the left and right, and there was no movement. Chen Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally solved. Etc. He suddenly felt something strange. Why, it hasn't told me that the advancement is complete. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Creepy laughter came from both sides at the same time. Chen Yan turned around suddenly. I saw that the two halves of the body stood up at the same time. He laughed loudly, wildly, and wantonly. However, the two halves of the body did not reassemble into one. But they became different individuals. My elder brother and younger brother. This time, they really split into two people. Human, I acknowledge your strength. But it is far from enough to defeat us. Next, it's your turn to be desperate. Age. Is this the twin demons? They are indeed difficult to deal with. But there is no immortal monster in the world. Maybe he just has some other secret that I just haven't discovered. It seems that this battle cannot be ended in a short time. Brother, his power has been exhausted. Now, we can enjoy him slowly. Ignorant humans, even if they have some abilities, still cannot escape death. That's right, Chen Yan's strength was indeed exhausted this time. When the extraordinary power is exhausted, when you are injured, when your physical strength is exhausted. As long as any one of these three conditions is met, Chen Yan can use the word spirit, destiny.